Hello to all my dear followers. Before welcoming you to the channel's newest fanfic, I wanted to mention that the channel members are active. For now, I've only thought about giving each member a few minutes of screen time, but I may improve how things work later. Now I want to welcome you to a new fanfic for the channel. What if Naruto fell in love with Conan? I just ask that if you want a sequel, hit the like button. Now without further ado, enjoy.
Chapter 1, Imprisoned. It wasn't me, Naruto said, almost shouting from indignation. Turning to look at Kakashi behind him, his voice took on a pleading note. Kakashi-sensei, please believe me. Yesterday, I was eating ramen at Ichiraku, and then I played shogi with Shikamaru the whole night. But Kakashi merely kept his silence while Tsunade said, until the truth is revealed, we'll be sending you to Hozuki Castle. What's this Hozuki Castle? Naruto asked. It's a shinobi prison delegated to hidden grass by the other villages, Kakashi finally replied. Anyone can enter there but not everyone can leave, Yamato also added, his arms crossed in front of his chest. It's a place where they restrain problematic shinobi sent to them by the other various villages. Hearing that, Naruto couldn't keep his calm anymore. But I didn't do anything, he yelled, gesticulating wildly with his arms. You can ask Ayam-chan and you can ask Shikamaru too. I was with them the entire evening and night. Anyone could have used a henge to look like me. Besides, Amigakure is like super far away, I'd need like a week or more just to get there and come back, wouldn't I? It doesn't make any sense. Someone must be trying to get me away from the village. Don't be absurd, Naruto. Tsunade yelled back at him and slapped her desk with her palms as she stood up. Kumo wouldn't risk triggering a war on mere suspicions when a foe as dangerous as the Akatsuki is looming over all of us like that. Also, everyone knows your speciality in shadow clones and how much chakra you have. How am I absurd? Kumo also tried to kidnap Hinata-chan when she was little and then blamed us for their shinobi getting killed. I don't want to hear it. Take him away, Tsunade said. Seeing that they wouldn't listen to him, Naruto's hands instinctively went to form the seal for the shadow clone technique but, as if he had been waiting for that moment the whole time, Yamato suddenly clasped his hands together like in a prayer and shouted, Mokutan, 4 pillars prison. 4 wooden pillars burst from the floor coiled around Naruto's neck and forearms like snakes, completely immobilizing him, before finally taking the shape of a cubic cage. Wait a second, Naruto said desperately as Tsunade stripped his shinobi headband signifying his allegiance to Konoha. It wasn't me. I'm being framed. On his knees, with his hands bound behind his back, a wooden vine wrapped around his neck, and imprisoned in a cage, Naruto pleaded again. It wasn't me. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura-chan. Ba-chan. You know me. I would never do something like that. It wasn't me. I haven't done anything. Hey. So what did you do? A skinny middle-aged man with bluish-gray hair and metallic cuffs on his wrists tried to start a conversation while all the new prisoners were waiting in queue for the mandatory body check. Angry from the fire seal that had been placed on him only minutes before by the leader of the prison and already on the point of exploding with anger from the injustice of having been imprisoned despite being innocent, Naruto shouted at him right away. I already said I haven't done anything, damn it. Chill out, man, the middle-aged prisoner said and leaned back to put some distance between him and the temperamental blonde. Shrugging his shoulders and looking up, he continued casually, as for me, I made a mistake during a mission. Seeing that Naruto began to pay attention to what he was saying, the blue-haired man continued with a small sigh, I was supposed to wipe out a village of civilians, but my conscience struck and I let a kid get away. Then, my village found out. What's wrong with that? Naruto asked, genuinely confused and inwardly disturbed by his confession. The middle-aged man threw him a strange look. Which village are you from? Amigakure, Naruto replied. Hee. Looks like Konoha is a pretty soft village, huh? The older prisoner said mockingly. What did you say? Naruto shot back in annoyance. The older man looked at him as if he was a dumb and naive kid as he explained. To a shinobi, the village's command is absolute. Shinobi are tools. We kill who we are told to kill and we steal what we are told to steal. But it looks like that's not how it rolls in your hidden village, huh? In spite of the situation he was in, the Hokage had sent him to prison despite being innocent, Naruto's loyalty to Konoha was still strong. "Don't you dare talk bad about the hidden leaf when you don't know anything about it," he yelled and grabbed him by the collar of his top. "Just you wait and see. I'll get out of here soon and give the guys who framed me a lesson they'll never forget." Before things could escalate any further, a fellow prisoner wearing a bandana intervened from the side. "That's enough. That man is right. This Hozuki Castle is a gathering spot for people who no longer have the pretext where villages cover for them for what they've done. A thief is a thief. A murderer is a murderer. We can't say things like, 'It was for the sake of my village.' We have no excuse anymore. We're all just getting what we deserve, reaping what we sowed." The more he was talking to others, the more Naruto was getting pissed off. Nobody wanted to believe that he was innocent. "I'm not making any excuses. I've never done any of these things," he shouted incensed. At that moment one of the wardens called out from beyond the prison door, "Bandana! It's your turn." Before answering the warden's call, the bandana-wearing prisoner told Naruto one last thing. "You should have realized by now that you've fallen into a deep pit. You shouldn't try to make it even deeper." Naruto, being his usual stubborn self, however, had not even considered listening to their advice. That very night, he tried to break out of prison by substituting himself with a shadow clone. But the side effect of using chakra while the fire seal was active on him was too great. Unable to use his ninjutsu or his physical capabilities to their fullest, and not even water and tree walking, he was swiftly captured and thrown into a solitary confinement cell. 3 days later, "Just defeat Mui, and the seal on your chest will disappear." At an unknown voice's instigation when he had been in solitary confinement, after coming out of the hole, before even getting the chance to have lunch, Naruto jumped at Mui, the leader of the prison. "I heard that the Tenra seal will disappear if I defeat you. I don't want to attack someone unprovoked, but if that's the only way, I have no other choice." His face the epitome of indifference, Mui said blandly, "Forget it. You cannot defeat me in your current state. Won't know it till I try it." Naruto retorted undaunted and lunged at him, swinging his punch widely, but Mui easily sidestepped his punch and smashed his foot into his stomach. Using the same bland tone from before, as if he had not just kicked someone's air out of their lungs, Mui asked, "What is your village to you?" When Naruto got up and lunged at him with another wild swing of his punch, Mui kicked him in the stomach once more, sending him flying. "Have you ever killed someone whom you had no resentment for, just to protect your village?" Struggling to catch his breath from the painful kicks, Naruto said, "Are you saying we can't protect our villages without doing that?" "That's right, don't fuck with me." Naruto screamed and tried to lunge at him again, but a fiery heat suddenly pulsed in his torso and he collapsed on his hands and his knees before he could reach his enemy. "Even if you didn't do it personally, someone else had to do it. If you've never stained your hands with the blood of innocence, you've lived a fortunate life. But your fortunate life is the result of other people dying and other shinobi from your village taking care of the dirty work instead of you." Not receiving an answer from the boy who was curled up and coughing on the ground, Mui said, "It hurts to even breathe, doesn't it? You must be thinking, this can't be happening. That you couldn't have been hurt that badly by a move like that. But when you fight, you will unconsciously draw on your chakra to enhance your strength and speed. And if your chakra as much as twitches, the Tenra seal gets triggered and starts burning up your body." As Naruto was sweating up a puddle from the pain of having his skin and his innards burned by the fire seal, Mui continued, "Let me tell you something, no matter how much you've had to bear because of your village, they don't care at all. No matter how great you used to be, it amounts to nothing once you are no longer needed. Your struggle is pointless. You cannot escape from this prison. From the day it was founded, nobody has ever broken out of Hozuki Castle. Furthermore, even if you were to break out somehow, you no longer have a place in Konoha." As the other prison guards grabbed Naruto from his arms and started dragging him away, Mui told him a few last words. "You would do well to remember that it was your Hokage that had sent you here. You were discarded just like a broken tool that is no longer needed. You had been cast out. The punishment for breaking the rules of the prison again in such a short time was a longer sentence in the hole. This time, Naruto was sentenced to 5 days in solitary confinement instead of 3. Dull gray walls, a cold concrete floor and a square window even more narrow than his head were the only things in the cell. How could they do something like this to me? Naruto thought and punched the wall with his fist in despair. After everything I did for the village. After how many times I risked my life for them. After how many times I saved them. It was less than a month ago that the godlike leader of the Akatsuki had attacked Konoha and literally erased it off the face of the earth, turning the strongest hidden village in the world into a massive crater. Nearly 80% of Konoha's civilians and more than half of the village's shinobi force had been massacred by pain. However, not only that Naruto had put his life on the line to fight against such a fearsome enemy, but he had somehow even convinced Nagato Uzumaki to bring everyone back to life. Never in Konohagakure no Sato's history had anyone done something as incredible as that for the village. Naruto had become the hero of the Leaf. Everyone had finally acknowledged his hard work, strength, and character. Yet, there he was now, only a few weeks after being hailed as a hero, framed for a crime that he had never committed and thrown into a prison famous for holding the worst shinobi criminals on the continent. The injustice of it all made him boil with anger. Not for the first time during this second stay in the hole, Mui's words resounded in his ears. Let me tell you something, no matter how much you've had to bear because of your village, they don't care at all. You were discarded just like a broken tool that is no longer needed. He closed his eyes tightly and clenched his fists. Of all the people, Tsunade had been the last he had ever expected to do something like that to him. He had looked up at her as if she was family. Naruto calling her Ba-chan was not simply to annoy her. To him, Tsunade had been almost like an auntie, or like a grandmother. Laying down on the cold concrete floor, he turned on his other side and let out a shuddering breath. 5 days in complete isolation and loneliness was not a short time for someone like him. Ever since he had become a shinobi, Naruto had hardly ever been completely alone. Even when he was not with his teammates or other friends from Konoha 11, in the worst-case scenario, he still had his shadow clones to keep him company. On some lonely days, as lame as it sounded, he would play card games with his clones or even football. But now, he was completely alone. There were no teammates. No missions. No friends. No Ichiraku. Not even his shadow clones. There was nothing to distract him from his darker thoughts, nothing to take his mind away from his loneliness. There was nothing to stop him from thinking about the injustice he had been dealt at the hands of the village for which he had shed his blood and sweat numerous times. Even I can tell that hatred is spreading. I wanted to do something about it, but I don't know what. But I have faith that there will come a time when people can truly understand one another. But as his deceased mentor's words came to the front of his mind, Naruto couldn't hold in his anger anymore. What understanding each other? Understanding my ass. They threw me in prison without letting me defend myself. I didn't even have a trial. After all I've done for the village, they didn't even want to hear my side. After all that I've sacrificed for them. After all he trailed off and broke into a sob. He couldn't remember when was the last time that he had cried. Damn it! Damn it all! He shouted and punched the floor repeatedly with the side of his fist. It was while he was crying that an explosion boomed from outside and the entire castle was rocked from its foundations. Greatly startled, Naruto jumped up to his feet and rushed to the tiny window in the back of his prison cell, trying to get a glimpse of what was going on. The gloomy skies above Hozuki Castle were covered by an endless swarm of white butterflies, and in the midst of it all, an angel-winged woman floated calmly, her black and red Akatsuki robe swaying softly in the wind. She was not shouting when she spoke, but her calm voice was heard in every corner of the castle prison. I do not wish to cause unnecessary bloodshed. Give me Uzumaki Naruto and you will be spared. This is your final warning. Chapter 2, Rogue. I do not wish to cause unnecessary bloodshed. Give me Uzumaki Naruto and you will be spared. This is your final warning. Naruto was stunned. Is that Conan? What is she doing here? Pain's invasion of Konohagakure happened around a month ago, so Naruto had not forgotten about Nagato Uzumaki's right-hand subordinate. Is she here to break me out? He couldn't wrap his head around the idea. He had made peace with Nagato and Conan, and after Nagato sacrificed himself to bring back to life everyone that he had killed, Naruto and Conan separated on a good note. But he had never envisioned a scenario where a former Akatsuki member of all people would one day come to save him from prison, right after his own friends and his village had turned on him no less. Standing on top of the tall walls surrounding Hozuki Castle, the leader of the prison, Mui, glared at the blue-haired woman flying in the sky. From the day Hozuki Castle was founded, none of the prisoners have managed to break out. Go away, Akatsuki. Your kind is not welcome here. The other wardens looked at their leader inwardly startled. Even after the angel-like woman had already attacked the castle, Mui still didn't retaliate. But, in their memory, Mui was not the kind of shinobi to ignore such acts or the type to hesitate when dealing with his enemies. They didn't know that, as one of the highest-ranking shinobi in Hidden Grass, Mui was well aware of Conan's identity and her real strength. A kunoichi that was capable of flight, especially an S-ranked criminal, would almost always have the advantage in battle. I tried giving you a way out. It's all on your head now, Conan said, and her body dispersed into countless tiny paper butterflies. In a matter of moments, the swarm of paper butterflies covered the entirety of Hozuki Castle's walls. His eyes widening at the sight of the thousands of explosive tags that covered the walls and building all over the castle's courtyard, Mui let out a shout at the top of his lungs. Everyone! Get away from the walls! Now, but his warning came a little too late. The majority of shinobi and kunoichi among his subordinates heeded his words and quickly jumped to safety, but most of the wardens at the blood prison were not chakra users. They couldn't escape in time. A chain of explosions was suddenly triggered and the ancient and majestic walls surrounding the castle collapsed in a heap of debris, fire, and dust. With the walls suddenly being brought down like that, hundreds of prisoners cheered at the unexpected windfall and broke into a mad dash towards freedom. But Mui didn't even spare them a glance. As long as the celestial prison technique was active on their bodies, none of the inmates would be able to escape. The moment they went past a certain distance from the caster of that technique, they would combust from within and burn to death. Instead of wasting time fussing over the escaped convicts, Mui went through a short sequence of hand seals and inhaled deeply before spewing out an enormous conic wave of fire. The sky was covered with flames and the whole world seemed to catch on fire. Suddenly, the whistling sound made by a sharp object cutting the air reached his ears and, not even a second later, a 4-foot-wide paper chakram pierced through his sea of fire seemingly unaffected and nearly decapitated him in the process as well. It was only his instincts as an elite jonin that allowed him to dodge it by the skin of his teeth. He couldn't rejoice at his survival just yet because only a moment after nearly grazing the tip of his nose, the paper chakram's trajectory made a 180 turn and came back like a boomerang. A split second before the paper chakram hit him, Mui substituted himself with one of the wardens watching helplessly from the side. A wet squelching sound was heard as the warden was sliced in two from head to toe, the poor man not knowing even at the moment of his death what had killed him. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Mui went through another sequence of hand seals and jumped sharply towards the blue-haired woman floating in midair. Katan, heavenly prison fire sword, he screamed and, as a long dark crimson flaming blade came out from his arm, he slashed with it at Conan in a wide arc. But right before the flaming blade could incinerate her, Conan dispersed in a flurry of paper tags which quickly flew and reformed behind Mui's back. As if he had been waiting for her to do something like that from the beginning, Mui swiftly turned and thrust his flame-coated palm at her while shouting, Katan, Tenro. It was his most used technique, it was the fire seal that he used on all the shinobi that had been imprisoned in the Hozuki Castle, the jutsu that would seal their chakra away, rendering them no stronger than civilians. When he felt his palm touching solid matter, a small smirk of satisfaction appeared at the corner of his lips at having prevailed over such a powerful and troublesome opponent like Conan. No matter who they were, the moment that his celestial prison technique took effect on them, they would lose. But 1 second later, the blue-haired kunoichi started glowing with an ominous light. Any ninja worth their salt knew what was about to happen next, but, unfortunately, he was a step too late to get away. The Conan on whom he had cast his tenro was nothing more than a paper clone consisting of a few hundred explosive tags. A terrible explosion shook the entirety of the castle's courtyard and all the wardens and convicts fighting against each other at that moment froze in their tracks. For the inmates who had been imprisoned for a long time and for the wardens that had worked under Mui's orders for years, Mui had been solidified in their minds as a powerful, nigh unbeatable shinobi due to his one-shot win tenro seal. He was one of the strongest and most capable shinobi of the Hidden Grass. To see that Mui collapsing to the ground as a corpse charred beyond recognition, they could not get over their surprise momentarily. Knowing that everyone's attention was focused on her at that moment, Conan said. I will ask one more time. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? Her manner of speech was calm, but nobody was fooled by that false lack of danger coming from her. Having watched her demolish the large walls of the castle and then making short work of Mui, her calmness and the myriad of paper tags swarming around her made her look even more dangerous. The moment that Mui died, Naruto felt the Tenro seal that was suppressing his chakra vanish. His hands making the familiar hand sign for summoning a shadow clone, a blue orb of chakra appeared in the palm of his hand next and the outer wall of the hole he had been imprisoned in was blasted to smithereens. But as he jumped out of the cell, his steps paused when he noticed the destruction everywhere around him and the angel-like woman floating in the middle of the now ruined courtyard of the castle. Conan. Why are you here? He asked, a note in his neck. The swarm of paper butterflies flying around the courtyard converged on Conan and she slowly materialized and floated down in front of Naruto. It looks like I made it here in time, Conan said. Leaving aside his ripped and ragged clothes and the tear marks that could be seen on his dusty face, Naruto appeared to be relatively well, uninjured. How did you know I was here? Naruto asked another question. And why? Why did you come to save me? Have you forgotten our promise? The Hidden Rain and I will always support you, Conan said. It was then that Naruto remembered the words that Conan had told him several weeks ago after Nagato's death. Yahiko and Nagato meant everything to me. Yahiko's dream, and Nagato's dream, if both of their dreams had been passed to you, then you now embody their dreams. Nagato put his faith in you. So will I. We, the Hidden Rain, will pursue their dreams together with you. Naruto had forgotten about those words. In truth, he had been so busy helping with the reconstruction of the village after Pain had turned into a crater that he had not really thought a second time about Conan since then. However, it looked like Conan was a woman of her word. Her promise had not been just empty words, she had really come to help him when she caught wind of his situation. Having spent nearly 8 days in the hole, his anger at the injustice that he had suffered, the pain he felt at Konoha's betrayal, and the feeling of misery stemming from being abandoned by the ones that they had seen as his friends or even family, all those negative emotions had long since reached the point of boiling. But the more his anger was raging at Konoha, the deeper was his gratitude for the one person that had come to rescue him in his darkest hour. Thank you, he said and looked down, unable to speak another word. The two of them sank into momentary silence, the sounds of fighting and the screams coming from their surroundings taking over instead. Konoha had cast you out. What will you do from now on? Conan asked eventually. That question left Naruto stumped for words for a while. I don't know. He had never imagined being in a situation like this. He had never thought about a scenario where his sensei, his Bachan, and his friends would turn their back on him, a world where Konoha would throw him away. After a few moments, Conan said, we should leave first. You can decide on your future course of action after you've had time to rest and think about it with a clear head. Coming closer to Naruto, two large white wings formed at her back as she said, take my hands. We are going to fly away. But just as Naruto and Conan clasped their hands together and were about to take off, the pavement underneath their feet cracked and a tree branch sprouted seemingly out of nowhere. It grew out at an alarming rate and it attempted to capture both of them at once, splitting in two from the middle and getting more branches as it continued to grow. Conan swiftly dispersed into a swarm of papers and Naruto jumped away just as fast as well, avoiding the wood-style technique effortlessly. Back in the hole that he had broken out of, one of Naruto's shadow clones disappeared with a popping sound and a red pigmentation appeared around the real Naruto's eyes, his pupils transforming into horizontal bars. While he had been stuck in solitary confinement, at the cost of the terrible pain that came with forcing himself to use chakra while under the effects of the Tenro seal, Naruto had created a shadow clone to slowly gather natural energy. It was going to be his ticket out of this prison but Conan ended up coming to his rescue before he could attempt to break out a second time. Entering his sage mode, it took only a moment for all the chakra signatures in the vicinity to appear clearly in his mind's eye. While the wooden branch that had tried to entrap him and Conan had already been an obvious giveaway, his sage senses confirmed his suspicions. Beyond the smoke, fire, and dust that obscured one's visibility in the castle's courtyard, just outside the castle's collapsed walls there were over a dozen people with whom he was very close to, or he used to. Naruto. Why are you with the Akatsuki? Get away from her as fast as you can. An overly familiar yell came from beyond the heap of debris that had once served as the castle's walls. Barely a moment after he heard that yell, a huge octopus tentacle split the air as it slapped in Conan's direction. Conan was just about to evade it by turning herself into a swarm of paper butterflies again, but Naruto unexpectedly jumped in front of her and stopped the enormous tentacle with his body, catching it in his arms. A grunt of exertion came from Naruto as he pulled on the tentacle with all the might his Sage mode was capable of, and all the smoke and dust filling the air were suddenly dispersed as an enormous being was lifted in the air and slammed into the other side of the courtyard, demolishing an entire pagoda as it crashed into it. With the smoke and the dust in the courtyard dispersed by the sudden movement of the gigantic tailed beast, Naruto could finally see the appearance of the ones that attacked him. Most of them were wearing either Konoha's or Kumo's standard uniforms. Apart from the Amigakure shinobi and kunoichi that he wasn't familiar with, Naruto easily recognized Yamato, Kakashi, Tsunade, Sakura, Team 10 and Team 8, Team Guy, Shizun and Sai. "What are you doing, Naruto?" Tsunade shouted. "Why would you attack Killer Bee? Why are you protecting that woman? That's all you have to say?" Naruto asked through gritted teeth. "You fucking sent me here to rot in jail and that's all you have to say?" "I'm protecting her because she was the one who rescued me. She came to save me after you threw me in prison despite being innocent," he yelled at her incensed. "Oh, would you stop whining already?" Sakura said in a fed-up voice as she stomped towards him and cocked her fist back to smack the crap out of him, just like she always did. "Not this time, Sakura," Naruto said, not using the usual honorifics, as he caught her punch with his hand. "Let go of me, idiot," she screamed at him and cocked back her other fist, this time intending of using a chakra-enhanced punch to make Naruto come back to his senses. As he was currently in the Sage mode, however, Naruto noticed that and the rage that had been fermenting inside of him for nearly 2 weeks blew up at that moment. Before Sakura could hit him with her devastating punch, Naruto yanked her towards him from the hand that he was holding and smashed his knee into her gut, making spittle come out from her mouth. Still holding her by her right arm, he threw her violently into a nearby building, completely destroying the wall with the force of his throw. The pink-haired girl slumped on the pavement unconscious. "What is the meaning of this, Naruto?" Kakashi screamed in disbelief. "Why would you attack your comrades?" But when Naruto turned his head at him, Kakashi involuntarily tensed when he saw the slit crimson pupils in his eyes. What kind of comrades send one of their own to the worst prison on the continent without any evidence, just because some rival hidden village demanded so? Naruto shouted, his voice sounding rougher than normal, a dark tinge to it. "Naruto, this is a misunderstanding," Yamato tried to reason with him. "It was our strategy to find out what the hidden grass had been plotting this entire time by sending you here. We've been stationed close by the entire time in case anything happened." "I see, so it was a mission," Naruto said as if everything finally made sense. "That's right." Yamato was quick to confirm, relief settling on his face when he saw that Naruto was convinced that easily by his words. "You really thought I was going to believe that bullshit? Do you think that I'm that stupid?" Naruto said, his voice quivering as he barely held his rage in. Outside of his control, the birthmarks on his cheeks thickened and darkened, the nails of his hands grew into claws and a red aura visible even to the naked eye appeared around his body. "He isn't lying, Naruto. It was a plan created by Konoha and Kumo together. Trust me," Shikamaru began to say only for Naruto to cut him off midway. "Trust you? We played shogi the entire night before I was arrested. You could have vouched for me but you didn't." Shikamaru became silent, understanding that no matter what he said at that moment, considering Naruto's current mental state, it would only worsen the situation. "How many times have I risked my life for the village? How many times have I saved Konohagakure? Who among any of you has done more for the village than I did?" Naruto screamed this time, finally releasing all his pent-up anger and frustration. "And what did I get for it? You threw me in prison despite that I was innocent. You cast me out," he said, tears falling from his eyes but evaporating in the corrosive chakra surrounding his body long before they could roll down his cheeks. He had always been an outcast. Ever since he was a young kid, the villagers treated him like a menace, they talked badly about him when they thought he couldn't hear them, he was shunned by the parents of other kids in the academy and told to stay away from their sons, and it wasn't just once that he noticed the hatred and contempt in their eyes when they looked at him. However, after graduating from the academy, he had saved the village more than once, culminating a bit over a month ago with defeating the leader of the Akatsuki and convincing him to bring all the casualties of his invasion back to life. He had thought that things were finally coming around for him. Especially after saving the village from pain, he had been praised as the hero of the leaf. It was all a sham, he said, his voice now calm and his tears dried. I've had enough of Konoha. But when Naruto turned around, Tsunade shouted after him, "Do you realize what you're doing, Naruto? Are you going to defect from the village?" "I know exactly what I'm doing," he said without turning around. "What about your promise? You swore that you'd become the Hokage. Are you going to renege on that?" Naruto said nothing in return. Instead, he told the Conan, "Let's go, Conan." Receiving a nod of confirmation from her, the two of them jumped away, intending to leave. However, it was not going to be that easy for them to escape. Having recovered by then from the brutal slam, the transformed killer bee sent half of his enormous tentacles at them, and he wasn't the only one attacking them. Yamato cast another wood-style technique to entrap them, and Kakashi slapped his palm against the ground, summoning one of his dogs. "You must be crazy if you think you can escape from all of us. Getsuga!" Kiba yelled before he and Akamaru cast the special taijutsu move of the Inuzuka clan. Naruto cancelled his sage mode and quickly put his hands in a cross as he ran. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Over 1,000 clones suddenly made the large courtyard of the Hozuki castle appear crowded, and their voices made the air shudder as half of those 1,000 clones shouted together. Henge! 500 clones took on the appearance of Conan, imitating her perfectly before they all partnered up with one of the normal clones and scattered in pairs of 2 everywhere. Despite initially having superiority in numbers and combat strength 2 on their side, Konoha and Kumo's shinobi and Kunoichi could only watch helplessly as the stupidly high number of clones scattered in all directions 2 by 2. They didn't even attempt to stop them anymore. It was impossible to catch over 1,000 clones that had Naruto's capabilities with only so few of them. Chapter 3 Ku. "One more," a blonde woman shouted after downing a whole bottle of sake in one breath. "One more coming," the bartender answered meekly and served her 3 more bottles instead of just 1. By the time she was done drinking, it was in the wee hours of the morning. Barely keeping herself standing, she wobbled out of the bar slowly, leaning against walls and fences as she made her way towards the outskirts of the village. She didn't want to return to the Hokage Tower just yet. Though she could dispel the alcohol flooding her system in a second, she refused to do so. She needed that buzz. She didn't feel strong enough to deal with reality without its help at that moment. However, the cool air of the morning brought back some clarity, and along with it, memories of the previous day started playing at the front of her mind. "I'm protecting her because she was the one who rescued me. She came to save me after you threw me in prison despite being innocent." Maybe because she was drunk, or maybe because she was simply at her limit, Tsunade started crying softly as she wobbled down the empty streets all alone. Things weren't supposed to end up like that. She had never imagined that her decision to leave Naruto clueless about the truth would bring about such an outcome. She had just not been able to trust his intelligence and tell him that he was being sent on a mission, instead of letting him believe that he got cast out and abandoned. "I should have pressured the Reikage to send Killer Bee to Hozuki Castle instead of Naruto. I should have been more insistent." Konoha and Kumo suspected that Kusagakure was preparing for something big, and they decided to nip it in the bud because they couldn't afford to let them start another war, not while the Akatsuki threatened to take over the world by acquiring all the tailed beast and doing God knew what with them. In order to catch them red-handed, however, they needed to throw some bait. In this scenario, the only thing that would bait Kusa into acting out was to send them a Jinchuriki, someone with chakra reserves large enough to tempt Kusagakure into opening the box of ultimate bliss. But Uzumaki, Naruto and Killer Bee were the only 2 Jinchuriki left, and the Reikage considered Bee as his brother in all but blood. Therefore, Naruto was the only option left, as much as he was unfit for an espionage mission. Tsunade wiped her face with her palms and let out a shuddering breath. "How am I going to make it up to him?" she thought bitterly. Naruto's reaction had caught her off guard, but thinking about it again, it was only natural for someone to react like that in his shoes. However, he was Naruto. Naruto never remained mad at his precious people for long, and he was extremely quick to forgive. Many things that would be highly offensive if done to other people, Naruto usually accepted them without saying anything, like the way Sakura often used him as a punching bag. But everyone had a limit and, even with how forgiving and tolerant Naruto was, Tsunade understood that being thrown in jail so cold-heartedly despite being innocent had been the last straw that broke the camel's back. I can only hope he has calmed down a little in the meantime. She wished that he would at least be willing to let her properly explain the situation and apologize when they met next time. She hoped he would stop being mad and return to the village soon. Suddenly, two hands burst from the ground and grabbed her by the ankles. Normally, someone would find it next to impossible to sneak up on her but, as she was drunk and consumed by her thoughts of guilt, Tsunade didn't notice the chakra signature of her stalker until it was too late. This is bad. Tsunade wanted to shout, only to find out she couldn't move her mouth or any part of her body at all. In the next moment, she was covered by black lines and symbols from head to toe. It was a cursed seal. When her attacker grabbed her by the ankles, they also placed a cursed seal on her. Not even a second later, the blade of a tanto glinted in the moonlight as it slashed towards her neck. An earthly yellow haze of chakra burst out of Tsunade's body and, with an enraged scream, she broke the cursed seal's paralysis with her monstrous brute strength. With the attacker's tanto now only inches away from her neck, Tsunade unexpectedly opened her mouth and caught the blade with her teeth. The attacker was forced to give up on his weapon when she bit on the blade and shattered it as if it was made of graphite, not chakra metal. In the next moment, Tsunade's fist smashed into her enemy's chest, their body exploding into a fine red mist from her unreal strength. To think that my own Anbu would try to kill me one day, and in the middle of the village no less, Tsunade said, having recognized the white porcelain mask of the Anbu operative who used to be part of her personal guard. Your Anbu. Anbu is not yours. Anbu don't serve you, it serves the village. Tsunade heard the voice of an old man coming from behind the trees. As he stepped into the moonlight, his identity became as clear as day. The old and wrinkled face half covered by bandages, the right arm perpetually in a cast and a cane, it was Danzo Shimura. Jiraiya did tell me to be wary of you but I've never thought you'd go as far as to try to assassinate the Hokage. Has old age made you go completely senile? Tsunade said. My mind has never been clearer, I assure you of that, Tsunade, Danzo said as he started taking out the bandages and the golden cast around his right arm. Only a madman would attempt to commit the highest treason, Tsunade said with a scoff. Highest treason? Hardly. I serve Konoha. Everything I do is for the sake of the village. Danzo said coolly. Then where the fuck were you when the leader of the Akatsuki invaded the village? Tsunade screamed at him, finally losing her patience. My slug summons were spread over the entire village but I didn't see a glimpse of you anywhere. I died of chakra exhaustion from healing as many people as I could and thousands of other shinobi and kunoichi lost their lives in battle while you were lurking like a coward in some godforsaken bunker, waiting for the danger to pass. Was that also for the sake of the village, you old hypocrite? And in what way does it even benefit Konoha if I died now when the Akatsuki is trying to take over the world? Danzo was not one to let his emotions get the better of him but Tsunade's words made his face stiffen. They had hit a sore spot. Danzo's cowardice in his youth was what had made Tobirama choose Sarutobi Hiruzen as his successor instead of him. To this very day, many decades later, it was still Danzo's biggest regret in life. It's because of the precarious future ahead of us that you need to be removed. You allowed the last Uchiha to go rogue and haven't eliminated him or at least recovered his Jujutsu even after 3 years passed. You failed in capturing the three-tailed beast. And now, you alienated Konoha's ultimate weapon, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. You are not fit to dash. Danzo's words were cut short as the upper half of his body exploded like a geyser of blood and gore, the aftershocks of Tsunade's punch also mowing down several dozen trees behind him as well. I was right to not let my guard down against someone like you. Danzo's voice came from the side, greatly startling Tsunade who had thought him dead. How is this possible? Genjutsu? Tsunade thought in disbelief, but she dismissed that thought right away. It was impossible for anyone to put her under a genjutsu. Her chakra control was too exquisite, she would have noticed the irregularity in her chakra flow instantly. Fu, keep your distance and wait for the perfect moment. Toryun, you only need to touch her once. Akimichi, engage in close quarters. Everyone else, assist with ninjutsu and shurikenjutsu from mid-range. Danzo gave those commands using hand signs rather than words, and the Black Ops shinobi immediately sprung into action. Old age really must have messed with your mental faculties, if you truly thought you could take me down with only this. Danzo had not underestimated Tsunade before starting this assassination attempt. He had gathered almost all the root members in the village at that moment just to kill her, over 30 of them, all at Tokubetsu Jonin or a higher level. But the reality in front of him was that like out of a nightmare. In less than 5 minutes, the slug Sannin had killed over 15 of his root in such an overly brutal and violent manner that even the slaves that he had brainwashed to serve him appeared to start showing signs of hesitance. Furthermore, 6 out of the 10 Sharingan embedded into his right arm had been closed permanently. Tsunade had already killed Danzo 6 times in less than 5 minutes. The Sannin were renowned across the elemental nations, and Danzo had always had accurate information in regard to Orochimaru and Jiraiya's level of strength, but Tsunade had faded into obscurity after the end of the Third Shinobi War, choosing to drink and gamble her money away. Danzo had never expected her to have cultivated such a terrifying level of strength. It did not pale in comparison to that of her now dead teammates at all. No, she's even more dangerous, Danzo thought as he watched how the bloody holes he created in Tsunade's thigh with his vacuum bullets wind technique were fully healed in a second. Tsunade's clothes had been turned to rags from how many times Danzo and his root had slashed, stabbed, and hit her with their ninjutsu and weapons, but other than that, her body appeared in perfect condition. She was like an undying zombie. An undying zombie that could make huge craters and turn bodies into minced meat with a mere punch. Suddenly, Danzo let out a loud scream. Now, a shadow suddenly appeared on the ground illuminated by the moonlight and momentarily immobilized Tsunade. At the same time, Danzo went through a quick series of hand seals, and thick tree roots and vines burst from the ground to wrap tightly around her body. But Tsunade's physical strength was simply too powerful. Sweat started pouring down the Nara's face like a cascade, and Danzo also felt his Mokuton Jutsu starting creaking and wailing. It was only a second before she broke completely free that a Yamanaka member of the root also yelled, "Ninja art, mind-body switch technique." Tsunade's body slumped a bit, but the Yamanaka shouted in a warning to his colleagues, "She's resisting my jutsu, I couldn't catch her fully. You have 20 seconds at most." A huge Fuma shuriken appeared in Danzo's hands and, as he blew air on its blades, he engulfed it with wind chakra before he threw it at Tsunade. The other root shinobi and kunoichi also threw a rain of kunai and shuriken from the distance, not taking the risk of getting close to her and ending up dead when she snapped out of Yamanaka's jutsu. But the Yamenka's estimations had been grossly exaggerated, as Tsunade didn't need even 5 seconds to snap out of his technique and, letting out a loud battle cry, she bulldozed through the shadow, binding the Mokuton Jutsu restraining her before clasping her hands with such strength that the shockwave burst from the clap of her palms was like a hurricane, completely blowing away all the projectiles sent her way, even Danzo's wind-coated Fuma shuriken. It was in the split second after she created that powerful shockwave that someone appeared at her back like a phantom, and the darkness of the night was temporarily chased away. Raikiri. Tsunade looked at the lightning-coated hand coming out of her chest in disbelief. Keikakashi. Why, was the only thing she could say before she stumbled forward and collapsed on her knees. Not missing out on the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, 2 of the still-alive root operative instantly shunshined next to her, their blades glinting in the moonlight as they both beheaded the slug Sannin at the same time. In spite of achieving his mission, Danzo felt no elation. The last shockwave that Tsunade created by clapping her palms had reaped the lives of another half a dozen of his root when their projectiles were flung back at them. In less than 10 minutes, a drunk Tsunade had all but obliterated his entire organization, and he had lost 6 of his Sharingan eyes too. This was too close. If I hadn't obtained Kakashi's loyalty before this assassination, we would have all died at her hands. Until the moment of her death, Tsunade didn't understand why had Kakashi suddenly turned on her and sided with Danzo. Seeing his shinobi attempting to clean the scene and remove all signs of battle, Danzo said, "We don't have any time left. The rest of the root can't hold off the ANBU for much longer. We have accomplished our objective. Leave everything as it is. Scatter." It started raining again, he thought, and put on the hood of his gray cloak as he walked down one of the main streets of the village. In spite of the fact that it rained day and night, the people around him didn't seem as affected by it as he was. Young couples were sharing umbrellas as they window shopped. Children were running around with no care in the world as they splashed rainwater at each other, and old people were standing under the eaves of their homes or on their porches, puffing from their pipes and drinking sake as they gossiped about the latest news with their neighbors and friends. It doesn't even feel like a hidden village, he thought as he compared it in his mind with Konoha. Although Konoha was one of the more relaxed hidden villages, it was still a common occurrence to see Chunins patrolling the streets and even some ANBU every once in a while. But Amigakure appeared more like a town of civilians. I miss my old place. As he compared AIM with Konoha, he couldn't lie to himself. He missed his former village. He missed his friends, his favorite ramen shop, Team 7's training ground, his little apartment, and he missed his Bachan and Sakura more than all. But whenever his mind went back to Tsunade and Sakura, anger would come back to him and his homesickness would vanish too. Damn it! Even 2 weeks after Conan broke him out of the Hozuki castle, Naruto could not let go of his anger. On the contrary, due to not having a way to release his pent-up frustration and due to a lack of activity or work to take his mind off his problems, his grudge and his anger only continued to fester and worsen inside of him. He had never felt like that before in his entire life. He had always been a predominantly happy person, with a sunny disposition, and a penchant for being quick to forgive and forget. So why couldn't he go back to being like he was before? What was the rage smoldering in his veins whenever his mind went back to Konoha? And why were his sweet memories of the village slowly being overrun by memories that he had forgotten he still had? Memories of other kids joining hands to rough him up in the academy, memories of random villages spewing vitriolic words at him, memories of Irika often singling him out in the academy and using him as a negative example to his classmates, memories of Kakashi giving Sasuke preferential treatment during the month before the last stage of the Chunin exams and dumping him to a useless jonin who hated his guts, memories of Konoha completely ignoring his incredible feat of defeating Gaara and the fully manifested Ichibi and not promoting him to the rank of Chunin, and the torrent of bad memories wouldn't stop at that. Scenes of Jiraiya throwing him off the cliff or purposely enraging him to the point of nigh madness just to bring out Kyuubi's chakra, memories of Jiraiya ditching him in order to fool around with hookers, the numerous times Sakura punched him for even the slightest inconvenience he caused her, the memory of Kiba often mocking him and putting him down for his dream, or the memory of Akamaru taking a piss on his face while he was sleeping, etc. It was as if until then he had looked at the world through a pair of rose-tinted glasses, but now that he took them off he couldn't tear his eyes away from the ugliness that he had overlooked before. It was as if a side of his personality that he had forcefully shut down up until that moment was now finally coming to the surface and trying to take over. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Outside of his control, his eyes gained a blood-red color and the thin birthmarks on his cheeks became darker as his rage facilitated Kyuubi's chakra's infiltration into his system. I can't continue like this, Naruto thought, and his steps quickened. I have to find something to do or else I'll go crazy. And going crazy was the last thing he needed at that moment. I can't inconvenience Conan any more than I already do. He wasn't exactly the most capable person when it came to matters related to money and the economy, but even he understood that Amigakure was currently not in a good spot. He didn't want to make more problems for Conan. The Land of Rain didn't have a daimyo to sponsor the hidden village in it, and the country itself was completely isolated from the outside world. There was no diplomatic contact with their neighbors, not even merchants were allowed to pass AIM's borders. Under Nagato Uzumaki's rule, the village hidden in the rain had experienced a period of development, peace, and wealth like never before in its entire history. However, Nagato was dead and Conan was no longer part of the Akatsuki either. With AIM completely isolated from their neighbors and with its previous source of income gone, Akatsuki's activities, the village's economical situation was in dire straits. Ero Sennin died almost 3 months ago, but the destruction left by his battle with Nagato is still here. They haven't repaired anything. Thinking of that, Naruto was suddenly struck by an idea. What if I helped Conan with repairing that damage? It seemed like a good way for him to repay her for what she had done for him. After my friends and my village abandoned me, she's the only one who took my side. In his darkest hour, Conan had been the only person to come to his rescue. Helping her out was the least he could do to show his gratitude. Suddenly invigorated by finding a new goal for himself, Naruto's spirits rose as he broke into a shinobi sprint towards the tallest tower located at the center of the jungle of steel and concrete known as the Hidden Village in the Rain. Chapter 4, Vengeance. As Pain's tower appeared in his sight, Naruto's sprint gradually slowed to a walking pace. Although in Konoha he used to not care about his manners and often burst into Sandame's and Tsunade's office without even knocking, that was due to his familiarity with them. In aim, he subconsciously restrained himself from acting like that. I need to speak to Conan. Can you tell her that I am here? Naruto said to the two shinobi that could be seen standing guard in front of the doors leading to Conan's office. Please wait a moment, one of them replied politely and, after knocking twice on the door, he went inside to let Conan know of his arrival. Not for the first time since he arrived in Amigakure, Naruto was inwardly taken aback by people's attitude towards him. He was not used to others treating him so politely. Amigakure was completely shut off from the outside world, so there was nobody except for Conan who knew his real identity. However, everyone that was aware of the fact that he was in Conan's good graces was treating him with their utmost respect. It made him understand all the more just what kind of position Pain and Conan were holding in their subjects' hearts. Tenshi-sama agreed to your request. Please follow me, the guard said when he returned and opened the door wider for Naruto to come in. Despite how much more modern and technologically advanced Amigakure looked with its tall metallic skyscrapers and its intricate systems of pipes compared to Konoha, Conan's office didn't look much different from Hokage's office that he was familiar with. To the right of the room, there was a gray desk with rounded corners and a black leather chair, while on the opposite side, windows as large and as wide as the office itself offered a great view of the hidden village's cityscape. Hello, Naruto. Is something the matter? Is there something you need? Conan momentarily put down the piece of paper she was reading and looked up at him. At the same time, she signaled her shinobi to leave them alone. I've been thinking, is there anything I can help you with? Naruto asked. Conan adopted a pondering expression as she put her elbows on the desk and interlocked her fingers. What brought this on? Has anyone given you a hard time? No, he said quickly. Everyone is so polite that it's weird. I just wanted to do something, anything, to be of help. Seeing Conan keeping silent, he added, I saw the place where Erosenin and Nagato fought. I was thinking, maybe I could try to clean it up. If you had to hire someone, you'd need a few dozen of people and it'd take weeks just to move away the debris. But I can make hundreds of shadow clones, I'd get it done in no time, he said and grinned. Conan stood up from her seat and went to the large windows, gazing at the sight of the village below. I appreciate your thoughts. But it would be better if you waited until tomorrow morning. It's getting late and from today onwards, there will be a curfew starting from 8 o'clock. Curfew? You mean like a rule for people not to come out of their homes after that hour? As Conan put her hands behind her back, unintentionally making her chest stand out, Naruto realized that it was the first time he was seeing her without her Akatsuki cloak. However, he quickly tore his eyes away from her and looked at the village below as well. I have no reason to hide it from you, Naruto. AIM is not in a great situation currently. Ever since we killed Hanzo almost 6 years ago, Nagato chose to isolate AIM completely from the outside world, and it has worked for us due to how lucrative our activities as Akatsuki have been. Interpreting Naruto's look as a form of reproach, she explained. Long before Akatsuki started hunting down Jinchuriki, we've been an elite group of mercenaries taking on all kinds of missions. Many hidden villages frequently hired our services, and a large part of that income came to Amigakure. Hidden villages used to hire Akatsuki? Naruto said, scandalized. Yes, Conan said, her tone never changing from the beginning until now. For example, Tsuchikage was one of our biggest customers. Tsunade often employed our services as well. We've even made business with Konoha too at some point. But with Nagato dead and Akatsuki effectively disbanded, that significant source of income has disappeared. Taking Naruto's silence as a sign to continue, Conan said, we are more than self-sufficient when it comes to food, clothes, and other products necessary for our daily lives. Before the Shinobi Wars brought AIM to ruin, the Land of Rain used to be one of the biggest exporters of rice, fish, and canned food. Nevertheless, there are also things that we could never make by ourselves, such as electricity. Over the past 6 years, we have been using the deposits of coal stockpiled before, during Hanzo's reign, but those deposits are now dwindling. And not only that, we don't have the funds to buy new resources, we don't have from to who buy either. Naruto had never given any thought to such things before. He hadn't known how electricity was created and he had never realized how many troublesome and difficult things the leader of a village had to handle. Can't AIM trade something else for that thing instead of money? You said the land of rain has plenty of food, no? The land of wind is a desert. I think they could buy lots of food because they can't grow anything there, Naruto said, trying to come up with a solution on the spot. Conan let out a soft sigh. We haven't engaged in official diplomacy and commerce with our neighboring countries in almost 6 years, Conan said. Furthermore, even if we had the means to trade for coal, now that the world knows that Akatsuki came from the land of rain, who would want to do business with us? But Naruto suddenly came closer to her and said energetically, I think I can help with that. Gaara, the Kazekage, is my friend. But, does the land of wind have coal? Conan shook her head as she said, the land of wind doesn't have coal but they have rich reserves of natural gas and oil. But Akatsuki captured Gaara and he died. What makes you think he'd ever want to trade with Amigakure? Gaara is my friend. I'm sure that he but his words remained stuck in his throat. He was unable to continue when he thought that it was also his friends that sent him to prison despite that he was innocent. Nevertheless, he shook his head and tried to smile when he saw Conan looking at him with concern. The next day, are you sure about this? You should know that Konoha won't give up on their Jinchuriki that easily, Conan said. I have to at least try. I can't just stay hidden in aim all the time and I want to help you, he said with a small smile and rubbed the back of his head. Thank you, Naruto, she said and smiled softly at him. For the first time since he came to Amigakure, Naruto saw Conan smile. That gentle smile on her porcelain doll-like face was like a ray of sun peeking through the clouds. He was momentarily stunned. You helped me when nobody would, Naruto said. I'll do anything in my power to return the favor. Moving his eyes away from her face with difficulty, he looked at the scroll in her hands. Give this to the Kazekage, it's my official letter as the leader of Amigakure. But don't reveal everything about Amigakure's situation to him, even if he's your friend. I understand. Losing a Jinchuriki is a heavy blow to a hidden village, Konoha won't just let you be. Although you said you trust the Kazekage, Suna and Koona are allies after all. You never know what he might do. Stay sharp. Stay safe. Naruto's first intention was to retort that Gaara would never do something like that but he remained silent. If Gaara was forced to choose between Tsunade's well-being and his friendship with him, Naruto was not confident that Gaara would choose him. He was not an expert in history and politics but he knew that war being started over a Jinchuriki or a tailed beast was not impossible, far from that. Konoha and Kyumo almost went to war when Kyumo's diplomat was killed by Hinata's father. The ownership of 9 tails was far more important than that. Despite that his robes were covered in blood and the white bandages covering his arm and face were stained with dirt and sweat, Shimura Danzo had an expression of bliss, peace, and happiness on his face. Leaning back as far as he could in the Hokage's comfortable Hokage, he watched over the still sleeping village through the large windows of the office. For how many years had he yearned for this seat? For how long had he fought to step out of the shadows and lead the village hidden in the leaf from the light? Today, his dream had finally come true. Without his knowledge, over an hour passed as he basked in the feeling of having finally accomplished his wish. By now, the darkness started fading away. It was almost like a metaphor for his life. His days of walking through the darkness were over. From now on, he would step proudly into the sun and lead the village to a new era of prosperity. He would be the one to make Konoha great again. Beautiful, he found himself letting out a sigh as he admired the sight of the first rays of sun shining from beyond the Hokage monument and illuminating the village below. Beautiful, indeed. When he heard that voice coming from behind him, Danzo jumped up to his feet as if electrocuted. It was almost comical how he had turned around robotically before uttering out with a stutter. Impossible. I see you've gotten quite comfortable in my chair. As the newcomer stepped closer to the desk, Danzo's face became as white as a sheet of paper. How are you still alive? Your heart was obliterated. I saw you getting beheaded. Danzo shouted as he forcefully ripped the bandages covering his right eye and glared at her with his Sharingan. Anbu, he screamed when he realized that it wasn't a genjutsu that he was seeing. Your Black Ops shinobi are all dead, Tsunade said and raised her hand to show him that it was covered with fresh blood. You will pay with your blood for what you did, Danzo. I swear it on my life. A smoke bomb suddenly went off and the sound of glass being broken was heard as Danzo jumped through the window before he used a body flicker technique to run away. You won't escape, she screamed enraged. My name isn't Tsunade if I won't rip apart your limbs one by one today. You and each one of the traitors that attacked me last night, none of you will be spared. The floor of the Hokage office suddenly cracked like a spiderweb and collapsed in a heap of rubble as Tsunade jumped away with all her strength, leaving a sonic boom behind. Danzo just came out from his body flicker movement when someone unexpectedly grabbed him by the back of his high-collared robe and he felt the air leave his lungs as he was suddenly lifted up and thrown away like a cannonball, all the way to the outskirts of the village, into the woods. But his decades of experience as a shinobi allowed him to maintain his composure and he quickly went through a series of hand seals. A mass of soft-looking wooden vines came out of his body and encased him completely, like a cocoon. The wooden cocoon smashed into several dozen trees before it finally came to a stop. When the vines parted, Danzo crawled out of the cocoon seemingly unharmed, but he was so dizzy that he suddenly bent over and emptied the contents of his stomach on the ground. But when he straightened his back and wiped his mouth with his sleeve, Tsunade appeared in front of him like a phantom. By the time he saw that her hand was right in front of his face, it was too late. He had no time to react whatsoever as Tsunade's hand moved like a viper and plucked out his right eye, just like Danzo had done a decade ago when he stole that eye from Shisui. Danzo could only gnash his teeth when he saw Tsunade squash his precious Mangekyo Sharingan into a bloody paste, but he did not waste even a split second before he disappeared with another Shunshin. I need to get away. I have to buy some time, he thought as he quickly went through another series of hand seals and momentarily stopped to slam his palm on the ground. The ground quaked and ruptured as tree roots and vines started growing out and loud sounds of wood creaking were heard as a gigantic creature of wood came to life. That technique was a pale imitation of Senju Hashirama's wood giant, but even then, it was enough to make most shinobi and kunoichi that saw it become weak in the knees. It drained an enormous amount of chakra to cast that technique, but Danzo did not have a choice at that moment. If he did not buy some time to take off the shackles sealing his Sharingan arm, he wouldn't be able to cast his Izanagi. And without his Izanagi, he did not have any chance of surviving the enraged slug Sannin. Right after he summoned the wood giant, Danzo stopped and ripped the bandages covering his right arm, revealing the golden bracers encasing it. He quickly pushed one of the bolts out and he was in the middle of taking out the second two when a huge hole was smashed open into the wood giant, obliterating it. Damn it! Danzo cursed in panic as he tried to take out the third, and last, bolt holding the golden bracers shut. However, he could only watch in disbelief as his right arm fell on the blanket of leaves covering the ground. He had not been able to take out the third bolt before Tsunade chopped his arm from the shoulder. I told you I would kill you, Tsunade said in a dark voice and kicked him in the gut with enough strength to only make him fall on the ground coughing in pain, not to kill him. But I'm a woman of my word, so I won't let you have an easy death. I promised I'd rip your limbs one at a time, didn't I? Putting her foot on his chest, she suddenly yanked on his left arm, ripping it out from the shoulder too and making him scream out in agony. She was about to go on to the next limb, one of his legs, when she saw black ink starting to pour out from his torso. I may have let my guard down once, but it won't happen again, she said. The air appeared to distort around her right hand and the aura of yellow chakra enveloping her body became visible to the naked eye as she punched down with her entire strength. That terrible brute strength reduced Danzo's entire body into a paste of blood and the ground underneath them was turned into a massive crater. The shockwave from her monstrous strength alone flattened all the trees several hundred feet outside of the crater. With no medium to fuel it anymore, the self-destructing seal that Danzo had cast to take Tsunade to the grave together with him faded into nothingness too. Uncaring of the gore splattered all over the ground, Tsunade lay down on her back in exhaustion. The black marks covering her entire body sank back into the rhombus-shaped purple dot on her forehead and she closed her eyes as she tried to regain her breath and calm down her racing heart. She had not gone all out in a fight in years and she had never been as close to death as she was last night. If Katsuyu had not reverse summoned me to Shikatsu Forest I would have died. Unlike a few hours ago, since it was morning, a team of Chunins tasked with duty patrol that day appeared a few minutes later to investigate the disturbance. Sensing the chakra signatures of the incoming shinobi, Tsunade forced herself to stand up, reminding herself that it was not over. I don't know how many had sided with Danzo last night and I don't know their identities either, but I won't rest until I purge Konoha of them all. Putting a hand over her chest, her eyes narrowed in anger. She didn't know the identity of all the masked shinobi, but she definitely recognized the lightning blade that had pierced her heart. She was going to make Kakashi pay with his life. Chapter 5, S-Ranked Mission. The Land of Wind shared a border with the Land of Rain, but that did not mean that Naruto's trip from Amigakure to Tsunade was short. Tsunade was located deep into the Land of Wind's desert. It was only after nearly 4 days of arduous travel through the desert that he finally arrived in front of the huge sandstone walls surrounding the village hidden in the desert. Identify yourself and state your reason for entering Tsunade, one of the chunin guarding the entrance to the village said. All 6 Suna shinobi were looking at him with an expression of vigilance on their faces, ready to draw their weapons at any moment. After Akatsuki's attack on the village and the kidnapping of Gaara, although nearly a year had already passed, they were still cautious and suspicious of any potential threats. Naruto pulled down the hood of his gray cloak, revealing his appearance to them. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I wish to speak with Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto, the chunin in charge said in surprise. Although he was from a different village, Uzumaki Naruto was famous in Suna for having saved the life of their Kazekage. Furthermore, the news that Konoha had been saved from the leader of the Akatsuki by none other than Naruto had also traveled to the Land of Wind by now. Nowadays, he was known by them as the hero of the leaf. We need to confirm your identity. Bear with us for a moment, the chunin said. Making a one-handed ram seal, he pointed with his other hand at Naruto and let out a low shout, Kai. It was only after they confirmed that his appearance was not a henge that they allowed him entry. As he followed the Suna chunin, unlike all the previous times he had visited Suna, Naruto took a good look at the village, from observing the way people were dressed and how they interacted with each other to the appearance of the streets, shops, and civilian buildings. Unlike Konoha, which was built in a fan shape with the Hokage monument as the head, or Amigakure with its skyscrapers and its grid street pattern, Tsunade was built in a circular shape, with the Kazekage's tower at the center and 8 tall and wide walls splitting the village into 8 symmetrical parts. It looks like Suna has recovered from the attack a year ago, Naruto said while they passed by a bustling bazaar filled with people selling, buying, and haggling over prices. Yes. Kazekage-sama's diplomatic relationship with Konoha has done wonders for our village, the Suna shinobi said. Soon, they arrived at their destination, and after leaving Naruto in the care of Kage Tower's bodyguards, the chunin returned to his post at the gates of the village. Naruto. I had not expected you to come to Suna. But it's good to see you. Gaara said as he stood up from his seat and came to greet Naruto when he entered his office. Naruto found himself smiling at Gaara's warm welcome. It's good to see you too, Gaara, he said, and the two shook hands. How have you been? And how are Temari and Kankuro? Temari went on a trip to Konoha as my delegate. As for Kankuro, he is out on a mission. Naruto and Gaara had not spent that much time together, but, as Jinchuriki and as enemies turned friends, the two of them felt a connection with each other. For Gaara, in particular, Naruto was his savior. After inviting Naruto to take a seat, ever the honest and direct person, Gaara said, I heard what happened between you and Konoha. To think that there would be a day when Uzumaki Naruto, of all people, would become a rogue ninja, I could have never imagined it. The loyalty and love you had for your village was something I have not seen in many other people. And that's why their betrayal had cut all that much deeper, Naruto said curtly. Gaara took on a thinking posture as he interlocked his fingers and rested his chin on his hands. From what I understand, nobody really believed you were the culprit. From the beginning, everything was just a plan to bait Kuzugakure into showing their cards and exposing their plot, said Gaara. But, as it was always the case after escaping from the Hozuki castle, every time he was reminded of how he was unjustly arrested and thrown into prison, Naruto couldn't keep his cool. The more he talked about it, the more he felt his ire rising. I find that hard to believe. And even if that was the case, why didn't anyone tell me anything? Did they really have that little trust in me? After all the times I've saved the village, after everything I sacrificed for them Realizing that his voice was starting to resemble a shout now, Naruto suddenly stopped talking and looked to the side. After letting out a sigh, he said, never mind that. Whatever was there between me and Konoha, it's all in the past. I didn't come here to talk about them. To everyone who knew him, Uzumaki Naruto was someone who always wore his emotions on his sleeve. He laughed when he felt like laughing, he screamed when he felt like screaming, and he punched people in the face when he felt like doing that too. It was unlike him to stop his outbursts and control his emotions like that, and Gaara didn't miss that change in his behavior either. A momentary silence was instilled. I came here as a diplomat, representing the land of rain, Naruto said after a while and took out a scroll from a pouch strapped to his waist. The land of rain? Gaara said, his eyes widening in surprise. Don't tell me, Naruto, did you ally yourself with Akatsuki? I understand you don't like Konoha anymore, but is your desire for vengeance so high that you'd even go as far as to seek Akatsuki's help? They're the ones who are trying to hunt down all the Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki isn't affiliated with the land of rain anymore, Naruto said. Conan, Pain's former right hand, has defected. And she is the one who broke me out of Hozuki Castle. When my friends and comrades abandoned me, she was the one who took my side. Gaara stood up from his seat and put his hands behind his back as he turned around to look at the village through the small circular windows of his office. Won't you at least take a look at the message in the scroll? Naruto asked. You're putting me in a very difficult position, Naruto, Gaara said. I received word from Konoha last week that they have started sending search parties for you. And now, not only are you a rogue nin, but you've also allied yourself with one of the former Akatsuki. And all of these things happened while the 5 great nations are about to have a Kage summit a few days from now. They can send whoever they want after me, I'm not going back, Naruto said resolutely. But why are the 5 nations having a Kage summit? Why else? Because of the Akatsuki, of course, Gaara said, turning around to look Naruto in the eye. The Reikichi's brother was hunted down by the Akatsuki. Specifically, Uchiha Sasuke was the one who captured him. Sasuke did dash. Naruto said, the tone of his voice and his facial expression not giving Gaara any hints in regards to his inner feelings. Yes, he had joined the Akatsuki, and they have already hunted down all the Jinchuriki except for you. And with his brother now dead too, the Reikichi is hell-bent on going to war with the Akatsuki and annihilating them all, starting with a manhunt for Uchiha Sasuke, of course. The Naruto in Gaara's memories would have reacted in a very vocal manner to that news. Gaara would not have it put past him to even leave at that exact moment and go to speak to the Reikichi in person and plead for Sasuke to be spared. However, the current Naruto in front of him was silent, not showing any outward reactions. You're a lot calmer than I was expecting, Gaara said. Eventually, we all reap what we sow, was what the blonde said after a while when he realized that Gaara was waiting for him to say something. Are you not worried about him? I thought he was your best friend. I chased after him for years to bring him back to Konoha. But I have defected from the village myself, what's the point in still trying to chase him down? Naruto said and shrugged. As for being friends, I don't know about that. What do you mean? I thought I had many friends, I thought that the entirety of Konoha was my family, Naruto said. But you know as well how that worked out for me. Sasuke shoved a lightning blade into my chest, and Konoha threw me into prison. There's only so much one can take, I am only human too. With this kind of friends and family, I don't need enemies anymore. After saying that, Naruto stood up from his seat and took the scroll back from the desk. Are you leaving already? Gaara asked in surprise. I can see you don't want to talk about Amigakure. Honestly, I half expected it to go that way, Conan told me so too. After all, you were killed by the Akatsuki, and you're also the Kazekage. You've got to think about the Tsunade's prosperity first of all. I'll be on my way. Stay safe, Kazekage-sama, he said with a short bow and left. Gaara half raised his hand, wanting to stop him from leaving, but he gave up in the end. As much as it hurt him for Naruto to subtly tell him that he doesn't see him as a friend anymore but as the leader of a village, it was true. He was the Kazekage. He couldn't put his personal feelings and relationships before the well-being of his village. Developing a diplomatic relationship with Amigakure, Akatsuki's country of origin, and aiding a fugitive Jinchuriki like Naruto while Konoha was searching for him would not be in the best interest of Tsunade. Not in the least. It was night. After an entire day of traveling through the desert, Naruto finally stopped and set up camp at the base of a cairn, a pile of rocks marking the road through the desert. The nights in the desert were very cold, so he started a fire and basked in its warmth as he ate some field rations for dinner. You're such a child. What you speak of are all fantasies. A ninja must sometimes make very harsh decisions. The words that Uchiha Itachi had spoken to him through a genjutsu in the past came to Naruto's mind as he sat down by the campfire. Sasuke had joined Akatsuki. Does that mean that one day he will come to kill me too? Naruto clenched his teeth in frustration and anger at himself as he looked back on his past actions and behavior. He could still vividly recall what Jiraiya had told him after the failed Sasuke retrieval mission a few years ago. It's not just jutsu or power. If you're a ninja, develop eyes that can make the right judgment. And if you're going to live as a ninja, become wiser. This world is no place for a fool. That's the reality. It was a rare moment of seriousness on Jiraiya's part, a rare moment when the old pervert showed the wisdom that lay underneath his degeneracy. But he had been too full of himself, claiming that he would figure out a way to bring Sasuke back even if he had to do it all alone. His power had grown immensely since 3 years ago. He had become one of the strongest shinobi in Konoha, no, one of the strongest even in the world at large. However, his mentality had not matured as fast as his power had grown. He had kept on living like an overly optimistic fool, blind and oblivious to the reality of the world he lived in. And that was also why Jiraiya's idealistic dreams had captured him so, making him believe that, one day, peace could be achieved by people understanding each other. It was only after the Hozuki Castle incident that he was finally snapped back to reality and saw the ninja world for what it truly was, a place ruled by only 3 things: strength, self-interest, and hatred. However, it was in this kind of twisted world that Conan kept her promise and came to his rescue. Yahiko and Nagato meant everything to me. Yahiko's dream, and Nagato's dream, if both of their dreams had been passed to you, then you now embody their dreams. Nagato put his faith in you. So will I. We, the Hidden Rain, will pursue their dreams together with you. Despite Amigakure's precarious situation and the fact that both Konoha and Akatsuki were now hunting him down, Conan still took him to aim and sheltered him. But I'm not the same person I used to be, he muttered. Real peace, I don't have an answer to that. I've never had one. When Nagato confronted him, Naruto didn't know what to say. He did not have an answer back then either. It was only his willingness to forgive Nagato and his optimism that convinced the older Uzumaki to entrust his dream of peace to him. However, now that that optimism was gone, Naruto realized how unrealistic his and his sensei's dream of peace had been. He felt as if he was betraying Nagato and Conan's expectations of him. They had chosen to believe in him and his ideals, but how could he live up to those ideals when he didn't even believe in them anymore? I'm sorry. I'm not who I used to be. I can't bring you the peace that you thought I would. However, as he stared at the brightly burning flames of the campfire, Naruto made a vow. Conan and her people, I will stop at nothing to protect them. Whoever threatens them, be it Sasuke or Akatsuki or even Konoha, I will destroy them. He didn't believe in world peace anymore. But he did believe he could achieve peace and prosperity for the land of rain. The day after Naruto's diplomatic visit to Tsunade, a messenger bird flew through the open window in the Hokage's office. A message, from Suna. Tsunade said in wonder when she saw the sigil on the scroll, but after unfurling it and reading its contents, she loudly called out for her assistant. Shizun. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizun quickly answered her call, having recognized the urgency in her voice. Send word for Kakashi, Yamato, Sakura, Sai, and Team Guy to come to my office. Hokage-dano, greetings. Today, on the 27th of September, Uzumaki Naruto came to Tsunade as a diplomat on behalf of Amigakure. For obvious reasons, I had to refuse him. Unfortunately, he left right after, and there was nothing I could do to hold him. From my conversation with him, I have learned that he now resides in the land of rain. I ask of you both as an ally of Konoha and as a friend of Naruto, please proceed with caution. He is not the Naruto we used to know. Not anymore. Best regards, Gaara, the 5th Kazekage. When Tsunade finished reading Gaara's short letter out loud, a silence so deep that one could hear a pin drop was instilled in the Hokage's office. I've been sending teams of Chunin and even ANBU searching for Naruto's whereabouts, but we couldn't find him for weeks. Who would have thought he would go to the Hidden Rain of all places? Amigakure? Sakura said alarmed. Isn't that the place where Akatsuki came from? Why would he go there? That's what you need to find out, Tsunade said curtly, and Sakura became silent. Everyone straightened their posture and listened intently to what she was saying. Ever since Danzo and his Black Ops organization tried to assassinate her, it appeared as though something changed at Tsunade. Unlike her easygoing and slob-like behavior from before, these days there was a sharpness in her eyes and such an intimidating pressure that even Sakura, her pupil, didn't dare to act up or ask needless questions anymore. Niji. Your job in this mission is to ascertain whether Naruto has been placed under a genjutsu or not. Yes, Hokage-sama. Niji acknowledged her respectfully and bowed. Sakura. Why yes, the girl replied and stood to attention. Naruto has always had a weakness for you. Your job is to convince him to come back home peacefully. Yes, Kakashi, Guy, and Rock Lee. Should Sakura fail to convince Naruto with words, your job will be to take him back by force. Yes, Hokage-sama, the three replied seriously. Yamato, you are to support them from the side. You have my permission to use your most powerful Mokuton technique to restrain Naruto if he taps into Kyuubi's power. Understood. Then, what about me? Tenten asked meekly when she saw that everyone was given a task except for her. The girl involuntarily flinched when Tsunade's eyes focused on her next. From what I understand, you've made great progress in your mastery of Fuinjutsu. Should Naruto need to be subdued and taken back by force, your job is to use your Fuinjutsu and seal his chakra. I understand. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Tenten said, her exuberant voice making Tsunade raise her eyebrows at her. What the slug Sannin wasn't aware of was that she was like an idol for most kunoichi in Konoha, and not only. The mere fact that her hard work and progress were acknowledged by none other than Lady Tsunade was enough to fill Tenten with happiness. This is an S-ranked mission, Tsunade said, and the younger shinobi and kunoichi in the room gulped at her words. Prepare yourself for the trip today. Tomorrow, at dawn, you will be leaving for the land of rain. You are dismissed. Hi, everyone answered in a chorus and proceeded to leave the Hokage's office one by one. Kakashi, stay behind after everyone leaves, Tsunade said, and Kakashi stopped in his tracks. Once there were only the two of them left in the office, Tsunade stood up from her desk and walked in front of him. Even with his many years of ANBU experience and numerous dangerous situations in the line of duty, Kakashi couldn't help the way his body subconsciously tensed at her proximity. It reminded him of how he felt the last time he had met Orochimaru face to face alone. I spared your life because Hayashi Hyuga vouched for you, saying that you had been under an extremely powerful genjutsu when you attacked me. I am thankful for that, Kakashi said with a short bow. Nevertheless, I don't trust you anymore. Make no mistakes, Kakashi. Should you ever raise your hand against your Hokage again, genjutsu or not, you'll become nothing but a smear of blood on my fist. Is that clear? Crystal, Kakashi said. As for Naruto's retrieval, this mission is your chance to redeem yourself in my eyes. Do not fail me again, Kakashi. I won't, Hokage-sama. Good. I will be leaving for the 5 Kage Summit in the Land of Iron today at noon. I hope to hear news of your success by the time I'm back. This mission is far bigger than just bringing Naruto back. Now that 8 Tails Jinchuriki has been captured as well, Naruto is the only one left. Not only for his safety but for the well-being of the whole world at large, we need to protect him from the Akatsuki. We must not let them capture him, no matter the cost. They've already gotten the other Bijou, we can't let them get their hands on the 9 Tails as well. Chapter 6, Conan's Plea. Tall towers of concrete and metal, countless power lines, a chaotic system of pipes, a sky covered by heavy gray clouds, and the unending rain pouring down every day, that was Amigakure. It didn't have the beautiful weather of Konoha, the picturesque appearance of Suna, or the beauty of Kumogakure. However, to Conan, Amigakure was her home. Even as the torrential rain poured from above, Conan revealed a soft smile as she looked at the scenery below. Several hundred people were hard at work, pooling their efforts together as one to accomplish their objective. But those several hundred people were all, in fact, one person. They were Uzumaki Naruto and his shadow clones. After coming back from Sunagakure, in spite of how tired he was from the arduous trip through the desert, he went straight to work. Although Conan had already expected that result, Naruto was so disappointed with himself for not managing to secure a trading agreement that he couldn't even look her in the eyes. Cleaning up the massive wreckage and destruction left by Jiraiya's battle against Nagato was the only helpful thing he could think of doing at that moment. I think the Land of Wave would be willing to help me, but they don't have any resources that Amigakure needs. From what Conan told me, their economy is based on fishing. Naruto thought as he used an Utama Rinnegan to grind to dust a particularly large piece of a broken concrete wall. He was trying to think of other solutions besides Tsunade, but he could not readily come up with anything useful. Then, there's the Land of Snow, but it's such a small country, I wonder, do they have anything there? There's also the Land of Demons, but I don't know much about it, and Conan doesn't either. It's so far away that it takes more than a week just to get there. Buried in work and his own thoughts, Naruto didn't notice Conan watching him from the top of a nearby tower. And he didn't notice the sudden arrival of another person either. I've been wondering where the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had disappeared to. I've heard about his defection from Amigakure, but I did not expect to see him here of all places. That is great. It's like hitting two birds with one stone. A deep voice unexpectedly came from behind, but Conan did not appear to be surprised by it. What are you here for? She asked as she turned around to face him. The black cloak with red clouds on it and the one-eyed orange mask, it was none other than Tobi, or, as she and Nagato knew him to be, Uchiha Madara. Where have you hidden Nagato's corpse? You won't find him here, Conan said, and her body dispersed into a flutter of countless paper butterflies. But Tobi did not lose track of her. Following her chakra signature, he disappeared in a swirl and teleported right in front of Conan when her body materialized again. You've run away quite far. I thought you'd team up with Naruto to fight against me. After all, someone who even managed to defeat Pain is not an opponent I can take on lightly either, he said. Do you think I didn't know one day it would come to this? I knew that you would appear before me. I've been waiting for you so I could stop you. With or without Naruto here, I will take you down. A particularly strong gale blew, and a large wave almost submerged the two pieces of wreckage that Conan and Tobi were standing on. They were in the middle of a gigantic lake. The lake of Amigakure was so vast that it would not be an exaggeration to compare it to an inland sea. Just because you used to be a comrade, don't think I'll show you any mercy. The Akatsuki does not put up with traitors. But I have one question. Why would such loyal members as you and Nagato both betray me? You and Nagato both approved of my Eye of the Moon plan. If you lost to Uzumaki Naruto, then it couldn't have been helped. But, not only that Nagato sacrificed his life by casting Rinnegan Tensei for Naruto's sake, but you also broke him out of the Hozuki castle and are now offering him shelter here, in aim. Seeing Conan keep silent, Tobi pressed on. Naruto Uzumaki, you think he's that worthy? He is the light, Conan said. That's why we all can carry the flower of hope. Is he now? Even after he defected from the village? Is he still the same after what Konoha did to him? Ah, no matter. Once I capture you, I'll make you tell me everything. The Rinnegan was never Nagato's, to begin with. I am the one who lent it to him as a child. Now, I shall take back what is mine. The moment he said that, two large paper wings came out of Conan's back, and she burst up in the air like a bird of prey. Hiding her body amidst a myriad of deadly paper blades, Conan dived towards him with no hesitation. Using a manifold attack, she intends to find a chance to attack me when I materialize. Fine. I know she must have some sort of strategy. But I'll take her on, I'll accept her challenge, Tobi thought confidently. Several hundred paper blades passed through his body before he suddenly materialized himself and caught Conan in a chokehold. There you are, he said triumphantly, activating his Kamui ability to suck her into the other dimension. However, by the time he noticed her trap, it was too late. Right as he activated his Kamui, several dozen paper bombs were simultaneously detonated, creating a great explosion. I will take you down with me to the afterlife. Conan thought, willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of killing him. Man, is this rain ever going to end? Naruto thought in chagrin while he and his clones were carrying rocks and other pieces of debris. The work was difficult enough as it was, but the heavy rain soaking him to the bone and hurting his visibility made it even harder. Dispelling his clones, Naruto staggered as he made his way to the tower to take shelter from the rain. Being able to create hundreds of shadow clones was great, but the drawback wasn't light, to say the least. All the exhaustion accumulated by his clones was transferred to him after they were dispelled. As he huddled up in a corner, his clothes drenched from the rain and his body dead tired, the sound of rain almost lulled him to sleep. But then, a loud explosion booming in the distance made him jump to his feet. "What's going on?" he said, and, not minding the rain anymore, he swiftly ran to the top of the tower to get a bird's-eye view of the village. Even with his high vantage point, however, due to the heavy rain, he couldn't see traces of an explosion in the vicinity. But then, a chain of explosions started blasting one after another, eventually melding into one single extremely loud sound. "It's coming from the lake," he thought, and threw himself off the tower, starting to run as fast as he could. As he sprinted towards the lake at his highest speed, what Gaara had told him several days ago came to his mind. "I received word from Konoha last week that they have started sending search parties for you." Shit, he cussed and forced himself to run even faster. Did Konoha send a team to attack AIM because of me? He wouldn't be able to forgive himself if something happened to the Land of Rain because of him after everything that Conan had done for him. But when he finally came out from between the sky-high towers and saw the expansive lake of Amigakure, he involuntarily stopped in his tracks, stunned at the sight before him. As far as his eyes could see, an enormous crack seemed to have ruptured the large lake in two. "My God!" he muttered under his breath when he realized that, at that moment, the lake of Amigakure did not consist of water but that it was made up of paper bombs. It was the most terrifying thing he had ever seen until then. Just imagining what it would be like to fall into the crack that split the sea of paper bombs made his back break into a cold sweat. It was as if the apocalypse had come. It took no more than 10 minutes for the billions of paper bombs to finish exploding, but for Naruto, it felt like an eternity. "My sacred paper emissary technique has come undone. I didn't expect it to take this much chakra," Conan said as she knelt on the surface of the water, trying to catch her breath. "At least, Madara is dead." Toby completed her sentence as he unexpectedly appeared from behind. A disturbing squelching sound was heard as he stabbed a metallic rod into her back, piercing out through her stomach with it. The shock of seeing Toby still alive was so great that Conan almost didn't feel the pain from being stabbed momentarily. "How? You should be dead. I ran the simulations over and over. I was sure that this sequence would work." Toby pulled his makeshift weapon out of her back and kicked her away. "Izanagi. I told you not to underestimate the visual prowess of an Uchiha, girl. You have miscalculated. Just like you miscalculated when you chose to betray me for Naruto. In the afterlife, you and Nagato can commiserate about being fooled by Naruto's nonsense." Although he was speaking confidently, Toby too was on his last legs. The first explosion when he tried to suck Conan in with his Kamui had made him lose his right arm and left him greatly wounded, and in order to survive Conan's 600 billion paper bombs, he had to sacrifice his left eye too in order to activate Izanagi and rewrite his fate. There is no such thing as true peace. There is no such thing as hope. Nagato only believed in Naruto because he wanted to find solace in his pathetic existence. Stumbling away as she held on to her bleeding wound, Conan suddenly turned around and raised her hands up. A huge paper chakram took form above her hands, and Obito inwardly cursed at her resilience. "Just like I believed in Nagato, I will also believe in Naruto," she said as she hurled the large chakram at Toby. "I will be a pillar to support his dream. Nagato and I never truly believed in your goal. You are darkness. Just like you used us for your plan, we have been using you too all along." And with that, half of her body dispersed into a swarm of shurikens. Even with the visual prowess of his Sharingan, it took Toby several good moments to dodge and block all the projectiles thrown at him. But he was slowly closing the distance as he did that. Having almost no chakra left and with a fatal wound in her stomach, when he finally closed the distance and got to her, this time around, Conan couldn't disperse with another paper body flicker to avoid his lunge. "You called me darkness. Well then, I shall make you wilt," Toby said, his voice filled with killing intent as he grabbed her by the neck and strangled her. He had never expected he would almost die and be forced to use Izanagi in a place like this. He had never taken Conan seriously, much less think that she had designed the almost perfect strategy to defeat him. Conan, a scream came from the side, and Toby only had time to turn his head towards the voice before someone's shin smashed into his forehead. The strength behind that head kick was so high that Toby was sent flying and stumbling for over a dozen meters over the water like a skipping stone. Conan! Conan! Are you okay? Conan! Answer me! Naruto said in a panic as he stopped her body from sinking into the water and took her in his arms. What did you do to her, asshole? He screamed at Toby, who was now getting back to his feet. What did you attack her for? Despite the orange mask that was still obscuring the bottom half of his face, Naruto could tell that the Uchiha was enraged. I had not been prepared for this scenario, Toby said, but it was more to himself rather than to Naruto. Due to not taking Conan seriously, he had almost paid the price with his life, and, on top of it all, he had not foreseen the situation where he would have to face the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in battle while he was in such a deplorable state, on his last legs while missing an eye and an arm. I took you too lightly. I should have known you would have an ace up your sleeve. After all, you were a member of the Akatsuki too. You have won this time, Conan. Savor the victory while it lasts because I will be back. You can't run from me. You cannot hide from me. I will be back soon, and I will take what is mine. Leaving those parting words behind, Toby's body disappeared in a swirl as he teleported away. A few hours later, Naruto was sitting in the hospital's waiting room, wrenching his fingers from worry while Conan was undergoing surgery. Fortunately, Toby's metal rod had not damaged the spine, and it had hit too low to puncture the lungs or other vital areas, but it was still a grievous wound. It had broken a rib and perforated her stomach too. It wasn't Konoha, it was the Akatsuki, and they weren't after me, but they were after Conan. Why did they attack her? His first thought was that maybe it was vengeance because she had left the organization, but he dismissed that thought when he remembered Toby's last words, I will be back soon and I will take what is mine. What does Conan have that he wants? When the door of the operating room opened and a middle-aged man wearing a medic's garments came out, Naruto jumped up from his seat. How is she? Was the surgery successful? Is she okay? Tell me dash. Everything is fine, the doctor said, and he subconsciously smiled at seeing how worried he was for her well-being. The surgery was successful, and she will make a full recovery in due time. Thank God, Naruto said in relief. It was as if a weight had been lifted off his chest. Can I see her? You can, but she is still out of it. The anesthesia has not worn off just yet. I understand, Naruto said, but before he could go inside the operating room to see Conan, the doctor said, Young man, thank you for saving her life. Lady Conan is far more important for Amigakure than you might think. After Pain-sama's passing, she is all that stands between AIM and the three large powerful countries surrounding us. At this moment, she is irreplaceable. Inwardly, Naruto was surprised that the medic knew about Pain's death because Conan had kept that fact under wraps from the general population. He must be one of the higher-ranked shinobi in AIM, he thought. When my village and my friends cast me away, it was Conan who came to rescue me. Saving her life is the least I could do, Naruto said seriously. Also, before he passed away, I promised Nagato that I would bring peace to Amigakure. I want to protect Conan and Amigakure. They are the only things that I have left. The doctor patted him on the shoulder in understanding. Konoha's elders and the Hokage must have lost their minds if they cast aside someone like you. But their loss is our gain. We are happy to have you here, Uzumaki Naruto. The smell of antiseptic and the sounds of monitoring machines in the background let Conan know even before opening her eyes that she was in the hospital. She was so groggy and drained that just opening her eyes felt like a chore. She had to blink several times before her eyesight finally focused, and the first thing she did was check what was the pain in her arm coming from, and was slowly pumping blood in her veins to replenish what she had lost. Taking in her surroundings, she realized that she was not alone in the hospital room. As her amber eyes fell on the boy snoozing with his head on the edge of her bed, her expression changed into a gentle smile. She had no doubts as to what would have happened if Naruto had not intervened when he did. Although her plan had been flawless and she had almost killed Madara with her strategy, she had never imagined that the Sharingan would have such a ridiculous power, the ability to rewrite reality. All those paper bombs, wasted. Amigakure's precarious financial situation at the moment was not only due to its lack of commerce with its neighboring countries. Collecting over 600 billion paper bombs had cost her a fortune. Much of the Akatsuki funds that she and Nagato had saved up over the years were spent on buying those paper bombs, but it was all for naught. In the end, Madara escaped, but she shook her head to banish those thoughts for the moment. At least I am still alive. I owe Naruto my life, Conan thought, bringing her hand to caress his messy and spiky blonde hair. Although Naruto was exhausted from having worked in the rain with several hundred clones and then watching over Conan for many hours after her surgery, he was so concerned with her well-being that even when he finally fell asleep, it wasn't a deep slumber. The moment Conan put her hand on his head and caressed him, he woke up. However, he did not open his eyes. Her caresses were so gentle that he wanted her to never stop. Nobody had ever touched him in such a manner until then. Eventually, still anemic and tired from how much blood she had lost earlier that day, Conan fell asleep once again. Naruto did not move her hand away from his head. Instead, he continued lying with his head on the bed and put his hand on top of hers. Knowing that she had finally woken up and that she seemed to be fine, Naruto finally allowed himself to relax, and, in spite of the rather uncomfortable position, he was sitting on a stool lying with his head on the bed. He fell into a deep sleep this time. As he woke up the next day, Naruto found himself in a completely different place than he remembered. Instead of being in Conan's hospital room, he was back in the room where he had lived ever since he had come to AIM. Once he was done with his morning rituals and put on a new change of clothes, he went to the canteen used by the personnel working in Payne's Tower to have breakfast. If there was one thing that the Land of Rain did not lack in the least, it was food. Amigakure had an abundance of rice, tomatoes, fish, and reptiles of all kinds. That being said, although he avoided dishes based on lizard meat and other oddities, he still had a rich meal. Soon after he was done, a masked shinobi, AIM's version of ANBU, he thought, came to his table and said, "Lady Conan requests your presence in her office as soon as possible." "Understood," Naruto replied, standing up. "Is it okay for you to be out of the hospital bed already?" was the first thing Naruto asked when he stepped into Conan's office. "Naruto. You are here," she said as a form of greeting. "I won't lie and say I'm already healed. But there are some things that I must tell you, some things that we must do that are far more important than my comfort." When he saw how she propped herself on the desk to stand up, he quickly went to her side and helped her. "Don't push yourself too much," Naruto said. "Don't worry, I am fine," Conan said, smiling at the concerned look on his face. "If you want to go somewhere, I'll carry you instead. You're in no condition to walk so much or use your chakra now," Naruto said as he turned around and lowered his body for her to climb on his back. Conan was not the type to hesitate, beat around the bush, or pretend that she was embarrassed. She slowly leaned her body against his and wrapped her arms around his neck as she got on his back. Wrapping her legs around his waist when he stood up, she sighed in relief as she rested her chin on his shoulder. "Thank you, Naruto." Her breathy voice so close to his ear and the feeling of her womanly body flush against his back made his skin break into goosebumps. "You're welcome," he said, clearing his throat in embarrassment, inwardly hoping she did not notice how flustered he was at that moment. "So, where do you want to go? I will guide you. Follow my instructions." "Okay," he said, and, as he started walking, he grabbed onto her thighs to further support the weight of her body. "Make a right now," she said, and he did as he was told. "Now take that elevator. Press on the button leading to the basement." A few minutes into their walk, Naruto could not bear the silence anymore, so he asked, "How is your wound? Am I walking too fast? Does it hurt?" "It's not fully healed, but it hasn't opened. My paper jutsu helps greatly when it comes to bandaging and healing from stabbing or cutting wounds." "I see. It's good to hear that." After 2 minutes, Naruto tried to start a conversation again. "Why did that Akatsuki member attack you yesterday?" "He came after something that belonged to Nagato," she answered. "We are going there now to retrieve it." "Beautiful," Naruto uttered when the two of them finally arrived at their destination. It was a very tall and spacious hall with a dome ceiling supported by thick round columns. The orange and purple marble floor resembled the rings of a Rinnegan eye, and the bed of white paper roses and the exquisite carving of angels on the wall behind it gave it a stunning appearance. On the bed of white paper roses, two preserved bodies lay with their hands interlocked on their chests. They were Yahiko and Nagato. "You can put me down now," Conan said softly, and Naruto squatted to help her get back on her feet. Leaning on Naruto's forearm as she walked, Conan slowly led him to stand in front of Nagato. After a moment of silence, she said, "The masked member of the Akatsuki came here in order to steal Nagato's Rinnegan. But the Rinnegan does not belong to him. The Rinnegan belongs to Nagato. It is a national treasure of Amigakure. I cannot let it fall into his hands." "Who is that man?" "I saw he had a Sharingan eye, but, as far as I know, Sasuke is the only Uchiha left." "Is he an Uchiha too, or did he steal the Sharingan from someone else?" Naruto asked. "He calls himself Uchiha Madara." "Uchiha Madara?" Naruto said in surprise. He had hardly paid any attention to the academy as a kid, but even he had heard of that name before. "Didn't Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage die a very long time ago? I do not know whether he truly is Uchiha Madara as he claims or not. But he does have the Sharingan, and he is one of the most dangerous shinobi in the world. According to the information that Nagato and I have collected on him, he is the one who caused Kyuubi's rampage in Konoha on the day of your birth. He was behind the bloodline massacres of Kirigakure, and he had manipulated the Mizukage from the shadows with his genjutsu." Hearing her words, Naruto finally connected the dots. He had still not forgotten the warnings of his father's chakra remnants from a few months ago. He could still remember how the fourth Hokage told him to be wary of the man with the one-eyed mask. "If he's so dangerous, shouldn't we destroy the Rinnegan? We can't let him get his hands on such a powerful dojutsu. Nagato was the strongest shinobi I have ever seen in my life. The Rinnegan is too powerful to let it fall into the wrong hands." At his words, Conan bit her lower lip. Rationally, she knew that he was right. She also knew that Tobi would be unable to proceed with his plan without the Rinnegan. He wouldn't be able to control the power of all the tailed beasts and the demonic statue of the outer path without it. "However, I can't do it. This is all that I have left of Nagato." She couldn't bear to destroy the last vestige of Nagato. As an orphan living in a cruel world riddled with war and death, Yahiko and Nagato were all that she had ever had. And, after Yahiko's death, she had grown to treasure Nagato even more than ever before. The two of them had been her family. Naruto didn't know what to say at that. Inwardly, he wondered what he would have done in her place, but he could not find an answer to that question right away. "I cannot let the Rinnegan fall into Uchiha Madara's hands, but I can't bear to destroy it either." Saying those words, Conan turned to look at him and she took his hands in hers, her amber eyes peering into his. "I want you to have it, Naruto." "Conan, I don't know." Naruto stammered, overwhelmed by the importance of the request she had just made. "You're carrying the dreams of both Yahiko and Nagato. You are their legacy. I want you to take Nagato's Rinnegan. Please," she pleaded, her eyes boring into his soul. Chapter 7, Vow. "Conan, I don't know." Naruto said, overwhelmed by the importance of the request she had just made. "You're carrying the dreams of both Yahiko and Nagato. You are their legacy. I want you to have Nagato's Rinnegan. Please," she pleaded, her eyes boring into his soul. Those words made his grip on her hand subconsciously tighten as he looked down, unable to keep eye contact with her anymore. "But I'm not the same person I used to be. His voice shaking, he became silent. "I'm sorry, Conan. You and Nagato believed in me and I promised Nagato that I would never give up on Jiraiya-sensei's dream of peace, but I can't believe in that dream anymore. Even before, I didn't have an answer to Nagato's questions. All I had was optimism and hope that things will be better one day. But Konoha took that away from me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." His voice broke towards the end, and, against his will, tears started falling from his eyes. Conan did not say anything in response. Letting go of his hands, she wrapped her arms around him, gently nudging him into her embrace. That silent gesture of affection and support was the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. All composure was lost as he buried his face in her shoulder and cried his eyes out. All the frustration, all the anger, all the sadness, and all the suffering that had been bottling up inside of him for years were let out at that moment. He had never cried in front of other people until then. He had always shown everyone a strong front and a happy face. It was the first time he broke in front of someone else like that. It took him a long time to finally calm down and for his tears to dry, but Conan didn't say a word through it all, only offering him a shoulder to cry on. When he finally regained his composure and broke from her embrace, he looked down, too embarrassed to meet her eyes. "There is no shame in crying. We all cry sometimes," Conan said softly, knowing what he was feeling at that moment. "Some of your pain, I understand it. Growing up as an orphan, being betrayed, and struggling to make ends meet. As a Jinchuriki, you must have had a tough life. Even so, you are here. You have survived, you have persevered. You're not crying because you're weak. It's because you've been strong for too long." Her words nearly filled his eyes with tears again. "I know you will overcome this moment too. I believe in you, Naruto," Conan said. Gently cupping his cheek with her hand, she raised his head to look him in the eye. "If you doubt yourself and if you think that you are unworthy, remember that Nagato and I have entrusted our dreams to you because we believed in you. If you can't believe in yourself now, believe in Nagato, who has put his faith in you. Believe in me. I will never abandon you, Naruto." That last sentence made his lower lip tremble. It was as if she knew exactly what he was thinking. It was as if she could read his heart like an open book. "You're carrying Nagato's and Yahiko's dreams of peace. I will repeat the promise that I made to you back in Konoha. Even if the whole shinobi world is out to get you, Amigakure and I will stand at your side." That declaration left him speechless for a while. World peace, I don't have an answer for that. Never had. I realized over the past few weeks how immature and naive I used to be, Naruto said eventually. So, before thinking about peace and prosperity for the world at large, I should find a solution to Amigakure first. What are you doing? Conan said startled when Naruto suddenly dropped to his knees in front of her and took her hand in his. "I don't think I deserve Nagato's gift. But I will believe in you too who have put your faith in me," he said, and he brought the back of her hand to his forehead. "Nagato's eyes, I will use them to protect Amigakure. I swear. As long as I draw a breath, I will protect you. It's a promise of a lifetime. Stand up, please," Conan said, and Naruto got to witness the look of her flustered face for the first time. Seeing the faint rosiness blooming in her normally pale cheeks, he couldn't take his eyes off her for a while. A mixture of feelings blossomed in his heart. Was it gratitude for her support and kindness? Was it amazement at her porcelain-like beauty? Was it admiration for her faithfulness and loyalty? Or could that actually be? He paused, not daring to continue that train of thought. Was there truly a need to put a name to it? What he felt at the moment was enough. All he knew was that for the first time since he was thrown into the blood prison, he was relieved and, almost happy. They were silent on their way back to Conan's office. Even so, it was not uncomfortable. Naruto couldn't put his finger on it, but even he knew that a subtle change had occurred in his relationship with Conan. She was no longer just Aim's leader and her savior for him. She became something more. "Before we infiltrate the village, please keep in mind one thing, don't underestimate Amigakure," Kakashi said when he stopped and turned to look at the rest of the members of his team. "Amigakure may not be as powerful as the 5 elemental nations, and, individually, Aim shinobi may not be as strong as you, but they are numerous. Furthermore, they are very skilled in the arts of genjutsu and assassination. Last but not least, remember that we are in the middle of enemy territory. Taking Naruto back by force should be our last resort. If Amigakure mobilizes all their forces, we might not come out of this alive. We can't hope to take on all of them by ourselves." Back in his days as an ANBU captain, Kakashi had not had to make such obvious remarks, but with inexperienced people like Sakura and Tenten or muscle heads like Rock Lee and Guy in his team, he felt the need to remind everyone how dangerous and delicate their mission was. It was not deemed an S-class mission for no reason. "Guy, if you will dash," Kakashi said. Guy bit his thumb to the point where he drew blood before going through a series of hand seals and saying, "Kuchiyos no Jutsu." A big plume of smoke filled the surroundings, and a few moments later, everyone could see an enormous tortoise appear in front of their eyes. Its head alone was almost as big as a house. "It's been ages since you've last summoned me, boy. What's the occasion?" A loud female voice came from the huge tortoise, startling almost everyone there. "Huh, it's good to see you, Granny Kamiko. I have a favor to ask." "Of course you do," the tortoise said. Guy coughed into his fist and cleared his throat before saying, "We need to infiltrate Amigakure. But it's almost impossible to go there on foot without them detecting us." Amigakure was surrounded from all sides by an enormous lake, and the only way to get there on foot was through 2 bridges. Of course, as shinobi, they could walk on water or even swim underwater for longer periods of time without needing to breathe as often as civilians would, but that would not stop them from being detected. Even after Pain's death, Amigakure's security was still top-notch. "I could do it, but you do know the price." "Yes, of course I do." "Then, I'll be relying on you, Granny Kamiko," Guy said and bowed from the waist. Ten, Sakura, and Niji instinctively stepped back when the huge tortoise suddenly opened her mouth. "Guy-sensei, don't tell me you're expecting us to dash," Ten began to say, only for Guy to grab her by the back of her neck like a kitten and throw her into the tortoise's huge maw. "We don't have time to waste. Everyone, step inside," Guy said, and, although reluctantly, the rest listened to his words and let themselves get swallowed by the gigantic summoned creature. Once everyone got inside, the boss tortoise closed her mouth, and her size unexpectedly shrank until she was no bigger than a palm-sized turtle. "I swear to God, I'll never forgive you for this, sensei," Ten said in an angry whisper while trying to wring her soaked clothes. After she took the Konoha shinobi and kunoichi in her belly and shrank her size, the boss tortoise swam through the lake and went up one of the sewage pipes until they arrived in the middle of the village. By the time they were spat out, everyone's hair and clothes were soaked with saliva and other liquids from the tortoise's stomach. Sakura was gritting her teeth too, but she knew better than to make a scene. "How is it outside, Niji?" Yamato asked the Hyuga who was checking their surroundings with the Byakugan. "There are only civilians as far as I can see. We seem to be close to a shopping district." "All right. I'll go out of the sewers alone and bring back someone we can interrogate," Kakashi said. "Are we going to torture someone?" Rock Les said, gulping nervously. Being in the middle of his first S-class mission made his imagination run wild. "We don't need to torture anyone. Kakashi can just use his Sharingan Genjutsu to force out any information he needs," painlessly, Yamato explained, and Rock Lee secretly sighed in relief. At the same time, in another part of the village, Naruto was sleeping soundly despite being in the middle of the day. The eye transplant surgery was not a difficult operation for the advanced medical techniques of the shinobi, but the patient still had to be administered an anesthetic and put to sleep for it. While the operation had been quick and successful, Naruto had yet to come out of his slumber. Instead, his consciousness moved to another place. The ankle-deep pool of water on the floor, the sound of dripping water, the semi-darkness, and the numerous pipes running along the walls made it impossible for him not to recognize what that place was. "Whoa!" he shouted startled when he looked at his reflection in the water flooding the floor and involuntarily took a few steps back. Instead of the bright blue irises he had inherited from his father, the cold, steely purple color of the Rinnegan dwelled now in his eye sockets. "What would Bachan think if she saw me like this now? Or Sakura or Kakashi-sensei?" he absent-mindedly asked himself, but he dismissed that thought right away. With how things were between him and Konoha at that moment, it was irrelevant. No matter, he thought, shrugging. "It's not like I'm going to see them anytime soon. More importantly, why am I here?" After his father repaired and strengthened the seal, his connection with Kyubi was cut off almost completely. Nevertheless, he figured that him being there had something to do with the fox. And his thoughts were on the money because, when he finally arrived in front of the enormous gates, Kyubi's enormous face was stuck to the bars, his malevolent eyes watching him intently. "How did you get the eyes of the sage? What's it to you?" Naruto shot back bluntly. Kyubi growled as he stood up on all fours and started circling around his cage restlessly. "How did you get the Rinnegan?" he roared again and slammed his clawed fist into the gates violently. Naruto observed the Biju's actions silently. "You look scared." It was the first time he had seen the fox behave like that. Usually, it was just hatred and contempt. Sometimes, it was hatred and wariness, like the last time Uchiha Sasuke came face to face with him due to his Sharingan. But it was never outright fear. Kyuubi didn't reply, but his growls increased in intensity, his slit crimson eyes glaring murderously at his jailer. Naruto let out a sigh and sat down on the water in a cross-legged position. Whether it was because of the anesthesia or because of the fact that his new Rinnegan eyes were draining a large amount of chakra from him, he wasn't sure why, but he was exhausted. I thought you could see everything through my eyes. You always knew the perfect moment to push your chakra into my pathways to make me go berserk or to heal me. I can't see anything. Not anymore. There is only silence. There is only darkness. Before the fight against Pain, Kyuubi had been able to see everything that happened outside through Naruto's eyes. After Jiraiya weakened Naruto's seal, Kyuubi could even feel Naruto's emotions and some of his thoughts. However, after Minato repaired and strengthened the seal, the nine-tailed demon fox was cut off almost completely from Naruto's senses. He didn't know anything that transpired in the several weeks that followed Pain's invasion. He didn't know about Naruto's imprisonment, his defection from Konoha, or his new allegiance to Amigakure. Naruto winced when he heard that. After spending nearly a week in solitary confinement at the blood prison, he gained a new understanding of what Kyuubi must have felt about being imprisoned. And he's been imprisoned for many years. 4 decades. Nagato was right. If you don't share someone's pain, you can never understand them. Standing up, he came closer to the gates and looked into the fox's eyes searchingly. I got these eyes as a gift from Dash. Gift? You don't deserve those eyes. Kyuubi screamed, barely able to contain his rage. Despicable humans. You're not worthy to have his eyes. You're not worthy. Kyuubi roared and smashed his claws against the gates again. He was so enraged that he was panting. I know that, Naruto said quietly. His answer took Kyuubi completely by surprise, and he became silent. Until not long ago, I was just an immature idealist. I didn't see the world for what it was. No, deep down, I've always known, I've always seen it. But I chose to ignore it. All I thought of was to bring Sasuke back to Konoha and become the Hokage. Life was simple when I had the horse tax on my eyes. What happened after Akatsuki's invasion? Kyuubi asked, his voice much calmer than before, curiosity winning over rage. Naruto didn't hide anything. He told him about Uzumaki Nagato's change of heart at the end. He told him about Konoha's betrayal only a few weeks after he saved everyone's lives. He told Kyuubi about how they tried to take him back by force and how they've now sent teams to capture him. And he also told him about Conan and how he became a rogue nin and sided with Amigakure. I told Conan that I don't deserve Nagato's eyes. I'm not worthy to carry their dreams of peace. The world we live in is ruled by hatred. Look at us too, you were imprisoned in this seal by the first Hokage. In hatred, when you broke out, you killed my mother and tried to kill me too, but then you were sealed again inside of me, you were imprisoned against your will once more. After making a pause to catch his breath, he continued, world peace is too far away. Is that even possible? He said rhetorically. How can I dream of world peace when I can't even make peace with you, who share my body, or secure the land of Rain's well-being? Man and Fox were silent for some time, deep in thought. Do you know of a way to weaken the seal a little? Naruto asked after a while, why would you want to do that? Kyuubi said, his eyes narrowing suspiciously at him. I was thrown into prison a few weeks ago too, I spent most of my time there in the hole. Now I understand a little what it's like for you to be imprisoned in this place, especially when it's so unfair for you too. Yondame's chakra remnant told me you were being controlled by the Sharingan the night that you attacked Konoha. Kyuubi growled at the reminder of that night. I can't trust you enough to open the gates completely. After all, I don't want to die just yet. I made a promise. I vowed to Conan that I would protect her for the rest of my life. I promised that I would protect Amigakure, but, at the same time, I don't want you to suffer any more either. I'm not a seal master. I don't know, Kyuubi said, this time his voice becoming rather low and quiet. I'll try asking Conan about it when I wake up. Nagato was good with Fuinjutsu too, from what I know. Maybe there is a solution in the scrolls and books he left behind. With that, he turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, Naruto stopped and said, "It won't be in a few days, it won't be in a few weeks either. I don't know how long it is going to take me, but I promise that one day, I will set you free. Not just you but the rest of the Bijou too. You aren't as mindless or insane as everyone thinks you are. You shouldn't be used as weapons, you shouldn't be imprisoned." "How do you feel?" someone asked, and Naruto recognized that breathy, warm vocal timbre right away. It was Conan. "I feel kinda dizzy," Naruto said, a tired smile appearing on his face. "You will probably need a few days for your body to become accustomed to the Rinnegan's drain. Your voice is so beautiful. It's calming and soothing, it sounds like music," Naruto unexpectedly said, startling Conan. Is he still not fully awake? Is he still feeling the after effects of the anesthesia? Conan thought. He had never complimented her so out of the blue until then, and he had been living in Amigakure for several weeks already. "You think so?" Conan asked. "Of course. I'd never lie to you, Conan. You're my favorite person in the whole world now," Naruto said with a sunny smile. "Yes, it's definitely the anesthesia's after effects," Conan reasoned. "But why is it dark? And why am I tired?" Naruto slurred and tried to take off the bandages covering his eyes. "No, wait, don't take them off," Conan said, and she grabbed his hands, preventing him from ripping off the bandages. "You're not fully healed yet. Doctors said you'll have to keep them at least for 1 or 2 days. Ooh. Okay, he said. But how can I see you smile if my eyes are closed?" When waking up from anesthesia, people often speak without any filters or inhibitions. In fact, that was also an interrogation technique that some shinobi used in the past when the traditional methods of extracting information, like torture and genjutsu, didn't work, making use of drugs to induce a state of delirium in the prisoners and weaken their mental defenses. Conan rarely smiled, much less laughed, in her daily life. Most of her subordinates have never even seen anything except a stoic expression on her face. However, at that moment, she found herself giggling at his words. His loony smile, his sunny disposition, and his innocent compliments were positively adorable. "You will see me smile tomorrow," she said, ruffling his hair gently. "You promise?" "I want to see you smile every day." "I can't make any promises, but I will try," she conceded. "I spoke with Kyubi when I was asleep, you know." He was really mad. Shouting something about the sage's eyes. Conan's expression immediately turned serious at those words, and she took his hand in hers. "What did he say?" "He was punching the gates," Naruto said and giggled. "But he couldn't budge them. He was a little scary." "What did Kyubi say about the sage?" "What sage?" Conan asked. "He said humans are bad. And that I don't deserve the eyes." Conan let out a sigh. It was hard to keep a coherent conversation with Naruto with how out of it he was at that moment. "But I didn't let his words get to me," Naruto continued. "I told him that Conan believes in me, so I believe in Conan." "You said that?" "Yes. Conan is the best." Conan knew that it was mostly sleep talk, because Naruto wasn't thinking straight, but she also knew that there was no smoke without fire. She understood at that moment just what kind of place she held in his heart because, ever since he woke up, he wouldn't stop talking about her. "You know, Konoha wants me to go back. But I will not. Even if Sakura comes to beg me, I don't want to." "What will you do when they come?" "I will kick their asses and send them back. My sage mode is super uber powerful, you know." "Of course I know. I saw your fight against Nagato." That afternoon, Conan stood at Naruto's bedside and talked to him for more than an hour until a medic administered him some pills and put him to sleep again. It was not a very productive talk, to say the least. However, it had relieved much of the stress and tension that she had accumulated over the months that had passed since Nagato's death. Leading a hidden village wasn't an easy task, especially when it was in a precarious financial situation like Ames. Naruto's post-anesthesia talk was so wholesome and adorable that she felt as if it had healed her soul. Later that night, there was only a candle lit at Naruto's bedside as he slept in the hospital room. Due to Amigakure's new curfew to preserve their coal reserves, the whole cityscape was plunged into darkness. While the hospital was one of the few buildings that still had access to electricity, most of the lights were still turned off. The electricity was mostly used for the apparatus that was keeping alive the patients who were in critical condition. With the hallways covered in semi-darkness, the two Chunins who were tasked with guarding the entrance to Naruto's room didn't notice the three shadowy silhouettes sneaking up on them before it was too late. A palm strike to the back rendered one of them unconscious, and a chop to the neck knocked the other one out cold too. When they opened the door, the flickering light coming from the candle on the nightstand revealed their appearance. The pale, pupilless eyes of one of the intruders and the silvery spiky hair and the crimson-red eye of the other betrayed their identities right away. They were Hyuga Niji and Hitaki Kakashi. As for the third intruder, it was a slender girl in her late teens dressed in a traditional white chipao blouse and a pair of baggy red trousers. It was Tenten. Understanding the hand signals Kakashi made, Niji activated his Byakugan and started scanning his surroundings. In the meantime, Kakashi signaled towards Tenten and the girl took out a sealing tag from her pouch and made a ram seal to infuse her chakra into it. But, right as she was about to stick the sealing tag on Naruto's forehead, a hand shot up abruptly and caught her wrist in a vice-like grip. Chapter 8, The Battle of Amigakure. Just as Tenten was about to stick the sealing tag on Naruto's forehead, a hand shot up abruptly and caught her wrist in a vice-like grip. The girl didn't even have time to react before she was yanked by her arm and thrown straight through the window on the opposite side of the hospital room. Tenten. Niji cried out and jumped out the window after her to rescue her. Due to Niji's shout, Naruto understood right away who the ones that had attacked him in his sleep were. Niji and Tenten. Konoha finally made a move, huh? Naruto said as he got up from the bed. To think you'd even go as far as to attack me in my sleep when I'm in the hospital. Since their preemptive strike had failed, Kakashi stepped forward in an attempt to salvage the situation before it could escalate any further. We're not trying to hurt you, Naruto. Secretly infiltrating Amigakure, sneaking into my hospital room in the middle of the night, and attacking me in my sleep. I may not be as smart as Sakura, but do you think I am that stupid? Our plan was to talk it over with you at first. But you were unconscious, and we couldn't afford to spend God knows how long waiting for you to wake up. Trust me, Naruto, I would never willingly hurt you. You are my student. While Kakashi was talking, Naruto heard the sound of the footsteps of half a dozen people approaching from the corridor. Was I not your student when you threw me into prison? Naruto shot back, his voice almost cracking due to his building rage. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum, that's true. But those who abandon their friends are worse than scum, that's what you told us years ago, do you remember? I wonder what attacking the one who saved your fucking life makes you. What kind of trash not only betrays the one who saved their lives but even tries attacking them in their sleep? Naruto-kun, we were in the wrong for not trusting you, yes, but we're sorry. Nobody thought you were actually guilty. Sakura, who had arrived a moment ago, said. Her voice sounded as if she was holding back tears. Come back with us to Konoha, we all need you there. Lady Tsunade misses you. And I miss you too, Naruto. I never realized how much I cared about you until you left. I think I love you. I don't know when I fell for you, but my heart . As she was talking, Naruto brought a hand to his face and ripped the white bandages wrapped around the upper part of his face. At the sight of his eyes, Sakura choked on her words and involuntarily stepped back. You love me. She was not the only one who reacted that way. Even Kakashi and Yamato subconsciously took a step back, their hands going to the kunai pouches strapped to their thighs, and Madogai got into a fighting stance. When Naruto opened his eyes, instead of the warm and bright blue eyes that everyone was familiar with, his eyelids revealed the cold and steely purple color of the Rinnegan. The deathly silence that was instilled in the hospital room made his voice sound eerie when he spoke next. Shinra Tensei. An unearthly sound rang, and then the outer walls of the hospital room were obliterated, with the Konoha nines all getting blasted out violently. Lee! Get a hold of yourself! Guy shouted while shaking Rock Lee's shoulders. Naruto's hospital room was located on one of the uppermost levels of the tower that served as the hospital. The full brunt of the almighty push, followed by his fall from such a great height, had left him unconscious. He can't be reasoned with, Yamato said. What are we doing, Captain? We follow the mission, Kakashi said in a defeated voice. Guy-sensei. Everyone. What happened? Tenten shouted as she and Niji arrived at the place where they had crashed. The two of them had been lucky enough not to get caught in the almighty push. Naruto got Pain's Rinnegan, and he attacked us, Kakashi explained, standing up as all traces of hesitation left his voice. If he has the Rinnegan, I don't think it's possible for him to be under anyone's genjutsu. He attacked us of his own free will. He has no intention of returning to Konoha. But, sensei, it's still Naruto. Sakura pleaded with tears streaming down her cheeks. You knew what you signed up for when you accepted this mission, Sakura, Kakashi said, not in the mood to entertain her feelings at that moment. We have 4 to 5 minutes tops before the Amigakure troops swarm us. We're on borrowed time now. Kakashi said as he removed his headband from his eye, revealing his Sharingan. Sakura, take Rock Lee and run to the sewers where Guy's summon is waiting for us. Don't question my orders, he said sharply. Due to how emotional she was, Kakashi did not want her to drag the entire team down with her crying or doing something dumb like trying to get between them and Naruto to defend him. Besides, someone had to take Rock Lee to safety. Guy, no feeling out process, no testing the waters. We don't know how many Rinnegan techniques he can use, so don't underestimate him. Start with the 5th gate directly and go up to the 7th gate if necessary. Yamato, protect us from all the incoming AIM shinobi and kunoichi. Don't spare any chakra, use your largest area of effect technique. Niji, engage in taijutsu together with Guy and shut down his tenketsu. Tenten, don't interfere until I give you the signal. Be prepared to seal his chakra at any moment. Everyone, don't pull your punches. Remember, even without the Rinnegan, in his sage mode, Naruto is not the type of opponent any of us can fight fair and square in a one-on-one. As long as you don't kill him, go all out. Letting out a shout of acknowledgement, everyone got ready to follow their orders. Mokutan, deep forest emergence. Yamato said and slammed his palms on the street below. Branches, roots, and tree trunks broke through the concrete and rose towards the sky, enormous trees rivaling in height even the tens of meter-tall skyscrapers of Amigakure. With the hospital tower as the center, an entire district of the city was covered by a gigantic forest. I won't be able to control this jutsu for long, Yamato said, his forehead already drenched in sweat. Don't worry, Yamato-sensei. You won't have to, Naruto said as he landed in front of them. Come with us willingly, Naruto, Kakashi pleaded. This is the last time I ask you this. Don't make us do this. Don't make us fight you. If someone unrelated heard you speak, they'd think I'm the villain in this story and that you're the good guys. After saying that, an orange pigmentation appeared on the side of his eyes. Even in the darkness of the night, the orange markings of his sage mode made a stark contrast with the steely purple color of his Rinnegan eyes. I'll send you packing back to Konoha, Naruto said, and 2 shadow clones appeared behind his back. Kakashi's eyes widened as he recognized the wind technique Naruto was about to cast when the 2 clones started molding chakra in the hand he raised above his head. Fast. Normally, it took Naruto several good seconds to create a Raisin Shuriken, which was a very long time in a fight between elite shinobi. However, for some reason, the Raisin Shuriken formed instantly this time. His Sharingan eye morphing into the pattern of the Mangekyo, Kakashi shouted right as Naruto threw the devastating wind jutsu at him. Kamui, I knew you were going to do that dash, Kakashi heard Naruto's voice coming from behind him. He had been so focused on Kamui ing away the Raisin Shuriken, and Naruto's body flicker movement was so fast that Kakashi was caught completely off guard. He only had time to turn his head back and see the glowing sphere of blue chakra heading towards his face. Konoha Senpu. Guy screamed, and his whirlwind kick smashed mercilessly into Naruto's head, sending him flying. The blonde crashed so hard into a nearby building that he left a human imprint on its outer wall. Naruto wasn't allowed even a moment to catch his breath as Niji appeared at his side in an instant, and shouted, 8 trigrams, 128 palms. However, to his shock, the first 10 lightning-fast gentle fist jabs he threw at him were all parried, and Naruto even counterattacked with a punch of his own. His taijutsu is still not up to par. Niji thought as he easily weaved through the seemingly sloppy swing and was about to resume his onslaught of gentle fist attacks when a cracking pain in the side of his face made him see white for a moment. The next moment, Niji found himself flying through the air, unable to control any of his body's movements. He didn't even know what had hit him. The frog kata was almost impossible to defend against when faced with it for the first time. Even after crashing onto the ground, that senjutsu-empowered strike was so powerful that Niji couldn't muster any strength to get back up again. He slipped into unconsciousness. However, right after knocking Niji away, a lightning beast pounced on Naruto from behind and shocked him. Even with the enhanced physical ability granted by his Sage Mode, Naruto was paralyzed for a second. "Nice, Kakashi!" Guy yelled out in approval and then shouted, "Fifth gate, gate of closing, open." A vivid green aura burst from his body, and his pale skin turned a reddish-brown color. "Leaf Great Flash!" Guy yelled, throwing a head kick so powerful that it triggered a shockwave in its wake. An even louder shockwave rang when his shin smashed against his target, except that it wasn't Naruto's head. "No freaking way!" Tenten exclaimed in disbelief when she saw Guy's ferocious kick being stopped by Naruto with a single hand. Team Guy had been away from Konoha on a mission during Pain's invasion, so they hadn't seen Naruto's Sage Mode in person. All they knew were stories they heard from others. They didn't know that, in his Sage Mode, Naruto's physical strength enhancements were so insane that he could make craters with his punches, crush boulders in his hands, and throw around dozens of tons effortlessly. "If I fought you seriously, both Niji and you would be dead now," Naruto said, and Guy winced when Naruto's grip on his leg tightened to the point where his bones started creaking. Unable to hold her cool any longer, instead of listening to Kakashi's orders to not interfere in the fight, Tenten unfurled a large sealing scroll, and 3 throwing javelins appeared in her hands. "Let Guy-sensei go," she yelled and threw all 3 javelins at Naruto in quick succession, with deadly accuracy. Unfortunately, that proved to not be a very bright move as Naruto yanked Guy by the leg and threw him into the trajectory of the javelins, using him as a meat shield. The worst-case scenario did not come to pass, however, seeing as, at the very last moment, a mud wall rose from the ground between Guy and the incoming javelins courtesy of Kakashi. Kakashi had just finished casting the earth technique when Naruto lunged at him with another Rinnegan in his hand. He managed to dodge the Rinnegan by ducking under Naruto's lunge and came back with a chakra-enhanced uppercut, only for Naruto to blow up into his face. It wasn't the real him, it was a clone, and not just any clone but an exploding clone. Yamato also happened to shout from the distance at that moment, "The AIM troops have started attacking in full force. My Mokutan Jutsu won't last much longer." Rock Lee and Niji having been knocked out, Kakashi getting gravely injured by the exploding clone that blew up in his face, and Yamato's exhausted appearance as he struggled to hold back dozens of AIM shinobi that were trying to breach the giant forest he had created. As Mato Guy took in the situation, his facial expression hardened. "I've never used my 8 inner gates to their fullest power against an ally before. Despite your defection from Konoha, I still considered you one of my students and one of my comrades. However, you leave me with no other choice. I am sorry, Naruto." As Guy said those words, he got into a stance with his hands crossed in front of his face. The veins on his forehead looked like they were about to burst when he shouted, "The 8 inner gates, 6th gate. Gate of joy." As the cloak of green chakra around Guy more than doubled in intensity, Naruto got a bad feeling. Raising his hand and aiming it in his direction, he shouted, "Shinra Tensei." A massive force exploded from his hand, blasting Guy away like a leaf in a hurricane. The force of the almighty push was so powerful that it sent Guy flying through a tower and even destroyed the deep forest emergence technique in which Yamato had poured the entirety of chakra to cast. However, much to Naruto's disbelief, although battered, bruised, and bleeding from countless scrapes all across his body, Mato Guy was still standing when the Rinnegan technique ended. With the last drop of his strength, Guy screamed, "The 8 inner gates, 7th gate, gate of shock, open." As Guy took a stance with one of his palms forward, a feeling of danger washed over Naruto. One of the Toad Sage Mode's abilities was to sense danger. "If I let him complete that move, I will die." Time seemed to slow down in his perception as a mixture of feelings bubbled in his heart. Disbelief that someone from Konoha would even go as far as to seriously try to kill him. Frustration at himself that he had not incapacitated Guy when he had had the chance. Unwillingness to leave the world of the living behind with so much unfinished work, and so many unfulfilled promises. And, at last, a feeling of rage suddenly exploded from his chest. It was an overpowering emotion that extinguished any other feelings he might have had. At that moment, as he made a tiger seal, Guy thrust his hands forward and screamed, "Hirad dash!" A split second before Guy could finish launching the ultimate move of his seventh gate, Daytime Tiger, Naruto raised his hand and shouted, "Bansho Tenin, Hyu!" Guy let out a grunt of surprise as he was unexpectedly yanked forward against his will, but even as he was being pulled forward, he maneuvered his body into a flying kick position, intent on taking Naruto's head off if he maintained the technique until the end. Guy's flying kick never reached Naruto, however. A screeching sound suddenly filled the air. Then, Guy's body was split in half cleanly by a Raisin Shuriken. Tenten and Yamato watched in horror how the devastating wind technique not only killed their comrade but even reduced the rest of his body to atoms. Guy was dead, Kakashi, Niji, and Rock Lee were knocked out, and Yamato was on the brink of fainting due to chakra exhaustion. Tenten lost the feeling in her legs and fell to her knees in despair. As she glanced up at Naruto, overwhelmed by panic and terror, the stony expression on his face and his inhuman Rinnegan eyes made him look especially menacing. From her distorted point of view, she did not notice the tears that started falling down his cheeks. "Yo, Sasuke!" An orange-masked man with a single eye appeared out of nowhere in front of Sasuke and his team, causing them to abruptly stop in their tracks. "I didn't sense his chakra, he appeared out of nowhere. What's going on?" Karen couldn't understand it. Nobody had ever fooled her senses before, due to her Kekkei Genkai. "How did you know where to find me?" Sasuke asked, his eyes narrowing at him. As far as he knew, he and his team had been traveling under the radar for the past several months, staying out of the public eye and plotting their next course of action. "Don't underestimate me," Toby said. "I have considerable powers, so what do you want with me now?" Sasuke cut straight to the point. Taka left the Akatsuki. "We're done with you. As it stands, you reneged on your promise to me," Obito said. His words made everyone in Sasuke's team become alert and prepared for battle. "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about hunting the tailed beast. We already caught the 8 tails and delivered them to you." Karen said, "That was just a clone. A special clone technique, but a clone nonetheless. You've been fooled. In other words, you guys failed." While Sasuke was thinking back on the moment of his fight with Killer Bee in an attempt to discover when the Jinchuriki managed to escape, Toby continued, "Frankly, I'm disappointed in you all, so what are you going to do about it?" Suigetsu shot back snarkily. "It's none of our business now. Nope. You will finish whatever work you started as members of the Akatsuki, but, having said that, forget about the 8 tails for now. I've decided to give you a different task, and if I refuse?" Sasuke asked. "Then we'll fight it out right here. And you won't be able to go to the Hidden Leaf Village. Alas, it's too late for you to go to Konoha now either way. Konoha has already been destroyed." Sasuke, whose hand had just been engulfed by lightning, suddenly froze at his words. "What do you mean by that? What the hell happened? How would Konoha just get destroyed overnight? You've been living under a rock in the past 2 months, or what?" Toby said. But he did not continue to antagonize him and told him the short version of the events that had transpired. "My subordinate, Pain, destroyed the Hidden Leaf Village. And since both you and Pain were a bit too overbearing, the 5 Kage are now in the middle of a summit. And what does that have to do with me now?" Sasuke said belligerently. "You don't get it, do you?" Toby said with a shake of his head. "With Pain dead, as of now, you have become the most wanted person in the elemental nations. And, especially with how cocky and reckless you've become, I'll give you 1 year at most before you end up dying in a ditch." At Sasuke's scoff, Toby asked a question. "Tell me, Sasuke, have you ever seen a rogue nin from Amigakure?" Thrown off by the seemingly random question, Sasuke didn't reply. "My bad, it was a poor choice of words on my part considering you're almost blind now," Toby said mockingly. "When is the last time you heard about rogue ninjas hailing from Amigakure?" "That's right, you haven't. Not in your lifetime. Do you know why? The Cloud Village has the most disciplined, numerous, and relentless Black Ops shinobi in the world. The Akatsuki had members from Suna, Iwa, Kiri, Konoha, and other minor villages. But none from Kumo. Kyumo always takes care of its trash. Why are you telling me all of this? Sasuke shouted, starting to lose his patience. Get straight to the point. Tobi shrugged uncaringly at his outburst and said, honestly, at first, my plan was to break into the Kage summit and declare war on the 5 great elemental nations. But I ran into quite the unpredictable situation. Suigetsu and Karen both started laughing at him. You wanted to declare war on the 5 great hidden villages? All by yourself? Ha ha ha. You're out of your mind. Suigetsu said, holding onto his belly with his hands from laughing too hard. Ignoring the two that were clowning on him as if they were beneath his notice, Tobi spoke again. I want you to help me retrieve something from one of the former members of the Akatsuki. You were going to declare war against the whole world. Beating up some rogue ninja should be a piece of cake for someone with your considerable powers. The sarcasm in Sasuke's words wasn't lost to Tobi. If the narrowing of his eye was anything to go by, Conan proved to be way stronger than I had expected. Looking back, she must have been one of the strongest members we had. I shouldn't have underestimated her considering she was the one who defeated Sasori and forced him to join. But that is not here nor there. Her power is hardly a problem. I won our little scuffle when we clashed, but I had not expected to see the Ninetales Jinchuriki come to her aid. Sasuke's face morphed into an expression of surprise. Naruto? Yes, Tobi confirmed. Don't look down on him. He's not the same person you used to know. He's proven his strength when he defeated Pain. He is stronger than you now. But why would Naruto help a member of the Akatsuki? He's a Jinchuriki, it doesn't make sense. Ah, I must have forgotten to tell you, Uzumaki Naruto has defected from Konohagakure. What? Sasuke couldn't believe his ears. Of all people, Naruto became a missing nin. Naruto, who had chased him all over the continent in the past 3 years, trying to bring him back to the village. Honestly, his reaction was perfectly justified. No, if I had been him, I would have probably burned whatever was left of the village to the ground before leaving. Regardless, this is what I want you to do, assist me in retrieving my possessions from Conan, the leader of AIM. You don't have to participate in the battle against her or the rest of the AIM shinobi. All you need to do is keep Uzumaki Naruto busy while I deal with her. Why would I do that? And don't tell me that you'll offer me protection. I can take care of myself just fine, Sasuke said. He had recently defeated the full form of the 8-tailed demon beast and its Jinchuriki too. Sasuke was so confident in the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan that he couldn't envision a scenario where he would lose to anyone anytime soon. Your vision is worsening by the day. The more you use your Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, the faster you will lose your sight. Do you remember these? Tobi said and took out a sealed flask containing a green liquid and 2 eyeballs. At Sasuke's grim look, Tobi said in a self-satisfied voice, "That's right, I still have your brother's eyes." Sasuke glared at Tobi, all the while mentally kicking himself for not having the presence of mind after his battle with Itachi to take away and preserve his body. But, in all fairness, Itachi's remains were the last thing on Sasuke's mind after their battle due to how overwhelmed by emotions he was at that moment. You do understand what I mean, don't you? Tobi said when he saw that Sasuke kept silent. Of course I do. Then, do we have a deal? All right. But I want to get the eye transplant before the fight. His words could be interpreted in 2 ways, either that he did not trust Tobi to hold his end of the bargain if he waited until the end of their job to get the eyes, or that he did not want to go to battle without Itachi's eyes and risk becoming blind in the middle of it. That's fine with me, Tobi said with a shrug. Whether Sasuke had Itachi's eyes or not, to him it was all the same. Either way, he did not think Sasuke could pose a real threat to him. Let us go to our hideout. Do not resist. Saying those words, Tobi took the Taka team into his Kamui dimension and disappeared in a swirl. Chapter 9, After the Battle. As the rest of the Amigakure shinobi and kunoichi apprehended the surviving but unconscious Konoha intruders and Conan sealed them with her paper ninjutsu, Naruto looked blankly at the destruction left behind by their battle. I had no choice, he muttered quietly. After Guy opened the 7th inner gate, his sage mode senses and his survival instinct screamed at him that he would die if Guy completed his attack. It was a kill or be killed situation. Done with sealing the invader's chakra, Conan glided through the air and landed in front of him. Due to the fact that it was raining heavily, nobody noticed his emotional struggle after killing Guy. By the time she came to him, he had somewhat regained his composure. "How are you feeling?" she asked, looking searchingly into his eyes. "Do you notice any discomfort or pain?" "No discomfort. No drain on my chakra either. I think my body accepted these eyes fully. But, more importantly, these aren't all the ninjas sent by Konoha. 2 more have run away towards the sewers. We have to capture them. Can you find them with your sensory technique?" An expression of surprise appeared on her face at his words. "They sneaked into Amigakure and attacked me in my sleep," Naruto explained himself. "This battle also injured many of our people and caused so much destruction. Former comrades or not, Konoha and I are past the point of reconciliation." "I see," Conan said, and her body split into countless tiny paper butterflies that dispersed and quickly covered the entirety of Amigakure. A few minutes later, the paper butterflies converged again, and Conan materialized next to Naruto. "I have found them, 2 teenagers, a girl and an unconscious boy." Turning to one of the close-by Black Ops shinobi wearing a rebreather, she said, "Take a team of 10 chunins and guard the end of the main southeastern sewer pipe where it spills into the lake." "Understood," the jonin said and disappeared with a body flicker movement. Now looking back to Naruto, she said, "You've done enough for the day. I'll go capture those 2 myself. I want to see this through to the end." They dash. Putting a hand on his shoulder, she squeezed it softly as she said, "You were in the hospital until not long ago, and it's the first time you used your Rinnegan eyes. Rest for now. I have a feeling we won't be getting much rest in the days to come." "Okay," he said, caving in eventually. Despite being underground and almost 1 kilometer away, Sakura could still hear the sounds of battle between her comrades and Naruto. No matter how hard she tried, she could not banish the image of those inhuman-looking eyes from her mind. That pair of Rinnegan eyes made him look like a completely different person. But it wasn't only his eyes that were different now. The tone of his voice while speaking to them, the lack of warmth, and the rage bubbling underneath that calm exterior, as someone who had been one of his closest friends, if not the closest, Sakura could pick up on all those signs clearly. How could he have changed that much in such a short time? Not even 3 months have passed since the Hozuki Castle fiasco. The Kazekage did warn them in his short letter that Naruto appeared to be a completely different person, but she had not thought he was going to be that different. She was shaken from her thoughts when the tortoise boss suddenly let out a weary sigh. "Sigh. Yet another one of my contractors died." It wasn't sadness. The tortoise's voice sounded resigned. What do you mean?" Sakura asked, momentarily unable to understand the reality of the situation. "That youngster, Guy, lost his life. Died ahead of his time, just like his father." Sakura was mute with surprise. "No way," she said eventually. "You must be mistaken. Guy-sensei is one of the strongest jonins in the village. There's no way he would die in a place like this. I don't believe it." He dash. Ignoring her rambling, the tortoise boss said, "My summoner is dead. I have no reason to help you anymore. You are on your own now." Leaving those words behind, the creature disappeared in a plume of smoke, returning to her realm. Several minutes later, Sakura was still overwhelmed with thoughts of disbelief. It was only when a swarm of paper butterflies appeared in the sewer seemingly out of nowhere and a blue-haired woman wearing the infamous Akatsuki black cloak with red clouds materialized in front of her eyes that she finally came back to her senses. "Akatsuki," she said warily, taking a fighting stance in front of the still unconscious Rock Lee, "your comrades have already been defeated. This is the end of the road for you. I suggest you give up and come quietly." "Lies. There's no way Guy-sensei, Yamato-sensei, and Kakashi-sensei would lose to the likes of you." Sakura shouted, and before Conan could say anything else, the pink-haired girl lunged at her with a scream. "Shinaro." Cocking her fist back, Sakura threw the strongest chakra-enhanced punch that she was capable of. Under her devastating power, Conan's body burst into countless tiny pieces, at least that was what Sakura naively thought at first. She realized a second later that her enemy dispersed into a swarm of paper butterflies and reappeared at her back completely unharmed. "Out of consideration for Naruto, I wanted to not harm you too badly, but it looks like you don't plan on coming along quietly." After saying those words, Conan became silent. Her stoic, pretty face and the rest of her body seemed to split like the pages of an open book, and the sewer was flooded with a swarm of countless paper sheets. Sakura could only punch and kick the air around her desperately as she was drowned in a sea of deadly paper blades, each one of them carving deep and painful cuts into her flesh. Feeling the threat of death, black markings spread from the seal on her forehead and covered her entire body as she activated her strength of 100 technique, healing up her numerous injuries in an instant. Confident in the regeneration ability of her jutsu, Sakura gave up on defending herself completely and lunged at Conan once more. However, unfortunately, she did not have an answer to Conan's paper kawarimi. Instead of harming Conan, her punch blew a huge hole into the sewer ceiling, revealing the downcast sky outside. Alas, her efforts did not amount to much in the end. Conan's paper technique was a hard counter to most fighters that specialized in taijutsu and bokujutsu. If Sakura's efforts had little effect even in an enclosed space like the sewers, when she blew up a hole in the ceiling and opened the sewers to the world outside, she unknowingly cemented her fate. However, by the time Sakura realized that she had dug her own grave, Conan had already flown up in the air. No. If she flies too high up, I won't be able to reach her. With Conan's flight advantage, she would become just a target practice for her paper projectiles. Grabbing an enormous chunk of concrete from the broken sewer ceiling, Sakura screamed as she threw it at Conan. I won't let you get away. That piece of debris had to have weighed several tons. It was an attack that could smash an average shinobi into nothing but a smear of blood upon contact. However, at that moment, a sound of a blade whooshing through the air was heard, and that huge piece of debris was split cleanly, from the middle. The next thing Sakura knew, her right arm was also looped off from the shoulder. A scream of agony was ripped from her throat, and she collapsed on the ground, holding the stump of her bleeding shoulder with her other hand. Submit, or die, Conan said one last time as the large paper chakram returned to her side, whirring menacingly above her head. But the pink-haired girl didn't reply. She appeared to have gone into shock, staring in disbelief at her severed limb on the ground. Gravely injured but mostly because of her lack of mental fortitude, Sakura couldn't put up any resistance when a vortex of paper sheets engulfed her and wrapped around her like a mummy, binding her from head to toe. Hours passed, and the morning came. Although the sun was up now, the clouds covering the sky were so thick and dark that it looked as if it was evening. It was raining heavily again. Sipping from the mug of hot tea in her hands, Conan was watching over the village through the large windows of her office. Lady Conan, Uzumaki Naruto wishes to speak to you, one of her bodyguards informed her. Let him in. A few moments later, as Conan turned to greet him when he came through the door, an expression of surprise flashed on her face. Battered, wet, and dirty from the fight last night, Naruto ditched his regular clothes and put on another set of clothes given to him by Conan. Compared to his flashy orange tracksuit, which always made him stand out, his current attire was rather plain: dark blue joggers, a black jumper, and a gray Amigakure-style Jonin flak jacket. So you've made your final choice, Conan said. Was there any doubt after I took Nagato's eyes? Besides, I've never had any intentions of going back. I made you a promise, didn't I? Naruto said and grinned. As long as AIM doesn't turn their back on me like Konoha did, I will be here. Always. I think it suits you. I'm happy to have you here, Naruto. The two of them were not talking about Naruto's new attire, those clothes were nothing to write home about. They were talking about the new shinobi headband resting on his forehead now. For the first time in his life, he was wearing a shinobi headband that did not belong to Konoha. Instead, the metallic plate showed 4 vertical lines. It was the symbol of the hidden rain. You're the first to wear the new headband of Amigakure. Congratulations, she said, smiling at him. Following Hanzo's death at the hands of Nagato, after Akatsuki took over Amigakure, the new symbol of the village was the 4 vertical lines slashed through by a horizontal line. It signified their hatred and rejection of Hanzo and the previous regime of Amigakure. However, now that Naruto had taken on Nagato's Rinnegan eyes, Conan decided that it was time for AIM to step out of the shadows of the past and look at the future with hope. She renounced the slashed-through headbands and adopted the original symbol. Naruto was given the honor of being the first to wear the new type of headband. Thank you, he said sincerely. He couldn't help feeling touched inwardly. In spite of everything he had done for Konoha, he had always been treated by his peers like a bum. Everyone from his generation had been promoted to a chunin or even a jonin rank except for him. Even after saving the village from pain, they still didn't promote him. He was still a genin despite having become one of the most powerful shinobi in the village. But now, it was different. He finally had a rank that fit his strength and abilities. Now, he was a jonin. Conan smiled at him again. In the back of her mind, she noticed that she had been smiling a lot more often ever since she rescued Naruto from Hozuki Castle. "What do you want to do with your former comrades?" she unexpectedly asked after she finished congratulating him. "I am not sure." Although they had invaded Amigakure and attacked him when he was at his weakest, while lying in a hospital bed after surgery, Naruto could not bear the thought of killing them in cold blood after they had been defeated. "What do you think we should do?" he asked her. "Normally, there are two paths we could take. First, we could squeeze all the intel they have on Konoha through any means necessary, and after they are dead, we could examine their bodies to unearth their secret techniques. In Hatake Kakashi and Hyuga Niji's case, we would also extract their Dojutsu and use them for Amigakure's sake. There is also the possibility of keeping the Hyuga and the Mokuton users alive and locked up in order for them to produce offspring with their Kekei Genkai." Naruto involuntarily started frowning when he heard those words. It sounded terrible, but this is the ninja world. This is the world we live in. He knew Conan was not lying or exaggerating because he had been in Orochimaru's secret bases before and had seen traces of his experiments. He was also aware of Kumogakure's attempt to kidnap Hyuga Hinata in the past for the sake of obtaining the Byakugan. But he had not thought about it too deeply before. Single-mindedly pursuing his dream of becoming the Hokage and making Sasuke come back to the village, he ignored everything else. The other choice would be to treat them as war prisoners and try to strike a deal with Konohagakure no Sato to trade them in exchange for various goods, techniques, or even money. Done explaining, Conan looked into Naruto's eyes while asking, "What do you want to do with them?" "I am leaving their fate in your hands. It is your choice." Despite no longer thinking of them as his precious people, years of being comrades with them did not get wiped clean after only a few months of being away from Konoha. If possible, Naruto did not wish for them all to die or suffer like that. "Maybe we could try to trade them in exchange for resources. We could make Konoha trade large amounts of coal and other things that Amigakure needs. Kakashi is a very important figure in the village, he was an ANBU captain in the past. Yamato has the legendary Mokuton bloodline limit, and Sakura is the Hokage's prized disciple," Naruto said hesitantly. "If that is your choice, then that's what we are going to do," she said calmly, taking a sip from her mug of tea. "Thank you, Conan." Even he could understand that if it were the leader of any other hidden village, they would never pass up on the chance to get their hands on three of the most powerful Kekei Genkai in the world, the Mokuton, the Sharingan, and the Byakugan. He was not so dense as to not understand what a huge favor Conan was doing him at that moment. Nearly 4 days had passed since the Battle of Amigakure, but Naruto had yet to visit the Konoha prisoners even once. Instead, he had been away from the village, spending those days in an uninhibited place not far from the border with Iwagakure. He had chosen that spot because a rocky terrain was more useful for his training than a swamp. Bansho Tenin. As he said those words, a large boulder got yanked out of the ground and flew at him with great speed. Simultaneously, a shadow clone next to him raised his hand and yelled, "Shinra Tensei." Caught between the attractive and repulsive forces of those two techniques, the boulder exploded, unable to handle the pressure. "It's great that I can bypass the 5-second cooldown of the Deva path if I use shadow clones, but this shared vision is so troublesome. It'll take me some time to get used to it." Nevertheless, the temporary loss of the ability to create large numbers of shadow clones was hardly a minus when he looked at the absurdly powerful techniques of the Rinnegan. Momentarily making a ram seal with his hands to better concentrate on his task, another 2 pairs of arms grew out from his shoulders, and 2 other heads popped out from his neck too, giving him the appearance of a mythical Asura. "I still can't get used to this, man, you look creepy as hell," his shadow clone said, shuddering. In response to that, one of Naruto's extra arms transformed into a cannon, and a chakra blast obliterated the clone. He was so used to his clones getting killed in fights that the memories of the clone he had just destroyed didn't perturb him in the least. It might look creepy, but having 3 heads gives me 360-degree vision, and the extra pair of arms could give me a big edge in taijutsu, especially if I combined it with my senjutsu and if the enemy doesn't expect it. Following that train of thought, Naruto started performing the katas he had learned from the toads by using all 6 of his arms simultaneously. From a spectator's perspective, it looked strange, even silly, how he fumbled and how his arms sometimes collided against each other during movements. It was hard for the human brain to control so many extra limbs perfectly without training. But he was not discouraged. It all boiled down to the amount of work he was willing to put in, and he had never shied away from training. Back in Amigakure, one of Naruto's shadow clones was sitting on a sofa in the living room of his apartment and reading a scroll. Given that it was evening, past the curfew, he was straining his eyes to understand the tiny scribbles under the pale light coming from a small gas lamp. I should call it a day. It's late, and I need to preserve my chakra too, the clone thought. Rolling back the scroll, he put it on the coffee table and lied down on the sofa on his side with an arm under his head. He was about to fall asleep when he heard someone knocking on the door. Naruto? Are you still awake? Conan's warm, quiet voice came from behind the door. Yes, one moment, the clone said as he got up and went to open the door. Hey, what brings you here at this late hour? He asked as he invited her in and led her to the living room. I wanted to talk to you. Is it a bad time? No, I've been reading until not long ago, he said, gesturing towards the pile of scrolls on the coffee table. Ah, Nagato's Fuinjutsu scrolls, she said in understanding. Have you found what you've been looking for? It's too complicated for me. I don't understand much of what's written in them. I told you as much, didn't I? She said, and he was treated to the beautiful sound of her soft laughter. It takes a long time and a lot of studying to become adept at Fuinjutsu, and if you don't know the basics, it'll be useless to attempt the more advanced sealing techniques, especially the ones created by the Uzumaki clan. Ugh, I hate studying, he moaned. But I made Kyubi a promise, I can't give up just because it's hard. Then you should start with the basics and slowly work your way up. I'm not a seal master like Nagato, but I could guide you up until an intermediate level. You just want me to draw storage sealing scrolls and exploding tags for yourself, don't you? Naruto said, looking at her suspiciously. He felt something inside him flutter when he heard her laughter again. Well, you need to start from somewhere, don't you? She said with a small grin and rested her chin on her palm as she looked at him. He found it physically impossible to tear his eyes away from her. Whether it was because of his gradually evolving feelings for her or because of the increased vision offered by his recently acquired Rinnegan, he was not sure, but he was becoming increasingly aware and conscious of her beauty as a woman. Those bright orange eyes of hers in particular were mesmerizing. I'm sure boss will be happy to help you if you ask him. I know I would do it, and we're pretty much the same, he said with a grin too, rubbing the back of his head. When is he coming back? She asked. I don't know yet. But he will give me a sign when he wants me to summon him here. While Naruto didn't know what his clones were thinking and feeling until after they were dispelled, due to his Rinnegan eyes, he shared their sight nowadays. All he had to do was put it into writing, and his clone would be able to understand what he wanted regardless of the distance. Oh, he said he wants me to summon him now, the clone suddenly said and stood up. Getting up from the sofa, the clone went to the open side of the room and, after a short sequence of hand seals, he placed his hand on the floor. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. As the original Naruto stepped out of the plume of smoke, the clone smirked at him and said, You're so lucky, boss. After the clone was dispelled, Conan involuntarily started smiling at the sight of Naruto's face getting red, no doubt due to the thoughts and memories he received from his shadow clone. The summoning technique of the Rinnegan is so convenient. As long as I carry these black receivers, my clones can summon me anywhere, he said, trying to push away the not exactly family-friendly thoughts he had received from the clone. Looking at Conan, he suddenly got an idea. Would you like to carry one of these as well? I think it would be great to be able to summon you away in times of need. I already carry one of those. It's right here, she said, touching her lower lip with her finger. You mean that piercing is made from this stuff? He asked, looking at the small labrate piercing under her bottom lip. But then, outside of his control, his eyes darted away from her small piercing to her lips. Their pink color, their delicious fullness, and their moist, slightly glossy appearance that, yes, you can summon me anytime. So absorbed was he in admiring her lips that when she spoke, he was almost startled. But if Conan noticed his eyes lingering on her lips longer than was appropriate, she did not mention it, she merely smiled. How did your training go? Have you become more familiar with your Rinnegan's abilities? I still have a long way to go. I can control Deva Path's attractive and repulsive forces well, but Chibaku Tensei is too difficult at the moment. It explodes after a few seconds. I'm also struggling with the Azura Path. It's so hard to control 6 pairs of arms at once, and I haven't had a chance to train the human path, the Naraka path, or the outer path. As for the animal path, nothing comes up when I'm using the summoning technique. Preta path is the only one I can use perfectly. He scratched his hair with both hands in impatience. I suggest you focus on the Deva path and the human path for now. Why? In preparation for the next time Uchiha Madara comes back. I've been thinking of ways to defeat his ability, Kamui, but my options are limited after such a short time and due to Amigakure's current financial situation. It took me several years to gather all those paper bombs, and Madara still won because of his Sharingan, she said in a dejected voice. Her strategy, all her preparation, and the fortune she had poured into the plan, all for Madara to cast Izanagi and rewrite his fate. Not all was for naught, however, she said. Although I lost the battle, I gathered another piece of information from it, something that will be vital in our preparation for our next battle. But first, I will share with you what I already know about his abilities. As far as I know, Madara has 4 main abilities: becoming intangible, teleporting himself, teleporting other people or objects, and rewriting his destiny at the price of losing a Sharingan. I'm not completely sure, but I suspect his intangible state is automatic, so surprise attacks might not work on him. How are you supposed to hit him? How did I manage to kick him in the face? He asked. His ability is very strong, but, even so, it's not perfect. Every jutsu has a weakness. In Kamui's case, it has a maximum duration of only 5 minutes, and he cannot attack you while he is intangible or teleport away. He needs to materialize first before doing that. Therefore, the only strategy one could think of was to bait him into materializing himself and counter-attacking him at that exact moment. What I discovered in our last fight, though, was that even though he is intangible, his body still follows the laws of the world. Naruto tilted his head in confusion at her last sentence. What do you mean by that? Sorry, I was never good with that type of stuff. Conan hummed in thought for a few moments before saying, when I split the lake underneath his feet and detonated all those paper bombs, Madara turned himself intangible to escape from the explosions. But I noticed that even though he became invulnerable, the force of gravity still pulled him down. That means that the attractive and repulsive forces of your Rinnegan should affect him even in his intangible state. So even if his space-time technique makes him invulnerable, his body is still affected by the laws of physics like gravity. I think I understand, Naruto said, deep in thought. But even if the Deva Path abilities work on him, how will they hurt him if he's intangible? That's where I come in. I will prepare another death zone for him. Not just one but several of them for the case where he tries to cast Izanagi again. Your job will be to make him walk into my traps, and I'll deal the finishing blow. Will you be able to get that many paper bombs in again in a short while? I won't be using explosive tags this time around. I have a different plan now, she said confidently. Chapter 10, Contract. Now this is ninjutsu. Naruto said, his voice giddy with excitement as he watched his 5 shadow clones conjure 5 dragons made from 5 different elements. His Rasengan and Kage Bunshin combo had carried him throughout his career as a shinobi just fine, but seeing himself be able to cast techniques for all 5 elements simultaneously left him with a special feeling. I wish I had learned more techniques aside from Rasengan and Kage Bunshin. In retrospect, the 2 sensei that he had before never bothered to teach him their ninjutsu. Kakashi was famous as the copy ninja, and was said to know over 1,000 jutsu, but all that Naruto had ever learned from him was the importance of teamwork and the tree and water walking. As for Jiraiya, he had focused mostly on trying to make him control Kyuubi's chakra. Despite training for over 2 years under the guidance of the Toad Sage, a big ball Rasengan and slightly better taijutsu were all that Naruto had to show for it. But now that he had gained an affinity for all 5 elements thanks to Nagato's Rinnegan, he felt like it would be a crime not to take full advantage of his newly acquired abilities. And Conan was more than willing to provide him with all the jutsu scrolls in the possession of Amigakure because the stronger Naruto got, the safer Amigakure was going to be too. Is this how it feels to be a genius? He asked himself in wonder. Although he had mastered the Rinnegan faster than Jiraiya, Naruto had never considered himself a genius because he knew that if the training time of his shadow clones was added to the total, it would amount to several months, if not even a year. But the mastery of the 5 elements given by the Rinnegan, coupled with the training experience received from his shadow clones, was simply overpowered. He had never had such an easy time mastering a jutsu until now. Whether it was a banal, hidden in the mist, technique or a large-scale, swamp of the underworld, jutsu, he mastered all of them within a few hours. It felt surreal. Okay, that's enough. Now activate the Azura path and cast 2 jutsu simultaneously, he ordered his clones. A second pair of arms came out of his torso while his original pair of hands went through a quick sequence of hand seals. Suetun, water vortex. As he started spitting out a violent vortex of water, he also finished casting the second technique with his other pair of hands. Raitun, electromagnetic murder. A wave of lightning came from the Azura hands and turned the water vortex into a technique not that different from Kumo's prized Kekkei Genkai, storm release. It was a deadly vortex of electrified water. On the opposite side of him, a clone was using the Preta path, absorbing the techniques that he was casting. His other 4 clones were following his example too, with 2 of them casting combination techniques through the use of the Azura path and the other 2 using the Preta path to absorb the ninjutsu thrown at them. It was like an infinite chakra glitch. Nevertheless, even with the trick of using the Preta path, by the time evening came, he still felt himself reaching the bottom of his chakra reserves. It used to be an extremely rare occurrence for him to run out of chakra, but ever since he got the Rinnegan, he started experiencing mild symptoms of chakra exhaustion nearly every evening. It took him several good hours of training for that to happen, but the fact that it happened at all spoke volumes of how chakra-hungry a jujutsu like the Rinnegan was. One last jutsu and I'll call it a day, Naruto thought and put his hands together like in prayer. As a small sphere of white energy appeared between his palms, he said, Chibaku Tensei. Parting his palms, the white sphere of chakra became black and flew up in the air, easily breaking through the ceiling of the room and gaining nearly 100 meters in altitude in just a second. Wait, what's with that ceiling? Why was there a ceiling at all? He had been in the middle of nowhere, at the foot of a mountain, not far from the border between Iwa and AIM. There weren't any human settlements anywhere close by. Naruto-chan, what are you doing? 2 shouts came at the same time, and at the sound of them, Naruto's back broke into a sweat, having recognized the place he was currently in. How in the world did I get here? He shouted. Forget about that. Stop that jutsu or our home is dash. That voice stopped halfway as the ceiling and the walls suddenly splintered and started flying up in the air, attracted by Chibaku Tensei's gravitational force. Naruto quickly put his hands back together like in prayer, and 2 seconds later, the technique was cancelled, all the debris it collected before falling from the sky now like hail. My home, the female voice cried out in anguish. Ma, Pa. Our home, it was dash, Ma. Look at his eyes. Ma and Pa, the 2 elders of the Toads, looked at Naruto's ringed purple eyes in trepidation. The Rinnegan. Grandpa Sage, Granny Sage, I'm so sorry. Naruto said, bowing repeatedly. He had not intended to destroy their house, but their summoning was too unexpected. He was so caught up in focusing on casting Chibaku Tensei that he had not even noticed when he was whisked away. Seeing Naruto bow and apologize like that, the 2 elder Toads somewhat regained their calm. Why have you summoned me here again? He asked. The great Lord Elder has divined your future, and he wanted to see you, Lord Fukasaku said. But more importantly, is my sight betraying me in my old age, or did your eyes change into the Rinnegan? What happened to you, Naruto boy? It's a long story, but Konoha cast me out. I was framed for an assassination attempt on the Reikage, and they didn't want to give me the chance to defend myself. I was thrown into Kusagakure's prison with my chakra sealed. I can't believe it. Lady Shima said. After everything you've done for the village, they did that? If it wasn't for you, most of them would be dead now. It's thanks to you that Pain brought everyone he killed back to life. If what you said is right, Jiraiya and Minato must be rolling in their graves now. But are you truly sure that is the case? Lord Fukasaku said, also having a hard time believing his ears. Are you sure it isn't all a big misunderstanding or something else? I don't know what to believe, Naruto said. On hand, they told me that, all along, everything had been a plan to discover Kusagakure's secret plans and that they never believed I really was guilty. But on the other hand, after I ran away from the village, Konoha sent their most elite shinobi to capture me and bring me back by force. Kakashi, Gai, Hyuga Niji, and even Yamato, who has the Mokuton. They attacked me in my sleep, while I was in the hospital. The Toad elders listened in silence as Naruto narrated everything that happened. He told them how Conan had broken him out of prison and offered him shelter, how Conan gifted him Nagato's Rinnegan, and how the Konoha shinobi attacked him while he was sleeping, recovering from the surgery. Lastly, he also told them that, when they saw how powerful he was now that he had the Rinnegan, Gai went as far as to open the seventh gate and tried to kill him, which in turn forced him to use lethal force to stop him. I can't believe so many things have happened in these few months we haven't seen each other, Lord Fukasaku said. But now I see why the great Lord Elder wanted to see you. It was indeed I who summoned you. What was your name again? The great Lord Elder Toad began to say, but he stopped his act of bumbling like a senile old fool, and his eyes opened wide when Naruto looked up at him and locked eyes with him. The Rinnegan. Hagoromo's eyes. Now it all makes sense. Naruto looked at him in silence, waiting for the Toad to sort out his thoughts. I have received a prophecy involving you. More accurately, I have seen 3 visions. Are you ready to hear them? I am. Soon, an old enemy will come to take from you something of great importance. I couldn't see it clearly in my vision, but now that you are in front of me, I can tell what it is. And you can probably tell that too. As expected, Naruto said, unfazed. If his interpretation of the prophecy was correct, the old enemy was coming to take his Rinnegan away. Uchiha Madara, Naruto inwardly said that name with hatred. He was the one who murdered his mother and the reason why Yondaime Hokage had to sacrifice his life for the sake of sealing the nine-tailed fox inside of him. He was the root of all the suffering and pain he had experienced as a child in Konoha, and, more recently, he was also the one who had almost killed Conan. Seemingly oblivious to the negative feelings boiling in Naruto's heart, the great Lord Elder Toad continued speaking. In the second vision, I saw a war between shinobi that engulfed the whole world. Not one nation managed to stay neutral. Even our Mount Mayaboku was burning. All I could see was war, death, and destruction. A deathly silence was instilled when the venerable Toad finished speaking. This war, what are the chances that your vision is wrong? Naruto asked. The 5 great hidden villages just had a Kage summit in the land of iron. Conan told me that the Konoha, Suna, Kyumo, Iwa, Kiri, and the samurai from the land of iron have forged an alliance to destroy the Akatsuki. I don't think they will start a war amongst themselves anytime soon. Akatsuki may not be strong enough to fight against all 5 strongest nations in the world, but what if Uchiha Madara got his hands on your Rinnegan eyes? Don't dismiss the prophecy. The great Lord Elder's visions have never been wrong, Naruto boy, Lord Fukasaku said. You're also forgetting something, Naruto-chan, Lady Shima said. As far as the world at large knows, the Land of Rain is still the lair of Akatsuki, isn't it? And the current leader of Amigakure used to be the right-hand woman of pain. Her words drained all color from Naruto's face as it finally dawned on him. You're saying that their alliance is for the sake of destroying Amigakure, he said in shock. We can't know that for sure, but it is a very likely scenario. What about the third vision? What did you see? Naruto asked. In response to that, the great Lord Elder called out a name, Giratora. At his words, a small, black and orange toad appeared by the Elder's throne in a plume of smoke. You called me, Great Elder. In my vision, I saw you storing yourself inside of Naruto. What? The small toad said in outrage. Give him the 4th Hokage's seal. His arms crossed in front of his chest, Giratora was the picture of reluctance as he said, I have no choice but to do as you say, Great Lord Elder. But are you sure he is ready for it? I still didn't forget what happened the last time Jiraiya asked me to loosen his seal. The beast inside took over right away. Nevertheless, at the Elder Toad's silence, Giratora let out a long sigh, and his body grew in height before rolling to the side, revealing the fact that his torso looked like one large scroll. When the toad finished unfurling his scroll-like body completely, a large and complex sealing formula appeared on it. What is this? Naruto asked in surprise. It is the key left by the fourth Hokage that locks and unlocks the sealing jutsu on your belly. It is the key to the gates sealing the bijou inside of you. With this, you can even let the Ninetales run free if that is what you want, Giratora explained. Come, press on that square area there with your hand. With this, you will have the means to do what Yondaime has hoped for. You will be able to fight for Kyuubi's power and wrestle its chakra away for yourself. Knowing the hardships Naruto had endured the last time he let Kyuubi take over him, Giratora had inwardly expected him to hesitate at first. But he didn't. Right as the toad finished his words, Naruto's fingers became alight with chakra as he placed his hand on the square at the top right side of the sealing formula. He had wanted to find a way to release Kyuubi for weeks now. That's the reason why the clone that was stationed in Amigakure had started studying Fuinjutsu and why it was now helping Conan draw storage seals. Naruto didn't care about Fuinjutsu in particular, and studying wasn't his strong suit, to say the least. Everything was for the sake of keeping his promise to Kyuubi, to free him from prison without losing his life in the process. Contract complete. I'm going into storage now. Going into storage? What do you mean? You don't need to do a thing. Just keep your mouth open. What? Naruto said and stepped back warily. Yes. Now say, ah. Come on, don't waste time. You sound suspicious as heck. Naruto refused to comply. Don't act like a baby. Open your damned mouth. No, look, do you want the key to Kyuubi's seal or not? That made him cave in. 2 seconds later, as he was choking, gasping for air, he found out that he was right to be suspicious of the small toad. Konohagakure no Sato, the production of timber can't meet the demand. It goes the same for producing bricks, tiles, and other materials for buildings. We've been importing grains from the land of rice and the land of rivers, and fish from the land of waves, for the past 3 months without paying for it. Our debts are piling up, and they request that we honor our deals. The Tushchikage informs us that his scouts have been detecting unusual activity at their border with the land of rain. There are signs of large-scale, powerful jutsu being used. With how numerous the land of rain's shinobi are, he suspects they are drilling their troops and preparing for war. After another half-dozen bad news stories, Tsunade said, "Is there anything that goes well for once? Do you have any good news for me at all, Shizun?" "I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama." Suddenly, an ANBU operative appeared in front of Tsunade without a sound and lowered himself to one knee before reporting. Chunin 1010 has been sighted by the Barrier Corps and taken into custody. According to her words, the S-ranked mission in Amigakure has failed. What? Tsunade shouted in surprise, her chair making a screeching sound as she abruptly stood up. "Take me to her right away, TNI Department HQ." Half an hour later, Tsunade had a hard time hiding her disbelief. Naruto got the Rinnegan. Guy was killed. Shikaku Nara, Ibiki Marino, and Inoichi Yamanaka, who were present during Tenten's questioning, were just as shocked as their Hokage. They had all witnessed with their own eyes the terror of pain and his overwhelming, godlike power. He had single-handedly annihilated most of Konoha's shinobi and turned one of the most powerful villages in the world into a crater. But Guy had the 8 inner gates technique. How could he have lost against someone who had just acquired the Rinnegan? Naruto didn't have any time to master it. He was still in the hospital when you went to capture him, was he not? Furthermore, Yamato with Mokuton and Kakashi with the Sharingan. How could they have lost that easily? The Nara said. According to our research, Dojutsu have a sort of genetic memory inscribed in their DNA, Ibiki said. Most shinobi with ocular powers know how to use their abilities instinctually. We have to do something. We are going to do something, right? We can't leave everyone there. Tenten said in desperation. Hokage-sama, we are going to save them, aren't we? We can't just barge into Amigakure now that Naruto has the Rinnegan, Shikaku said with a shake of his head. Tenten, you weren't here when pain destroyed the village, so you didn't see it. It was like the power of a god. Numbers are meaningless against such a power. Since it's been more than 2 weeks since he acquired the Rinnegan, given Naruto's track record with his shadow clones, he must have already mastered most of the Rinnegan's abilities by now. Are you going to leave them there? Tenten shouted in disbelief. We've risked our lives for the village more times than I can count. And Gai-sensei died. How could you even suggest that? Calm down, girl, Ibiki said, frowning at her. Nobody said anything about abandoning them. As Ibiki made a sign to one of the members of his TNI department, Tenten was escorted out of the interrogation room, leaving only the four of them sitting at the table. You've been quiet the entire time. What's on your mind, Inoichi? Tsunade asked. I'm trying to gauge Naruto's mental state at the moment. We all know that he felt betrayed and probably thought that the village had cast him out. However, if Tenten's words are anything to go by, he had not been fighting with the intent to kill them at first. That means that he still does not hate Konoha to the point of wanting to kill everyone on sight. But Guy's death at his hands shows us that he is willing to do anything to not come back if pushed into a corner hard enough. Ibiki nodded in agreement. I think so too. The fact that he had taken on Pain's Rinnegan also cements the idea that he had switched his allegiance to Amigakure forever. I don't think Pain's right hand, Conan, would have offered him that power if she had not been sure of his loyalty to her. It may be presumptuous of me to say this, Hokage-sama, but I think we need to accept that Naruto might never want to come back. Tsunade sat with her face buried in her hands, not saying anything for a while. What are your thoughts on their offer? She said eventually and gestured towards the open scroll on the table. The leader of Amigakure let Tenten go, knowing that Konoha wouldn't doubt her words. If she had only sent a letter to inform us of our shinobi's capture, we wouldn't necessarily believe it right away and would try to verify the information first by sending another team. By sending Tenten back to Konoha, the leader of AIM reduced any feeling out process and wasted time, skipping directly to the phase of negotiations. Related to that, freeing Tenten doesn't lessen Amigakure's leverage over Konoha either because Tenten has no real value as a hostage, with or without her in prison, it was all the same. I must give it to her, if we're talking about tactics and politics alone, AIM's leader is not your average kunoichi, Shikaku said. I didn't ask you to sing her praises, Shikaku, Tsunade said, mildly annoyed. What I'm asking is for your thoughts related to this offer. Our reserves of coal are still plentiful for now, but we still don't have enough to cover their demand, we'd be forced to import. But we've already amassed large debts by importing food from neighboring countries. If we dip into our reserves of coal too, that is yet another large expense that the village momentarily can't afford. We can't just give up on our people either, Inoichi said categorically. You think I don't know that? Tsunade said, slapping the table angrily. Sakura was among the ones held hostage by the Land of Rain, too. Sakura was her student, someone in whom she had invested much of her time and effort. She didn't want to see her successor dead either. These conditions are too harsh on us, Shikaku said after a while. The amount of coal that Conan demanded from Konoha in exchange for the lives of the Kakashi and the rest was astronomical. It would be enough for a large and populous city like Amigakure to burn for more than 1 year. In the first place, Amigakure didn't even have such a large amount stored up in one place. We should try to negotiate. Let's request a face-to-face meeting. This way, we can gauge their strength, their intelligence, and their intentions much more accurately. Will they accept that? Ibiki asked. Oh, they will, Shikaku said confidently. The fact that they tried to speed up the process for the sake of this transaction lets us know that they are pressed for time too. If you recall what Tenten said, they first attacked Naruto in the hospital after the curfew, when the power was cut. Considering that they have a curfew and that they are trying to trade for coal, that means that their reserves are running low. Which is not surprising, if you ask me. That makes sense, Tsunade said in agreement. The Land of Rain was completely shut off from their neighbors for almost a decade. No trading and no diplomatic relationships with the surrounding countries either. Considering that it has become known that the Land of Rain is also the Akatsuki's country of origin, they must have a hard time finding a willing trading partner too. So their problems aren't any less than ours, huh? Ibiki said while rubbing his chin. Having reached a consensus with her advisors, Tsunade grabbed a pen and a scroll from Ibiki and started writing a response to the letter from AIM. 2 days after he returned from Mount Mayaboku, now back in the Land of Rain, the original Naruto wasn't training for once. He was still away from the city, in his usual training ground, but instead of practicing his Rinnegan jutsu, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating with his eyes closed. When he opened his mental eyes, he found himself in front of Kyuubi's cage. Compared to their encounter several weeks ago, the fox was much more mellow and calm, merely watching Naruto in silence. "What have you come here for?" "The toads recently gave me the key to Yondame's seal." "The key to this gate," Naruto said, pulling up his sleeve and showing him the tattoo-like inscription that appeared on his palm and the back of his forearm. "I could open the seal right now, at this very moment, and set you free." Now that got Kyuubi to stand up on all fours and look at him with such intensity that Naruto felt his skin prickling. "I've been imprisoned for less than 2 weeks, but he's been jailed for nearly 100 years. God knows how much he craves freedom, how much he wants to get out of this darkness and see the world outside," Naruto thought. "I want to keep my promise to you, but at the same time, I don't want to die either. I saw what happens to Jinchuriki when the bijou inside of them gets taken out. They die. That's how Gaara died. That's how my mother died too, but you did speed up the process by skewering her with your claws. If you're expecting an apology from me, you can fuck off," Kyuubi said with a growl, his rage starting to build up. "I don't need your apologies," Naruto said. "They wanted to imprison you, you wanted to escape. If anything, the fault lies with them and with the first Hokage, who was the first to seal you and treat you as a weapon." As Kyuubi remained silent, Naruto continued. "Yondaime made this key hoping that one day I would become able to take your chakra and control your power. The toads told me so too." Despite the fact that the fox started growling menacingly, Naruto wasn't affected. "But I don't need it. I don't want your power when the price for that is that you are imprisoned. I know what it is like to be caged. You don't deserve that. You should be free. What are you scheming?" Kyuubi narrowed his eyes at him as he asked. "There's not a being in this world that doesn't lust for the power of the Nine Tails. My power. Uchiha Madara wanted it. Konoha wanted it. You wanted it too. You've asked me for power more times than I can count. But now you're saying you don't need it." "Now I have the Rinnegan," Naruto said, looking at his reflection in the pooling water on the floor. "This Jujutsu is so powerful that it scares me sometimes. I've barely mastered half of its techniques, but I feel like I could defeat even 4 or 5 of the previous version of myself at once." Locking eyes with Naruto's ringed, purple Rinnegan, Kyuubi felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end when the blonde said, "I have become strong. I am truly powerful now. I have no doubt that I could force you to submit to my power right now and rob you of all your chakra. But I'd rather set you free. You've been jailed for too long. You've suffered for too long." Kyuubi was silent for a long time, his slit red eyes peering deeply into Naruto's as if to gauge the truth in his words. Due to his negative emotion sensing ability, the fox could tell that Naruto had not lied to him in the least. Everything he said was sincere, it was the utmost truth. But even with that assurance, Kyuubi was having a hard time wrapping his mind around the fact that Naruto truly didn't want his power. That he didn't want him to suffer, that he wanted to set him free. "You said you don't want to die just yet. How do you plan on unsealing me?" Kyuubi asked eventually, his voice subdued and rather quiet, not carrying the rage and aggression from before. "I've been thinking about it for several days before I came up with an idea. I could set you free as long as you sign a contract with me." Although he started feeling suspicious at hearing the word contract, Kyuubi couldn't contain his curiosity and his hope. For the first time in decades, a glimmer of hope appeared amidst the volcano of rage smoldering in his heart. "How would you make that work?" "By using the outer path and the animal path of the Rinnegan. Through these black receivers," Naruto said, and a black metallic rod grew out of his palm. Then, under Kyuubi's disbelieving eyes, he stepped through the bars of the gates confidently. "Just try it. I will send you flying." Naruto dared him to attack him with a smirk. Kyuubi let out a low growl at his provocation, but he didn't attack Naruto. He was well aware of Rinnegan's abilities. "Here, feel it for yourself," Naruto said, and he handed the black rod to Kyuubi, who grabbed it with his long claws as if it were a tiny toothpick. "I can feel your chakra being transmitted through this. It's possible to make it go both ways. This way, your chakra and mine will be linked to each other. In times of need, you could push your chakra into my system and vice versa. What's the catch? This sounds too good to be true. I told you, didn't I? You'll have to sign a contract. You will be tied to my Rinnegan. The moment you accept the chakra transmitters in your body, you won't be able to take them out by yourself, and our chakras will become linked. I will be able to summon you, and you will be able to summon me too. A small part of your chakra will remain in my system at all times so I don't die, and you also get to roam free and do whatever it is that mountain-sized foxes like you like to do in their free time. QB started pacing back and forth inside the cage restlessly. He had wished for freedom for so long that now that it was presented to him, he was almost afraid to take it. The deal Naruto was offering him at that moment was almost too perfect to be real. What's there to be hesitant about? You'll be even stronger than before if you accept it. Think about what it means for our chakras to be linked. QB stopped pacing around at that, his eyes becoming wide with surprise as he finally realized the meaning of it. Genjutsu will no longer be effective on me. Genjutsu had been the bane of his existence. That's how Madara enslaved him a century ago, and that was also how he had been mind-controlled after getting out of Kushina's seal. The fact that the Uchiha's Sharingan would no longer have power over him immediately removed any hesitation he might have had about making a contract with Naruto. You won, QB said. No, we both won, Naruto said, smiling in relief. You get your freedom and protection from Genjutsu and I get a reliable companion too. As Naruto smiled and raised his hand, for the first time in a century, QB smiled too as he bumped fists with him. Chapter 11, Deadlock. Konan Dano, we have received your letter. Konoha is interested in exchanging coal for our shinobi's safety. However, your terms are beyond what the village can afford at the moment, in the aftermath of Akatsuki's invasion. I believe it is in both of our best interests to meet and talk face to face rather than through a letter. I propose to Kumi village in the land of rivers as our meeting point. As it is a diplomatic meeting, I will come together with only 2 aides. As a fellow leader of a hidden village, I believe you know what is best for the prosperity of your people. Although weakened after Akatsuki's invasion, Konoha is still a force that one would rather have as an ally than an enemy. Please let me know your answer as soon as possible. Should you decide to accept to meet us, before any further discussion, I demand you bring proof of my shinobi's well-being. Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. Putting the letter down, Naruto asked Conan, what are you going to do? Are you going to meet them? As vital as it is for them to retrieve their prized shinobi and their Kekkei Genkai from our hands, we need their coal just as much. We have no choice but to accept their proposal, she said. What if they tried to pull something dirty? After they tried to capture him while he was in the hospital, Naruto's faith in Amigugakure's goodness disappeared completely. Resting her chin on the back of her hand, Conan smiled at him as she said, I will have you with me, won't I? With you by my side, there's nothing they can do to hurt me. Definitely. Naruto said and grinned, happy at how much faith she had in him. I will protect you with my life. As Conan took a pencil and started writing her answer to the Hokage's letter, Naruto looked at her in silence. Noticing his gaze on her, she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, inwardly smiling. To her, his behavior was so obvious that she could easily tell what he was thinking about. He's so innocent. Like a puppy who can't get enough of their master's attention. That thought almost made her let out an uncharacteristic giggle. Fortunately, she managed to hide it behind a fake cough, and then she shifted her attention back to her letter. Konoha is still a force that one would rather have as an ally than an enemy. She's clearly provoking us here, Conan said, furrowing her brows in thought. But that's just empty bravado. If she was that confident, Konoha's troops would have been at our gates long ago. Conan had never forgotten her childhood, the suffering that she experienced during the war-torn era of Amigakure. Her family died at the hands of Tsunade shinobi while Nagato had witnessed Konohagakure shinobi killing his parents in front of his eyes. The large powers of the ninja world never ask for permission. They never negotiate with the weak. They take what they want, they kill, destroy, and pillage with no regard for anyone's fate. She had never forgotten her pain, and her hatred for the large villages had never diminished. The only reason Konoha has not started a war with the Land of Rain despite losing their Mokuton, their Sharingan, and a Hyuga male as well is that they don't dare to. They know by now that Naruto has the Rinnegan and that he's loyal to AIM. Speaking of Naruto, Conan jumped slightly when two hands unexpectedly landed on her shoulders. You looked tense, he said as an explanation, and he started gently massaging her shoulders. Conan involuntarily released a sigh of comfort as he massaged her tense and tight neck and shoulders. Ugh, it's so good. But this isn't a good moment. I need to focus on the letter now, she said, putting her hand over his, on her shoulder. I'd be more than happy if you continued what you're doing in half an hour. Okay, no problem, he said. In the next moment, Conan froze as she felt his lips touch the crown of her head. Her amber eyes were wide with surprise as she turned her head to look at him. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It just felt like the right thing to do. He began to apologize when she stood up to face him. When her brief expression of surprise was replaced by a smile, he felt as if a weight had been lifted off his chest. But as she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around him, it was his turn to be stunned with surprise. You don't have to apologize, she said. I understand your feelings, and I accept them. Her words made him embrace her fiercely, his arms tightening around her to the point where she was having trouble breathing. As he buried his face into her neck, the soft fragrance of her short hair overwhelmed his sense of smell. He wasn't well versed in recognizing and describing scents, but if he had to guess, she smelled a bit like cinnamon and something else that he couldn't put into words. He really is like a puppy, Conan thought in amusement as she heard him inhale her scent deeply, filling his lungs with the smell of her. A while later, he finally let go of her, but he did not break away completely. It was the first time in his life he had experienced such close intimacy with a girl, with anyone. She was so soft, and warm, and she smelled so good that he couldn't get enough of it. Drunk with the feel-good sensations triggered by his hormones, he couldn't find the will to let her go from his arms. As their heights were similar and there were less than 10 centimeters between their faces, he could feel her warm breath on his lips. Maybe it was only his imagination, but when he wetted his lips, he could even taste its sweetness. Bringing his hand to cup her face, he inwardly wondered at the softness of her skin as he caressed her cheek with his thumb. When she leaned into his touch, he felt his stomach lurch with his feelings for her. Can I kiss you? He asked, his voice only a breathless whisper. Short line removed. 1 week later, among shinobi and civilians alike, Takumi village was one of the most well-known and most frequented places in the land of rivers. Famous for its craftsmen's skill in making shinobi tools and weapons, it had often been the target of other hidden villages, both friendly and hostile, during wartime. However, after the end of the Third Ninja War, as the great hidden villages entered a period of relative peace, Takumi village was slowly forgotten. Now, nearly 20 years later, most weapons shops had been closed down as the craftsmen started directing their manufacturing skills to produce different things needed in times of peace. It slowly became a hub for new inventions and technological breakthroughs. The reason why it was such a famous place for shinobi even after so many years was that the daimyo of the land of rivers hired missing means for the sake of protecting it. Therefore, many shinobi and kunoichi that went rogue often tried to seek refuge under the wings of the land of rivers daimyo. As Conan explained to him all those things, Naruto gawked at the shops and street vendors with great interest. For a village that had lost its main source of revenue decades ago, it looked like it was flourishing. We have arrived, she said, stopping in front of a large, 3-story pagoda. How many shinobi do you sense inside? He asked. He could enter the sage mode and find out for himself, but he didn't want the others to interpret it as an act of hostility. 5 shinobi and a few dozen civilians. I assume that 3 of them are from Konoha. The other 2 ninja must be the daimyo's bodyguards. Conan said. Her sensory ability was very good. Lady Conan of Amigakure has arrived. At the servant's announcement, all the occupants in the room turned their heads to the door. The first to step inside was a woman with short blue hair, orange eyes, and a gray cloak obscuring most of her body. The only other features that stood out in her appearance were the piercing in her lip and the light blue paper rose ornament adorning her hair. Knowing the fragile diplomatic position Amigakure was in at that moment, even with her love for Akatsuki and the ideals it stood for, Conan chose not to wear the infamous cloak at this summit. As Naruto stepped through the door after her, Tsunade involuntarily rose to her feet, and Shikaku and Hayashi at her side both became tense. After witnessing Pain's massacre and the destruction of their village, the sight of Naruto's purple, inhuman eyes sent chills down their spines. "Greetings, Daimyo, Hokage Dano," Conan said calmly. Whereas the daimyo returned her greetings right away, Tsunade took a moment before replying, "Greetings." Once Conan sat down at the round table and Naruto took his position standing at her back, the daimyo cleared his throat before saying, "As the daimyo of the land of rivers, I will be your moderator. I hope you will be mindful of the fact that you are on foreign, neutral territory and work towards reaching a peaceful conclusion to your dealings. Let the meeting proceed." Minding her manners, Conan remained silent, letting the Hokage speak first. "I will start by asking for you to show me proof of my shinobi's well-being. If you don't have that, I have nothing further to talk about with you," Tsunade said, the tone of her voice speaking volumes of the rage smoldering inside of her. When Naruto stepped forward and placed an envelope on the table in front of her, Tsunade couldn't keep her calm anymore and suddenly punched the table, smashing it into smithereens. "How could you do something like this, Naruto?" she yelled. "How could you have killed Madogai? How could you have betrayed the village? How could you side with the terrorists that have been trying to kill you for years?" "This meeting isn't about me explaining myself to Konoha," Naruto said, not even flinching at the table's destruction. "I answer only to Lady Conan now, Hokage." The calm tone of his voice and his confident and indifferent demeanor doused Tsunade's anger like a miracle. In the meantime, the daimyo was sweating like a river under his clothes, his heart about to jump out of his chest. His two bodyguards were clenching the handles of their weapons tightly as well. Although the daimyo was paying them a fortune for their services, they did not have a sense of loyalty towards him. After all, they were missing means, criminals. In front of the rage of someone as powerful and violent as the slug Sannin, they were quaking in their boots. Levitating the photos that had been scattered out of the envelope and fell all over the floor when the table was destroyed, Conan made them float in front of the Hokage. Aside from Haruno Sakura, who has had her arm chopped off, everyone else is in perfect condition. "But her arm was reattached, and she is healthy now too," Conan said. At Naruto's request, they had not been tortured or interrogated. They've only been imprisoned, with their chakra sealed. Sakura got dash. Tsunade didn't continue her words. She was so angry that her body was trembling. Noticing the state of his leader, Shikaku hesitantly came forth and started speaking in her place. "Returning to the original purpose of this meeting, it's impossible to acquire the amount of coal that you are requesting in a short period of time. But we are willing to deliver that amount to you in several smaller charges, over the course of 6 months, as long as you also do us a favor besides returning our captured shinobi. In exchange, we would like dash." Shikaku's words were suddenly cut off as a fast and heavy object whooshed through the air. In the next moment, the Land of Rivers daimyo's head flew up in the air, and blood erupted from his neck like a geyser. "Kobikura Bocho," Hayashi said in recognition when he saw the huge blade embedded in the wall after beheading the daimyo. "The daimyo! Who dares?" the daimyo's two bodyguards yelled at the same time. Shikaku, Tsunade, and Hayashi all became tense and ready to battle. "There are 4 intruders. Judging by the size of their chakra reserves, they are powerful. Prepare for battle, Naruto," Conan said. "Understood." The two of them had agreed on a plan of action beforehand in case things went south, so Naruto didn't need any further instructions. "Shinra Tensei." As he said those words, the outer wall of the meeting room was blasted into pieces. Obscured by the clouds of dust and debris left in the wake of the wall's destruction, Naruto and Conan jumped out of the pagoda into the open space, landing on the rooftop of a smaller building in the daimyo's residence's courtyard. "If you had to make a grand entrance, at least you could have gone for the Jinchuriki's head, you dumb cretin. This loud bitch again. Shut your damn mouth for once. Both of you stop it. Jugo and Suigetsu, keep the Hokage and the other two busy. Karen, conceal your chakra and hide until you are needed." Hearing the last voice, Naruto didn't need to see it to recognize who was the one that spoke. Sasuke. As Sasuke jumped out of the destroyed building too, the air also started shimmering, and an orange-masked shinobi wearing the infamous Akatsuki cloak appeared out of nowhere. When the orange-masked shinobi looked at Naruto, he couldn't hold back his disbelief. "The Rinnegan." His voice suddenly filled with anger, Obito screamed. "It's not enough that you betrayed me, but you've even given Naruto the Rinnegan? The heavens are my witness, Conan, your death will not be an easy one. But Conan didn't reply to him. Spreading her white paper wings wide, she took to the air behind Naruto, filling the air around her with countless paper tags. Interesting eyes you've got there, Naruto. Even more interesting was to hear that you, of all people, have defected from Konoha. What has the world come to? Sasuke said and laughed. The idea of joining hands with you to destroy Konoha once and for all doesn't sound bad at all, but, unfortunately, I have been hired to kill you. Now, let's see whose eyes are better, yours or Dash. Sasuke stopped his tirade when Naruto suddenly bent over and started coughing, holding onto his throat as if he were choking. In the next moment, a crow came out of his mouth, a crow with a special dojutsu in its eye socket. But, before Madara or Sasuke could react, even before the crow could do what it had been programmed to do, 4 paper blades sliced it into pieces, splashing its bloody remains all over the place. What was that, Naruto? That looked like one of Uchiha Itachi's crow summons. Are you okay? Conan quickly asked, worried. I'm fine, Naruto said after catching his breath. I'll explain later, there's no time for that now. He had completely forgotten about the crow that Itachi had implanted in him. He didn't know what the crow's power had been supposed to be, but he didn't have time to mull over it. Not when 2 Uchiha were emitting such deep killing intent towards him. Momentarily, all 4 of them were completely silent, the screams of the scared civilians running away sounding particularly loud in Naruto's ears. But then, Sasuke suddenly said, Amaterasu. As a tear of blood fell from his eyes, a conflagration of black fire suddenly engulfed Naruto. However, the screams of agony that Sasuke had been expecting didn't come out. Instead, the flames which were said to be inextinguishable and hotter than the sun shrank rapidly, dissipating completely into Naruto's hand. Bansho Tenin. Sasuke lost control over his body as he felt himself getting pulled towards Naruto's hand. Even as he was pulled towards the blonde, Sasuke quickly put his hands in a tiger seal and a huge fireball came out of his mouth. However, his fire technique failed again as a pair of Azure arms grew out of Naruto's torso and formed the hand seals to cast the Kage Bunshin technique. Kikido, the newly summoned clone said as it sucked in the great fireball technique. Right as Naruto was about to catch Sasuke in a chokehold, Obito appeared behind Sasuke's back and whisked him away into the Kamui dimension. But Conan had been waiting for her chance to strike all along, so she made full use of it once the opportunity arose. She knew that in order for him to teleport others away, he had to materialize his own body. While the orange-masked Uchiha was still in the middle of teleporting Sasuke away, 3 paper tags glued themselves to his neck and right arm. Crap. Obito thought as his body was blasted into pieces. Don't let your guard down. He still has the Izanagi, Conan warned Naruto. While they were waiting for Obito to use his technique and rewrite his fate, suddenly, the large pagoda collapsed with a great noise, and a scream of agony pierced the sky. As the rabble was blasted away, a rotating dome of chakra came into view, revealing that the 2 Konoha Nins were completely unharmed. The debris of the collapsed castle moved again as Tsunade punched her way out. At that moment, Obito also appeared in the air, not too far away from them, with Sasuke next to him. I took Sasuke with me, thinking he'd be of help to keep Naruto busy, but he ended up being a dead weight. I didn't expect Naruto to have the Rinnegan. He decided to attack Conan when she left the village in order to not go through a similar scenario like the first time around, to eliminate her home advantage, and to prevent the possibility of falling into her trap again. After all, although he had Izanagi, his stock of Sharingan eyes was limited. But his plan went off the rails from the very start because of one variable, the Rinnegan. He had not expected Conan to have actually given Naruto those eyes. Should I retreat? Or should I seriously try to go for the kill? Now that Naruto had the Rinnegan, Obito didn't believe that he could fight against him while holding back in order to capture him. There were also the Hokage and the other 2 Jonin that he had to be wary of. But if I killed him, the Nine Tails might take even up to a decade to appear again. The plan would be delayed for too long. On the other hand, if I retreat now, I will be giving Naruto more time to fully master the abilities of the Rinnegan. I cannot do that. He knew exactly how powerful and dangerous a competent Rinnegan user could be. He didn't want to imagine the possibility of Naruto learning how to wield those eyes perfectly while also making full use of the Bijuu's power sealed inside of him. While Obito was still debating in his mind whether to continue attacking or retreat, the Hokage came in front of them, dragging Jugo's monstrous body by the neck. Her clothes were torn and soaked with blood, but her body appeared to not have even a scratch on it. "Jugo," Sasuke said quietly, inwardly alarmed. Jugo was a very powerful and dangerous foe. Once he activated his Kekkai Genkai, Sasuke knew that better than anyone. Between Jugo and Suigetsu, he had not expected the Hokage to defeat them both and come out of it unscathed. "Things are finally going well for once," Tsunade said as she threw Jugo's corpse at Sasuke's feet. "I get to beat the snot out of both of you traitors and bring you back to the village with my own 2 hands. Lady Tsunade. I advise you to be careful. Not now, Shikaku," Tsunade said briskly as black marks started spreading from the seal in the middle of her forehead, covering her face and the rest of her body too. On one side was the undying slug Sannin with a powerful Hyuga and a shadow jutsu user. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan made up another team. And lastly, a Rinnegan wielding Naruto and a former member of the Akatsuki made up the third team. The 3 sides were staring at each other tensely, waiting for the others to make the first move. It was a 3-way deadlock. Chapter 12, Battle in the Land of Rivers. Previously, on one side was the undying slug Sannin with a powerful Hyuga and a shadow imitation jutsu user. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan made up another team. And lastly, a Rinnegan wielding Naruto and a former member of the Akatsuki made up the third team. The 3 sides were staring at each other tensely, waiting for the others to make the first move. It was a 3-way deadlock. There are too many civilians around. If we start a fight here, hundreds of people might get injured or even killed, Naruto said in a whisper for only Conan to hear him. "You're right," Conan agreed. "Let's take the fight away from here. We'll shunshin to the outskirts of the village and then run towards the desert of the Land of Wind." "Understood." Naruto disappeared with a puff of smoke, and Conan's body dispersed into a myriad of paper butterflies at the same time too. "I can sense their chakra signature. They won't get away. Sasuke, you chase them on foot," Obito said before disappearing with a swirl. "Hayashi." Tsunade also shouted. On it, the Hyuga acknowledged and made a ram seal as he activated his Byakugan. They're running straight to 9 o'clock. With Obito and the Konoha team running away in pursuit of Naruto and Conan, Sasuke suddenly found himself alone in front of the demolished castle. Momentarily, he didn't give Obito's order any importance, and he seemingly forgot about his grievously injured or possibly dead comrades too. There was only one thing on his mind. What was that? How did he absorb my Amaterasu? He couldn't make sense of it. His black flames had even defeated the complete form of the 8-tailed demonic beast. Why would they fail now? That's as far as you go, Obito said as he materialized in front of Naruto and Conan. His eyes narrowed when he saw that Naruto's face was now covered by a rebreather, but he didn't give it too much importance. Clasping his arms together as if during a prayer, the ground started shaking like an earthquake. "I know the Rinnegan can absorb all ninjutsu. But there is a limit to how fast you can absorb chakra. I want to see how you are going to deal with this." Conan and Naruto were momentarily stunned at the sight of the monstrosity that the Uchiha had just summoned to fight them. It had to be over 100 meters in both height and width. It was a titanic wooden statue with countless arms growing from its back. As impulsive and as filled with anger as she was, Tsunade felt as if she had been dropped in an ice bath when she finally caught up to Naruto and witnessed the orange-masked Uchiha's technique. "Grandfather's jutsu," she said in disbelief. It was something that she thought she would never get to see again in her lifetime. As far as she knew, Yamato was the only Mokuton user still alive, but he wasn't even a tenth as powerful as Hashirama Senju had been. Someone like Yamato would never be capable of casting the true several thousand hands technique. Shikaku and Hayashi also stared at the enormous wooden statue with their mouths agape. It was only the arrival of yet another gigantic silhouette that broke them out of their stupor. It was a construct of purple light, a winged samurai of immense proportions. It was Uchiha Sasuke and his Susanoo. "Naruto!" Sasuke screamed as his Susanoo pulled back the string of its crossbow and fired off a huge arrow of black fire. Simultaneously, the massive wooden Buddha statue made loud creaking sounds as dozens of arms split from its backside and started punching at Naruto and Conan below. Even with how confident she was in her strength, the seeds of doubt started sprouting in Tsunade's heart. Although outwardly she didn't show it, deep down, she started wondering about their chances. The enormous wooden Buddha statue and the huge Susanoo were things that most people have only heard about as legends. The battle taking place in front of her eyes was simply not something that she and her subordinates could interfere in. Not even her mitotic regeneration would be enough to guarantee her survival in the face of such devastating attacks. Their ninjutsu was reshaping the land. Despite the devastating attacks heading his way, Naruto didn't lose his cool. As he made a cross-hand seal, 3 shadow clones popped up at his back. One of the clones instantly ran off a large distance away with a body flicker movement. Meanwhile, the other 2 clones and the original prepared themselves for battle. Gekido, one of the clones said, extending his hands in opposite directions towards the 2 attacks. With one hand, he was absorbing Sasuke's fire arrow, and with the other, he started absorbing the enormous wooden hands punching in his direction. What? Obito said in disbelief. He has already learned how to use the Rinnegan through his shadow clones. While the absorption rate of the Preta path wasn't fast enough to instantly render his wooden technique useless due to its sheer size, Obito was far from pleased with the result. By summoning that statue, his plan had been to overwhelm Naruto with its attacks and force him to stay on the defensive, making him unable to use any other Rinnegan jutsu except for the Preta path. However, due to the fact that the shadow clones could use Rinnegan techniques too, it meant that the real Naruto was still free to act as he pleased. Therefore, Obito's strategy ended up backfiring. At the moment, he was doing nothing more than feeding his chakra to his enemy. As the Uchiha slapped his palms together once again, the giant wooden Buddha statue stopped its attack. Letting Naruto continue draining his chakra would be idiocy. He needed to think of a different strategy. Bansho Tenin. As Naruto and one of his shadow clones shouted, Obito was suddenly yanked forward, outside of his control. This is bad. My Kamui can't stop it. Obito had never fought against a Rinnegan user before. The fact that Deva Path's pulling ability could still affect his body even while he was using Kamui took him completely off guard. Damn it! This ability again. Sasuke cursed through gritted teeth and unsheathed his sword as he was unexpectedly pulled out of his Susanoo by Naruto's universal pull 2. 1. As Naruto had already expected, although his Rinnegan's universal pull worked on Obito and pulled him forth, Obito phased through his shadow clone, not allowing any hits to land on him. But on the other side, the original Naruto caught Sasuke by the wrist that was wielding the blade. At first, Sasuke tried to forcefully yank his arm away from his grasp, but Naruto's grip strength was like a vice. The orange pigmentation around his eyes betrayed the fact that he was already in Sage mode. Out of the 3 shadow clones that he had summoned at the beginning of the fight, the one that had shined away had started gathering natural energy right away. Thanks to the outer path, by making use of its black receivers, the shadow clone could transfer its senjutsu chakra to Naruto continuously, like a stream, without needing to dispel. Arg! Sasuke cried out in pain and dropped his sword when Naruto clenched his hand harder around his wrist, snapping his bones. But the Uchiha was far from done. Despite the terrible pain coming from his broken arm, he twisted his body and kicked at Naruto's head, only for the blonde to catch his kick too, effortlessly. Being held up in the air by his right arm and left leg, Sasuke could do nothing but try to attack with his remaining limbs too. But his eyes widened in shock as 2 more arms sprouted out of Naruto's torso and caught his remaining limbs too. Momentarily, he couldn't understand how it was possible for someone to have 4 arms. Uchiha Madara had never told Sasuke anything about Rinnegan's abilities because, in the first place, Obito himself had not expected Conan to have gifted Naruto the Rinnegan. Initially, they thought that between the 2 of them and their Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, killing Conan and capturing Naruto would be like a walk in the park. Conan! Now! Naruto shouted, his voice muffled by the rebreather covering his face. The myriad of paper sheets filling the air around Naruto suddenly burst apart. But, unlike her previous strategy to use exploding tags in order to counter Obito's Kamui, this time it was different. Poison. Obito's remaining eye widened in surprise. A dense cloud of purple smoke burst from the hundreds of paper sheets floating around them, filling the air with deadly poison. Although he was quick to react, Obito had still inhaled a mouthful of the toxic fumes. So that's why Naruto was wearing a rebreather, he thought as he broke into a sprint, trying to get away from the poisoned area as fast as possible. But as he ran, he suddenly stumbled and felt his eyesight getting blurry. What kind of poison is this? He thought, quickly getting alarmed. He had only inhaled a mouthful of that poison, and his body also possessed Senju Hashirama's cells. A small dose of poison shouldn't have such a strong effect on him. How do you like this poison, Madara? Conan said as she flew after Obito, her paper tags continuing to release the toxic fumes everywhere. I've never thought I would one day be grateful to Hanzo for anything, but I do have to thank him for his poison. Even a decade after his death, the poison contained in the poison sac of the black salamander is still as deadly as when he was alive. But Obito didn't reply. He was afraid of inhaling more of that poison. Suddenly stopping his sprint, he slammed his palms on the ground. Mokutan, deep forest emergence. Poison. That was your big plan. Sasuke said with a scoff and actually started laughing. Poison doesn't work on me, loser. Due to Orochimaru's experiments and training, Sasuke had become almost immune to all poisons. Despite the fact that he was being held in the air by all his limbs, the Uchiha didn't appear to be too worried. The reason for his calmness became apparent when a dark purple chakra started coming out of his body, quickly taking the form of Susanu's ribcage. However, Sasuke's smugness was short-lived because, in the next moment, one of Naruto's shadow clones appeared from behind and smashed his punch into his back. Under the enormous strength of his Sage Mode, the Susanu's ribcage appeared as though it were as brittle as glass. Sasuke cried out in agony as the clone punched him brutally in the spine. When the clone threw another Senjutsu-enhanced punch, this time to the back of his head, Sasuke's body turned limp. He was knocked unconscious, foaming at the mouth. But even after he knocked him unconscious, Naruto didn't let his guard down. Activating the Preta path, he drained Sasuke of most of his chakra, leaving behind just enough for him to not die. Not a second after he was done draining Sasuke's chakra, the ground started cracking and shaking again as a large number of vines and trees suddenly grew out, transforming the desert at the border between the land of wind and the land of rivers into a towering forest. This isn't good, he said, and, focusing his sage senses to detect Obito's location, he broke into a run, leaving the unconscious Sasuke under the watch of his shadow clone. With a huge and dense forest in place now, Conan couldn't easily spread her poison clouds around. But, more importantly, I can't use my Bansho Tenin to pull him like before, Naruto thought. Now, all that Obito had to do in order to prevent his universal pull was to materialize his body. This way, all the trees around would act as barriers, preventing his body from getting pulled forth. This was a failure. What a big failure. I have miscalculated, Obito thought as he ran away, shinobi jumping from one tree to another. Normally, he would have just teleported away, but Conan was in his pursuit like a bloodlust bird of prey, not allowing him even a moment of respite, spreading her poison and raining with paper shurikens from above. If it hadn't been for Naruto, I would have torn her to shreds. His frustration and anger were at a boiling point. In normal circumstances, someone like Conan wouldn't be that much of a challenge to him. But, in the present, he was poisoned and running out of breath, and he also had to consider the Rinnegan-wielding Jinchuriki that had started pursuing him from behind. I can't let this continue. Whether it was because he was poisoned or maybe Naruto's Sage Mode was more powerful than his initial estimation, Obito wasn't sure about the reason, but the fact was that the blonde was closing in the distance quickly. Too quickly. I only need 2 seconds. That was how long it would take him to teleport himself away with Kamui. 2 seconds seemed like a very short period of time, but in a battle between high-caliber shinobi, 2 seconds were more than enough to decide the victor. Suddenly forming a tiger seal with his hands, Obito turned around in midair and shouted, "Katan, Great Fire Annihilation." It was like a sea of fire came forth from his mouth. Fire techniques weren't particularly quick, so Conan had enough time to fly away from the Jutsu's area of destruction, but Obito had achieved his purpose, he had bought himself time to escape. But before teleporting himself away, he felt the need to leave a few words behind. Don't think, even for a moment, that I will let you enjoy this victory for long. I will be back, and I will be back with a vengeance. However, when he tried teleporting away, much to his horror, his Kamui wouldn't activate. No, more than that, he couldn't even move one muscle. Shadow possession technique, success. It was then that he noticed the shadow linking him and Shikaku Nara, who was a few meters away from him. After Obito's enormous fire technique had set a big part of the forest ablaze, Shikaku had a very easy time catching him with his shadow. The stronger the light, the darker the shadow as well. A powerful wave of chakra burst out of Obito's body, and, despite his skill with his clan techniques, Shikaku's shadow possession was shattered. Instead of throwing a jutsu back in retaliation at the one who had dared to attack him, Obito recognized the urgency of the situation and activated the teleportation ability of his Kamui technique again. But, all of a sudden, a palm strike landed on his back, disrupting his chakra flow. A split second later, 5 more gentle fist strikes shook his body as if he had gotten hit by bullets. All of you rats are popping out one after another. I'm going to kill you all. Obito screamed enraged and wooden spikes suddenly exploded from his body in all directions. Due to his rich battle experience, Hyuga Hayashi anticipated the danger and swiftly backed away before shouting, "Kaiten!" Obito didn't even have time to get a glimpse of the rotation performed by the Hyuga before Tsunade's hand shot towards his face like a viper. Under her brute strength, the orange mask shattered like glass. Had Obito been at full strength, he could have still managed to react in time and dodge her attack or make his body intangible. However, the poison that he had inhaled in the beginning and the second mouthful of poison that he had breathed in for the sake of casting that large-scale fire technique had dulled his reaction speed and spatial awareness. Horror settled on his disfigured facial features when Tsunade plucked his last remaining Sharingan eye out and clenched her fist around it. She turned it into nothing but a paste of blood, just like she had done with Danzo's Mangekyo eye several weeks ago. Tsunade didn't deliver any speeches. She didn't gloat about her victory or try to humiliate him by bringing up his declaration of war at the 5 Kage summit. She was fully focused on finishing the job. The yellow chakra that gathered around her fist seemed to distort the air as she threw a punch with her entire strength, fully intent on turning him into nothing but a smear of blood on the ground. However, at the very last moment, a voice came from behind. Bansho Tenin. Obito's body was yanked away, and Tsunade's punch missed him, landing on the ground instead. Ignoring the massive crater she had just created in the ground, the Hokage quickly turned around with a wary look on her face. The look of wariness quickly melded into shock when she heard Naruto say, "Ninjendo." Then, under Konoha Nin's disbelieving eyes, he yanked the soul out of Obito's body. The three of them watched in trepidation as he threw away Obito's lifeless corpse like a dirty rag before turning his attention to them, a cold gleam in his Rinnegan eyes. Tsunade, Hayashi, and Shikaku tensed as Naruto stepped forward. But, with a flutter of wings, Conan landed next to him and put a hand on his shoulder before telling him in a quiet voice, "Leave it to me, Naruto." "Okay, but don't let your guard down." She offered him a small smile before stepping in front of him to speak with the Hokage. Their small exchange, however, did not escape Tsunade and Shikaku's notice. "This might not be the best moment or the best place to continue our negotiation, but it's better we settle everything here and now instead of postponing it for another day. What do you say, Hokage Dano? Unless you want to continue fighting, dirty, sweaty, and grimy after a life-and-death battle in the middle of a burning forest." It was, indeed, a terrible venue for them to finalize their negotiations. Tsunade took her time before replying, "I won't say that the lives of my people aren't worth the amount of coal you're asking for. However, we don't have such a big quantity stocked up, not enough to trade it to you without leaving ourselves in the dark. I suggest we trade it in several trips over the course of half a year. This sounds reasonable. But what guarantee do we have that you will hold your end of the bargain? Unless we also kept your shinobi captive and released them one by one after each one of your shipments." "Konan Dano, Hokage-sama, forgive me for speaking out of turn," Shikaku said. "I would like to ask Naruto, do you hate Konoha?" Naruto didn't reply right away, and Tsunade's heart grew heavy the longer he kept silent. "I don't," he said eventually. "But I don't want to come back. I am a shinobi of Amigakure now. In AIM, people respect and acknowledge me. I'm not just a shitty genin who gets treated like the village idiot by everyone. I'm a jonin now, I am Lady Conan's right hand." so don't waste your time trying to convince me to come back. It won't happen. That is not our intention, Shikaku said calmly, having expected as much. But, since you don't hate Konoha, is there any reason why we cannot be allies? Aim and Konoha don't have to be enemies. Allies are supposed to be in an equal relationship. Give and take, it is a two-way road, Conan said, a pondering look on her face. What is it that you expect from Aim? And what is it that Konoha can offer in return? While Conan was negotiating the terms of their tentative alliance with the Hokage and her aides, Naruto's shadow clone returned with Sasuke's unconscious body in tow. Distracted by their arrival, Tsunade asked, Uchiha Sasuke, is he still alive? What are you going to do with him? I held back, he's not dead. Just unconscious, Naruto said. I could hand him over to you. When he trailed off like that, Tsunade understood the hint. What do you want in exchange? I want to visit the Uzumaki shrine in Konoha. Does that place still exist? She asked. Her grandmother, Mito, had been a Uzumaki, so Tsunade knew the place that Naruto was talking about. But after Pain had turned the village into a crater, hardly any buildings were still standing. What do you want to go there for anyway? There is nothing but a bunch of strange masks. As far as she knew, even before Akatsuki's invasion, the Uzumaki shrine had been in a state of disrepair, a derelict left untouched since the death of the fourth Hokage. It's the only thing remaining from my clan. I'd like to take those masks and keep them as a memento. Hearing his answer, Tsunade shrugged her shoulders. She knew that Naruto was the type to collect souvenirs and keepsakes from all the missions he had been on. He was that kind of person. So she didn't think too much about his seemingly random request. As he watched Hayashi Hyuga silently block the unconscious Sasuke's Tenketsu to seal his chakra pathways, Naruto tuned out the discussion between Konan, Tsunade, and Shikaku. Looks like, in the end, I did bring him back to Konoha. Somehow, I ended up keeping the promise I made to Sakura. The situation was so ironic that he almost laughed. He captured Sasuke and returned him to the village, but he had become a missing nin himself. Technically, he wasn't a missing nin anymore after swearing his allegiance to Amigakure, but the fact that he had abandoned Konoha still stood. Sasuke has gotten so powerful since I last saw him. I don't know how I would have held my own in a fight against him without the Rinnegan. His Sage mode was very powerful, but Sasuke's Amaterasu flames were extremely troublesome. They were even more dangerous than the enormous avatar of chakra that Sasuke had summoned because, in spite of its size, Naruto's Toad Sage strength was high enough to shatter it. But there was no defending against those black flames. Without the Rinnegan, his only option would have been to dodge them as if his life depended on it. Ever since you left the village, Hinata has not been the same. Hayashi's words broke Naruto out of his thoughts. I didn't just leave the village. I got thrown in the worst prison on the continent for a crime I didn't commit, Naruto bit back. I see you are still bitter about it. Hayashi said with a sigh. You probably know about it, but our clan suffered in a similar way a few years ago. My brother had to sacrifice himself for the sake of peace, despite the fact that we weren't in the wrong, Amigakure was. But this is what being a shinobi is all about. As shinobi, we fight, we kill, we sacrifice, and we endure for the sake of our village. Naruto wasn't impressed. Did the elders or the Hokage ask you to convince me to come back? The Hyuga shook his head. No. It is all for the sake of my daughter. Oh, so you care about her now? Hayashi frowned at his biting retort. I've always cared about her. It was It was all for the sake of making her strong. That's what you're going to tell me, I bet. Realizing that he was quickly getting incensed the more he was talking to him, Naruto took a breath before saying, whatever. I don't care about your parenting. I don't care about Konoha. You're wasting your breath, old man. I'm never coming back. As for Hinata, she's a good girl, but I've never had any special feelings for her. It was all one-sided. It would be wise for her not to follow Sakura or Ino's example by chasing someone who had abandoned the village, because I'll say it again, I'm not coming back. My home is in Amigakure now, by Lady Conan's side. I understand. As the boy had made it clear that he wasn't interested in Konoha or Hinata, Hayashi didn't pester him any longer. Putting Sasuke's unconscious body on his shoulder, he left and joined his comrades. Left alone, Naruto drifted back into his thoughts. It was unlike him to be so quiet and taciturn, but the information that he had received by using the human path to rip Obito's soul out of his body shocked him. That guy wasn't Uchiha Madara. It was an imposter. Uchiha Obito's memories from when he was a young child up until the present had flooded his brain. His memories of the Third Ninja War, of Namake's Minato, of the real Uchiha Madara, and of the day of Naruto's birth when Obito killed his mother and caused a genocide in Konoha by manipulating Kyuubi to attack the village, nothing was hidden. His death was too good. He couldn't feel a shred of sympathy for him. Not after watching his mother screaming in agony while the bijou was being ripped out of her. The atrocities committed by that man were making his blood boil, but his dark thoughts took the back seat when Conan called him out. "Naruto. Can you come here for a moment? I need your opinion on something." Just hearing her call out his name was enough to make him smile. The fact that she needed and valued his opinion filled him with joy too. Even after a few months away from Konoha, he was still not entirely used to how she tried to include him in all the important matters related to the village. He had craved other people's acknowledgement his entire life, and Conan was giving him that, and more, every day. Whenever his mind went to her, his heart would swell with his feelings for her. Chapter 13, Kuchios. The negotiations didn't take long. In the end, Tsunade wanted to save her captured people, and Conan was also in a tight spot. Amigakure desperately needed new supplies of coal to continue functioning. Thanks to Shikaka Nara's mediation, the two powerful women even came to an agreement to start an alliance. When the business talks came to an end, Tsunade stepped closer to Naruto. He could tell from the way her brows were furrowed in thought that she was having a hard time finding her words. "I know it's too late. She paused, hesitating. "I understand you won't come back after all that has happened. But, for all it's worth. I'm sorry, Naruto." Greatly surprised, he didn't say anything at first. He had not expected her to apologize because less than half an hour ago, she called him a traitor and appeared to be fully intent on beating the crap out of him and dragging his ass back to the village. Is she truly sorry? Or did she change her mind because she's afraid of my power? Letting out a sigh, he said, "You know, I wasn't calling you Bachan just to annoy you. I used to look up to you. You were almost like family to me." Even after what she had put him through, Naruto couldn't bring himself to hate her. He was disappointed with her, he was hurt, and he was angry. But he didn't hate her. Tsunade's voice trembled. She couldn't finish her words. "I'm glad you decided not to continue the fight." "Truly," he said after a moment of silence. "Konoha used to be my home, and you were my former comrades. I would have hated to be forced to kill any of you. I didn't want to kill Gai-sensei either, but he gave me no choice. If it comes down to it, I will do what I must. AIM is my home now, and my loyalty lies with Lady Conan." After he said those words, neither of them spoke for a while. As silence was instilled between the two of them, Hayashi Hyuga came and said, "Hokage-sama, it's time for us to go." After the three Konoha nins left, Naruto and Conan looked at the devastated landscape silently for a while. "It's over. We've finally killed Madara," she said, allowing herself a smile. "It wasn't the real Uchiha Madara. The real Madara is dead. This was an imposter." "Have you read his memories?" Conan asked. "Yes. His name was Uchiha Obito, he was a former teammate of Kakashi. He's had a tragic life, but that doesn't excuse all the atrocities that he had committed. His death was too easy. He should have suffered. He should have died a horrible death." It sounded strange to her to hear Naruto speak with so much hatred. "Wait, don't destroy the body," she said quickly when she saw him walking to Obito's corpse and starting to form hand seals. "Why?" he asked, canceling the fire technique that he had been about to cast. "A shinobi's body is like a treasure trove of information, especially when it's someone as powerful as this Uchiha. It would be a waste to destroy it." "Alright." As Conan used her paper sheets to wrap Obito's corpse like a cocoon for the sake of transportation, Naruto suddenly had a thought. What's going to happen to the land of rivers? Their daimyo just got murdered, and they don't have a strong hidden village either. Daimyo were the feudal lords. Usually, they were very well protected, so it was not often that they were assassinated. But the Land of Rivers was a rather small and militarily weak country compared to its neighbors. There used to be a hidden village named Tanigakure 2 decades ago, but, after the Third Ninja War ended, for some reason, the daimyo stopped sponsoring them, so they faded into obscurity. The daimyo of this country preferred to rely on mercenary shinobi for his protection. It's also one of the reasons why Akatsuki used to operate unhindered in this country. We even used to have a hideout here, Conan said. Right, that was the place where Gaara died. After she finished wrapping Obito's corpse with her paper, she sealed it in a scroll. Say, Conan, what if Amigakure took over the Land of Rivers? That question surprised her more than she showed outwardly. Certainly, they don't have a daimyo anymore, and their hidden village is powerless. Rather than letting the rich officials in the government start a civil war, it wouldn't be bad for the country, especially for the average people, if AIM took it under its rule, but things are never that easy when it comes to politics, she said. What do you mean? The Land of Rivers isn't a large or militarily powerful country. To put it in simple terms, this country is more like a buffer zone between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, a sort of neutral ground between these two big nations. Amigakure's expansion could be seen as a sign of aggression by both villages, but Suna and Konoha have been very close allies ever since Gaara became the Kazekage. And now we are also allied with Konoha, aren't we? He asked. Our alliance with Konoha is merely in the budding stage, and we also have to consider the fact that now that Akatsuki's leader is gone and that Uchiha Sasuke has been defeated, the other 4 nations will start asking about the whereabouts of the bijou that had been captured. The rest of the world doesn't know about Geto Mazo or how the tailed beasts were captured. The Rinnegan is still a mystery for most people. I think the secret is safe for now, said Naruto. Conan took on a pondering expression before saying, your suggestion does have merit. I will discuss it with the rest of my advisors. If we took control of the Land of Rivers, we would have access to the sea, and that would open up our trade. But, related to the bijou, what are you planning on doing with them and the demonic statue of the outer path? I will free them, of course. Tailed beasts aren't weapons to be used by shinobi as they please. They are their own beings, they have feelings, and they are intelligent, Naruto said vehemently, as if he was daring her to say otherwise. Conan found herself smiling at him. You're always so passionate about the things you believe in. But I told you already, didn't I? I will support you in your decisions. I will be the pillar that supports your dream of peace. I don't disagree with your decision. But I believe it's not prudent to set the tailed beasts free from the demonic statue just yet. Why? Although he disagreed with keeping the bijou captive even a second longer than necessary, he respected Conan's opinion, so he wanted to hear her reasoning. If you set them free now, how long until the other hidden villages will send entire squads of elite shinobi to capture them again? The bijou are so strong that they can change the balance of power between the hidden villages. None of the hidden villages is going to pass on the opportunity to capture a tailed beast for the sake of making another Jinchuriki, especially now, after they all lost their weapons. As Naruto became silent, Conan continued. With your power, you could probably fight off such groups when the time comes, but if they come to the conclusion that Amigakure is hogging all the tailed beasts for themselves, we will become the target of the entire world. Can you fight against the 5 great elemental nations all by yourself? Are you powerful enough to deter them from daring to start a war? In the ninja world, power is everything. Please listen to my advice. I suggest you keep the bijou inside Geto Mazo for a while longer. Let us recover from our economic burdens first and wait until you have fully mastered your Rinnegan. After you master all its paths, you will have become no different from a god. Naruto let out a sigh as he listened to her words, but he didn't try to contradict her. He had only thought about setting the tailed beasts free without considering the consequences of such a deed. I am still lacking. I still have much to learn. Thank you for your guidance, Conan, he said, his shoulders dropping with the disappointment he was feeling in himself. You will learn everything in due time. No one is born wise and knowledgeable, so don't beat yourself over it. I will continue staying by your side and doing my best to guide you until you no longer need me or my counsel. That day won't ever come because I will always need you, he said with a chuckle. A brilliant smile lit up her face. You just know the right things to say to make a woman's heart flutter. What a charmer, she said coyly, and she put her arms loosely around his neck, her face now only centimeters away from his. Her sudden embrace and her proximity left him at a loss for words. Entranced by her beautiful orange eyes, it almost came as a surprise when she leaned in and pressed her lips against his. The burning forest and their destroyed surroundings faded from his field of view as he closed his eyes and hugged her soft body tightly to his chest. He lost himself in the taste of her lips. Even after they parted, he didn't want to let her go out of his arms for a while. His clinginess and the needy look on his face made her coo at him, "You're adorable." It felt strange to hear a girl say such things about him. His stomach stirred from his feelings for her. "I just like you so much." "I can't help it," he said, his face heating up outside of his control. His innocent but straightforward confession made her smile at him widely. He was making her feel like a teenager all over again. "Let's go back to AIM, shall we? Can your clone summon us there?" A piece of paper came out of Conan's palm, and Naruto focused his chakra on his index finger to write on it the words, "Summon us to AIM." In the next moment, both Conan and Naruto disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. The sound of raindrops hitting the leaves, the fresh smell of nature, the chirping of the birds, the view of rays of sun peeking through the curtain of clouds covering the sky, and the comfort of lying down on the soft, grassy ground. Kyubi couldn't remember the last time he had been so happy. The titanic fox made the ground quake and stirred great gales of wind with his enormous tails as he rolled onto the ground and jumped around like a newborn pup. A pup the size of a small mountain, but a pup nonetheless. At last, he was finally free from the seal. After nearly a century of being imprisoned in a dark place in terrible conditions, he was finally free to roam the world as he pleased. Although he was a gigantic demonic beast, Kurama was still a fox in the end. The desire to dig out a den for himself was rooted in his being. He wanted a place to call home. However, seeing as the land of rain consisted mostly of grasslands, river valleys, and swamps, Kurama headed towards the border with the land of earth in search of a tall mountain to claim as his own. Back in the day, the nine-tailed fox used to be known as an unstoppable force of nature, a walking disaster. His sheer size alone was enough to destroy any human settlements in his way just by walking through them. But now, the demon fox was different from his past. Out of gratitude for his savior, he was very mindful of his surroundings and avoided all villages and towns during his trip towards the mountainside. Nevertheless, the news of Nine-Tails' appearance had still spread over the entire world. Reikage Dano, I will get straight to the point. The leader of the Akatsuki died at the hands of Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke has been captured as well. He is imprisoned in Konoha as we speak, awaiting trial. As a result of our plan to investigate the land of grass, Naruto still resents Konoha. He had sworn his allegiance to Amigakure. Lastly, Uzumaki Naruto possesses the Rinnegan now. His new power is unfathomable. Seeing as we have all lost our Jinchuriki, this is not the time for us to act rashly. I advise you to proceed with caution when interacting with the land of rain in the future. Godame Hokage, Tsunade, the leader of the Akatsuki is dead. Uchiha Sasuke was captured. Then what was the damned point of the Kage summit? The Reikage yelled, making his subordinates wince at the volume of his voice. According to our sources, there was a great battle in the land of rivers, at the border with the land of wind. It appears that the Akatsuki attacked the leader of Amigakure and the Hokage during their diplomatic meeting, Mabui said. The leaf had diplomatic contact with Hidden Rain. That damned Hokage forgot to make any mention of it in the letter, the Reikage said. I don't like this. We were supposed to be allies while Amigakure is known as the birthplace of Akatsuki. Why would the Hokage make contact with them without telling us anything? I knew I shouldn't have trusted her. While the Reikage started ranting about Hidden Leaf's alleged betrayal, a man burst rudely through the doors of the office. Before the Reikage could rebuke him for his lack of manners, the man shouted, Reikage-sama. The nine-tailed demon fox has re-emerged. The Kyubi has been spotted in the land of rain, not far from the border with the land of earth. What? How is that possible? The Reikage said in disbelief. The Hokage had just sent him a letter through which she informed him of the Akatsuki's destruction and warned him of Uzumaki Naruto's power. What happened? Speak. Did the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki die? How is it possible that the Bijou has escaped? We don't know for sure yet, sir," the man said meekly, cowed by the aggressivity in the Reikich's voice. "But there is something strange about the Kyubi. It doesn't have 9 tails. The reports say it only has 8 tails now." The Reikage stood up from his couch and went to the large windows of his office. Putting his hands at his back, he told his subordinates as he looked over the village below, "If the Hokage's letter is to be believed, Uzumaki Naruto is still alive. But we all know that nobody can survive a Biju's extraction. And then there's also the matter of Kyubi having 8 tails instead of 9. Something doesn't add up." "Mabui, yes, Reikage-sama, call Darui, Samui, Karui, and Omoi for me. I have a mission for them." 3 days after the battle in the Land of Rivers, oblivious to how the entire world had been thrown into chaos by his unexpected re-emergence, Kyubi was finally done preparing his den. An entire mountain had been hollowed out for the sake of accommodating his enormous body. Now, the gigantic demon fox was lying down at the foot of the mountain, stretched out like a cat, basking in the sun. After spending so many years in a cold, dark, and damp place, he couldn't get enough of the pleasant warmth coming from the sun. Hours passed with him just lazying around, sleeping. Seeing as it was autumn, the days were shorter. Soon, evening came, and Kyubi retreated to the cozy shelter of his den. "I should dig deeper. Since this is going to be my home, I should expand it." But he couldn't just dig out senselessly in fear of the mountain caving in and ruining the efforts of all his hard work. "I shall ask Naruto to help me tomorrow." Now that his former jailer had the Rinnegan, he acquired all 5 nature affinities. With his Doton techniques, he can make some pillars and stabilize the mountain. Kyubi's large tail started wagging slightly as he thought about how his home was going to look like in the future. One room will have a hot spring. Given his enormous size, the hot spring had to be the size of an entire lake. It was a colossal amount of work to create something of that magnitude underground, but if there was one thing that Kyubi didn't lack, it was time. He was immortal. "Another room will be for my horde." He didn't have a horde yet, but he was planning on rectifying that very soon. "One room will be for guests. I can't wait to see their jealous faces when they see my place." He was giddy with anticipation at the thought of showing off in front of the damned sand raccoon and throwing his wealth and awesomeness into his face. For the first time in many, many years, Kyubi's mind was not filled with rage and thoughts of revenge. Instead, he was hopeful about the future. He was excited and content. He was happy. "I still can't believe Naruto would go that far for me." The depth of the gratitude he felt for the boy couldn't be put into simple words. "I won't ever forget what he has done for me. For as long as he lives, I will protect him. I will lend him all my strength." Having vowed that to himself, Kyubi's mind was then filled with thoughts of his new home again. Plans for a ventilation system, gathering naturally luminescent rocks, building himself a divan, and so on and so forth. The fox couldn't hold back his excitement. But suddenly, a powerful earthquake shook the mountain from its very foundations. But Kyubi didn't even flinch. Earthquakes were hardly a danger for someone like him. Even if the mountain were to collapse on top of him, he would be unscathed. So he just closed his eyes and waited for the earthquake to pass. But Kyubi immediately grew alarmed when 30 seconds passed and the earthquake still had yet to end. Huge chunks of dirt and rock started falling off from the ceiling of his den, and before the fox could even think about getting out, the whole mountain really did collapse on top of him. "No! My home," the fox cried out, heartbroken. "Don't let your guard down," an old voice rang in the silence of the night. An attack such as this is far from enough to subdue the mightiest among the 9 demonic beasts. A loud shout of acknowledgement came from the large number of men and women below. "It's coming," he said, and, merely a few seconds later, the ruined mountain's surface started shaking. Do not let your heart falter. Do not close your eyes. Burn this moment in your memory. This is the moment Iwagakure takes its rightful place back in the world. As the old man spoke, the dozens of people below felt their hearts being set ablaze with their fighting spirit. We are about to face a monster beyond human comprehension. A walking disaster, a cataclysm of nature. But we are IWA. This is our will of stone. We don't give up. No matter the adversity, we don't back down. No matter the enemy, we will fight. This is our time now. Rhea. The ear-deafening shouts of the IWA shinobi and kunoichi filled the skies, but their excited war cries came to an abrupt stop as the nine-tailed demon fox burst out from the ground. The demonic roar it let out made the war cries of nearly 100 ninja sound like the cries of a baby in comparison. "You miserable insects!" Kyubi screamed and raged, and the roar he let out stirred up a small-scale tornado, sending over a dozen IWA nins flying into the distance. "You destroyed my home. I'm going to massacre you all. Everyone, focus your chakra on your feet," a tall and burly man shouted. "Don't get swept away by its bellows. Maintain your positions." Floating above everyone in the sky, the old man who had given that speech a few moments ago shouted, "First squad, Swamp of the Underworld." Over 30 shinobi and kunoichi formed the seals for boar and tiger before crying out at the same time, "Doton, Swamp of the Underworld." The ground beneath Kyubi's feet turned into a muddy swamp, and, due to his enormous weight, he quickly started sinking into the ground. But the bijou was far from done, and he had means of attacking from a distance as well. "It's going to fire a tailed beast bomb. Kitsuchi! Stop it!" Anoki yelled, recognizing the telltale position Kyubi adopted in order to form the deadly attack. Before the bijudama was finalized, Kitsuchi went through a sequence of 4 hand seals before slapping his hands on the ground and shouting, "Doton, Mountainous Earth Technique." 2 slabs of earth of colossal proportions, large enough to even dwarf the titanic-tailed beast, rose from the ground and slammed into Kyubi from 2 sides like a sandwich. The impact was so powerful that Kyubi couldn't maintain his technique, and the bijudama exploded before it could be completed. However, even though it was incomplete when it detonated, it was still a tailed beast bomb formed by none other than Kyubi. The explosion blew away the makeshift mountain that had trapped Kyubi within, and the debris and pieces of rock coming off of it pelted the surrounding Iwagakure shinobi and kunoichi like mortar. Over a dozen of them lost their lives. Not only had the explosion shattered the mountain that Kitsuchi had summoned and killed over a dozen IWA nins, but the dark swamp that had been trapping him down was evaporated as well. Second squad, Earth Flow Spears. Third squad, Lava Spring. Fourth squad, Lava Quicklime. At their Tsuchikige's orders, a forest of rock spears suddenly grew out, impaling Kyubi from underneath. The rock spears couldn't pierce through his tough fur and skin, but the blunt force they dealt couldn't be underestimated. Kyubi had yet to recover from that attack when a vast curtain of lava was thrown at him, almost like a river. The lava melted the forest of rock spears in a matter of seconds, and even with his affinity for fire, Kyubi roared in pain as he was submerged in molten rock. A split second later, the IWA ninjas spit out a large amount of quicklime, making the lava submerging the fox congeal, effectively trapping the bijou within. Kyubi roared in a mixture of rage and pain, and a huge sphere of dark purple chakra began to take form in front of his snout. "We won't have any of that," Anoki said as a cube of white chakra appeared between his hands. "Dust Release, Atomic Dismantling Jutsu." The white cube quickly grew in size until it was even bigger than Anoki himself. In the next moment, the tailed beast bomb was entrapped in the cube of light. For the first time since the start of the fight, despair appeared in Kyubi's red eyes as his bijudama was reduced to atoms. "Sealing core. Move out," Anoki ordered, and nearly 20 ninjas appeared around the trapped demon fox with a body flicker, surrounding it in a circle. Kyubi roared. He had just regained his freedom. After so many years spent in captivity, he was finally freed. He couldn't go back to that, no matter the cost. "Even if I die, I won't let anyone capture me again. Even if I die, I will take you all you vermins to the grave with me." A bijudama like nothing even Anoki had ever seen before started forming above Kyubi's head. Kyubi's own fur and flesh started peeling out as he poured his very being into casting that technique. "It's no use," Anoki screamed back at him as a sphere of white chakra appeared in his hands. "There is nothing that my particle style can't win against. Stop wasting your chakra and let yourself get captured obediently, demon." But, this time around, Kyubi fired off an unstable bijudama, long before the technique could be considered complete and before the Tsuchikage could cast his dust release jutsu. A catastrophic explosion boomed. The sealing core ninjas in proximity were simply erased from existence, and even Anoki himself was blown away by the shockwave like a broken kite, smashing violently against a nearby cliffside. Panicking at the new development, the dozens of ninjas surrounding the fox all went through the same hand seals and shouted at the same time. Doton, Dorihiki. Over 100 walls of rock and dirt rose from the ground all around Kyubi, making it look as if he was in the middle of an amphitheater now. However, to everyone's surprise and confusion, Kyubi didn't follow up with another devastating attack as they had expected. Only Inoki, who was high above everyone's heads, could see what the fox was doing, and his eyes became wide in disbelief when he saw the tailed beast starting to form shinobi hand seals. He had never heard of any tailed beast casting shinobi techniques until then. His shock only grew bigger when he recognized the sequence of hand seals that Kyubi performed. Done making all the necessary hand seals, the Biju's demonic voice reverberated in the night as he placed his clawed hands onto the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. Chapter 14, Passion. Previous chapter. His innocent but straightforward confession made her smile at him widely. He was making her feel like a teenager all over again. Let's go back to AIM, shall we? Can your clone summon us there? A piece of paper came out of Conan's palm, and Naruto focused his chakra on his index finger to write on it the words, "Summon us to AIM." In the next moment, both Conan and Naruto disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. After his shadow clone summoned them in his living room, before he could even get his bearings, Conan pushed him towards the sofa. His throat became dry as he watched Conan slowly unzip her gray cloak, letting it slip off her shoulders and fall to the floor. An uncharacteristic, teasing smile appeared on her face at the sight of him watching her transfixed. Due to her paper ninjutsu, despite her real age, she didn't look a day over 25. Nevertheless, as a woman, she was thrilled at making a man younger than her so mesmerized by her appearance. And mesmerized he was by her beauty, indeed. The dark blue robe she wore under her cloak seemed to cover her modesty properly, but the amount of skin it left exposed was enough to make his imagination run unchecked. Her bare arms and shoulders and the tiny peak he could see from her side boobs, coupled with her exposed midriff and belly button piercing were driving him wild. It wasn't the first time he had seen a woman, not by a long shot. He had sneaked into women's bathhouses many times as a kid for the sake of developing his sexy jutsu, and Jiraiya had dragged him through more brothels than he could count during their 2-year-long trip. He had yet to sleep with anyone, but he had seen enough naked bodies to become used to it. However, nobody had ever lit such a burning desire within him until then. He couldn't understand it himself, she wasn't even half naked. Compared to most kunoichi out there, her outfit could even be considered to be on the more conservative side. As she walked closer to him, the specific sound made by her leather trousers broke him out of his stupor. Conan dash, he began to say, but she put her index finger on his lips to stop him from talking as she placed her knee on the sofa. Lemon removed. Lemon removed. Nonetheless, a few moments later, Naruto rolled off her and crawled up until they were at the same eye level before lying next to her. Her face flushed a deep red, her short purple hair matted with sweat, her orange eyes unfocused from pleasure, and her pink lips bruised and swollen from the loving abuse that he had put on them were painting an image that Naruto was sure he would forever be unable to forget. Finding it impossible to hold in his feelings of love and the need to be closer to her, he wrapped his arms around her waist and brought her closer to him. "I can't believe I had my first time with someone as beautiful and amazing as you," he said in awe as he gently caressed her feverish face. "This is the best day of my life. As it should be. Happy birthday, Naruto," she smiled and pecked him on the lips. It took a few moments for her words to sink in. So many things happened recently that he had completely forgotten that today was supposed to be his birthday. Best present ever, he laughed, and he embraced her tightly. Resting his forehead against hers, he said, "I love you, Conan." He had never seen a more beautiful smile on her face than at that moment. "Love you too, Naruto." Lying in bed on their sides, face to face, Naruto and Conan lost track of time as they exchanged kisses and whispered sweet nothings to each other. As evening came and the sun set, tired from the battle in the land of rivers earlier in the day and drained from their passionate lovemaking until then, the two of them succumbed to their need for sleep. Only Inoki, who was high above everyone's heads, could see what the fox was doing, and his eyes became wide in disbelief when he saw the tailed beast starting to form shinobi hand seals. He had never heard of any tailed beast casting shinobi techniques until then. His shock only grew bigger when he recognized the sequence of hand seals that Kyubi performed. Done making all the necessary hand seals, the Biju's demonic voice reverberated in the night as he placed his clawed hands onto the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. A large plume of smoke obscured Inoki's sight for a few moments, but when the smoke faded away, the old man gaped at the sight in front of his eyes. Due to the large distance and the darkness of the night, Inoki thought he was seeing things at first. A man and a woman, both as naked as the day they were born, appeared after Kyubi's summoning technique. The sudden summoning and the rough landing on the hard ground startled the sleeping Naruto and Conan awake. At first, the two of them checked their surroundings with bleary eyes, too confused by the sudden development to make sense of what was going on. But when he saw the enormous fox standing behind them, it finally dawned on him. "God damn it, Kurama, what's the meaning of this?" he shouted as he instinctively got in front of Conan to protect her modesty. Exhausted from their activities that day, Naruto and Conan had fallen asleep in each other's arms, naked. The timing of Kyubi's summoning wasn't the best, to say the least. However, before Kyubi could reply, Conan said, "Naruto, we're in danger. I sense over 100 chakra signatures around us. 2 of those are even comparable in size to mine. What's going on?" Naruto asked in a subdued voice this time around. Conan was a skilled sensory-type kunoichi, so she couldn't have been mistaken about the number of people around them. Furthermore, the fact that 2 of those chakra signatures were comparable to hers meant that their strength was probably similar to that of a Kage or an S-rank nin. That Tsuchikage brought over 100 shinobi to capture me. They came well prepared, and I'm not at my full strength, as you know all too well. They almost had me. While Kurama was explaining to them the situation, a large number of paper tags started coming out of Conan's arms, covering her body and transforming into a black cloak with red clouds on it. Conan's paper also covered Naruto's body as she created some makeshift clothes for him. "They aren't permanent clothes, but they should hold long enough for us to deal with this mess." "Thank you," he said, relieved at not being naked anymore. As he took a second glance at their surroundings, he realized that they weren't in a canyon or a valley but that the walls around them were created by ninjas. At that moment, the words Conan told him earlier that day came to the forefront of his mind. If you set them free now, how long until the other hidden villages will send entire squads of elite shinobi to capture them again? The Biju are so strong that they can change the balance of power between the hidden villages. None of the hidden villages is going to pass on the opportunity to capture a tailed beast for the sake of making another Jinchuriki, especially now, after they all lost their weapons. And just as she had predicted, Iwagakure had already launched a campaign to capture Kyubi. Over 100 shinobi and a Kage too, this might turn out to be troublesome, he thought. The fact that they managed to drive someone like the nine-tailed demon fox into a corner further cemented that idea. While Naruto was pondering on their next course of action, the IWA nin started demolishing the mud walls that they had created. They wanted to see what was going on. "Who are you, people?" Inoki was the first to break the silence as he flew closer to them. It was close enough to make his voice heard but also far enough for him to have time to avoid any unexpected attacks. The young man's appearance was vaguely familiar for some reason, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. However, the way that his steely purple eyes glinted in the moonlight sent a chill down his spine. "I am Conan, the leader of Amigakure. What's the meaning of this, Tsuchikage? Shall I take your actions as a declaration of war?" Taking a better look at the blue-haired woman and noticing the red clouds on her black cloak, he recognized her identity. "I know you. You're Conan, the angel of Akatsuki." As someone who had had various dealings with the Akatsuki over the years, although Conan had rarely been active outside of Amigakure in the past, he did have some information related to her. Akatsuki is no more. Konoha and Aim killed the rest of them and captured Uchiha Sasuke earlier today. Inoki narrowed his eyes at the new information. The Akatsuki were killed off just like that. He was having a hard time believing it. The Akatsuki had been powerful and dangerous enough to even prompt the 5 great nations to organize an unprecedented Kage summit for the sake of dealing with them. "Leader of Amigakure or not, you best be on your way, little girl," Inoki said, making a gesture with his hand as if he were shooing away a dog. "The Kyubi is ours now. I don't wish to start a needless war, but if you're going to get in my way, then you will have war." Iwagakure no Sato is not afraid of any village, much less a minor nation like the Hidden Rain. Seeing the disrespectful manner in which the Tsuchikage was talking down to Conan, a wave of anger washed over Naruto. With no warning whatsoever, he pointed his palm at the flying Kage and swung it down. A terrible force suddenly pushed onto Inoki from above, and the old man was smashed violently onto the ground, making a small crater with his body where he landed. Tsuchikage-sama, the IWA Nins on the sidelines cried out in shock at seeing their Kage unexpectedly get slammed down like that. Some of the more impulsive ones even started going through hand seals to cast their ninjutsu, but Kitsuchi, the second IWA Nin in command after the Tsuchikage, suddenly raised his right arm and shouted, "Everyone, stay your hand. Nobody move." Ignoring the agitated Iwagakure shinobi's actions, Naruto spoke to the old man who was now picking himself up from the ground with difficulty while holding his spine with his hands. "Lady Konan is the leader of a country too. Watch your mouth when you speak to her, you shitty old man." Turning to look at the army of shinobi surrounding them from all sides, he said, his voice amplified by chakra, "I won't let you capture the Kyubi. I don't want to shed blood if possible. But if you don't retreat now, I will kill every single one of you, down to the last member. And I will start with your Tsuchikage." Most of the IWA Nin started snickering and saying words of ridicule in response, but the Tsuchikage had a cautious look on his face. He didn't understand what kind of ninjutsu the blonde young man had used against him. Shinobi generally lived short lives, and many of them never even got to experience the joys of retirement. However, Inoki was already 80 years old. The Tsuchikage had not lived such a long life by being reckless. He was a cautious and calculative person. However, at this moment, it was as if he was caught between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, he was wary of the young man's powers, and his eyes looked like they were a dijitsu of sorts. But on the other hand, if he retreated with his tail between his legs because of the words of just one enemy while he had over 100 elite shinobi on his side, he would become a laughingstock. It would be a mockery of Iwagakure's will of stone, and he would lose all the respect of his subordinates too. In spite of his instincts warning him of the danger lying ahead, Inoki couldn't afford to back down at that moment. "There are over 100 of us, and I'm the Tsuchikage. When I was roaming the battlefield, even your parents weren't born yet. Did you really believe I'd back down from your threats? A snot-nosed kid like you ought to be put in their place. So you have chosen death, arrogant brat." Inoki shouted, infuriated. "Let me show you a power you'll never see again in your lifetime." As a white cube of light appeared between his hands, the Tsuchikage yelled, "Dust release, atomic dismantling jutsu." The IWA shinobi and kunoichi on the sidelines were about to break into cheers at witnessing their Kage reduce yet another enemy to atoms, but their cheers died in their throats when the Inoki's supposedly unstoppable and unblockable jutsu transformed into a harmless ray of white light and got absorbed into Naruto's hand. "Impossible," the old Kage said in disbelief. It was the first time he had ever met someone who faced off against his particle style head-on without dying. "I told you that you would die for it," Naruto said coldly. "Bansho Tenin, what is this jutsu?" Inoki was startled as he found himself getting pulled without being able to stop it. Normally, with his flight capabilities, it should have been impossible for anyone to manhandle him like that. Doton, weighted boulder jutsu. As Inoki cast that earth technique, his weight increased more than tenfold, but, to his disbelief, the pulling force didn't decrease in the least. "Tsuchikage-sama!" Kitsuchi shouted as he slapped his hands on the ground, and a thick mud wall suddenly sprouted from the ground in front of Inoki. The old man smashed into the mud wall painfully, but at least he was saved before the enemy could get his hands on him. "Kurama, I need you to get back in the seal for a moment. Conan, you need to fly a good distance away. I'm going to raise everything off the surface of the earth." Under the IWA Nin's disbelieving eyes, the titanic bijou seemed to liquefy, transforming into a stream of crimson-red chakra that burrowed itself into Naruto's body. "Everyone, rock boulders. Attack at will," Kitsuchi ordered, and his comrades immediately obeyed his orders. As the 100-plus shinobi cast their ninjutsu, it looked as if it started to rain with meteorites. Over 100 human-sized boulders made loud whooshing sounds when they were launched through the air at Naruto. Nevertheless, there was no sign of distress on his face, for unnatural arms grew out of his torso, and 2 other heads came out from the back of his neck. At that moment, he looked like a monstrous demon. He looked like an Asura. With 3 heads offering him a 360-degree vision, Naruto extended his 6 arms in a circle around him before shouting, Shinra Tensei, Chapter 15, The Renegade. Previous chapter. With 3 heads offering him a 360-degree vision, Naruto extended his 6 arms in a circle around him before shouting, Shinra Tensei. A blinding light banished the darkness of the night. It was a world of white, and for a moment, even sound ceased to exist. When the world turned back to normal, Naruto found himself falling from a very high altitude in the sky. Looking around him, he couldn't recognize his surroundings. The devastation was unimaginable. Now, as he was falling from a height of over 2,000 meters in the air, Naruto himself was numb with shock at the horrifying power he had unleashed. He wasn't flying. The height of 2,000 meters used to be ground level before the almighty push. The once tall and rocky landform had been turned into a massive crater. For entire mountains had been raised off the surface of the earth, and the ground below his feet had been pushed and compressed to the absolute limit. Mountains, forest, animals, enemy shinobi, with him as the center, everything in a radius of almost 10 kilometers around had been erased from existence. Is this the true power of the Rinnegan? Had Nagato used this power against him, he would have never been able to beat him, even if he had 10 lives instead of 1. Luckily, he had been needed alive, for the sake of extracting the bijou sealed inside of him. Another smaller crater formed at the bottom of the enormous depression as Naruto crash-landed on the ground. Thanks to his chakra enforcing his body, other than a slight sensation of discomfort in the soles of his feet, there was nothing to show that he had fallen from such a height. Did I really kill all of them? There were over 100 shinobi, of which one was a Kage and another one with similar amounts of chakra. It wasn't the first time he had killed someone, but he had never killed so many people at once. Usually, he preferred to just beat his enemies into submission instead of killing them. It wasn't that he regretted his actions or felt any guilt at taking so many lives because it wasn't like the time when he was forced to fight his former comrades and kill Might Guy. This time, they were enemies. Due to their contract and due to bijou being sealed inside of him, Naruto and Kyuubi were one. So it was either him or them, ha ha ha. You killed them like the miserable vermin they were. Kyuubi's laughter was so loud in his mind that it was almost giving him a headache. Wait. One of them survived. I can sense their fear and their hatred. As the fox said that, Naruto felt a sudden feeling of exhaustion wash over him. The majority of Kyuubi's chakra left his system as the gigantic-tailed beast materialized outside the seal. Why are you so much smaller now? Small was a relative term in this situation, seeing as the fox was still taller than a 10-story building. Nevertheless, Kyuubi's size was visibly smaller than a few minutes ago. I pushed a hefty amount of my chakra into you when you cast that Rinnegan technique, Kyuubi said, an evil grin of delight marring his face. So that's why the almighty push was so powerful this time. Naruto came to a realization. Granted, he had never used his entire strength when training the Deva Path's techniques due to concerns about destroying his environment beyond repair, but the jutsu's power this time had been way outside of his expectations. Even the Shinra Tensei that Pain had used to turn Konoha into a crater had not been on this level. Anyway, one of those dirty rats is still alive. I'm going to take my time ripping him to shreds, Kyuubi said maliciously before breaking into a run. It didn't take long for the massive fox to dig out the place where the IWA shinobi had been buried alive. Kyuubi wasn't surprised to see that the one who had survived was the same ninja that had tried to trap him with that large-scale mountain technique. It was Kitsuchi. That's one of the 2 ninja whose chakra reserves were similar to mine. He must have been the second in command after the Tsuchikage, Conan said as she landed next to Naruto with a flutter of her white paper wings. Kurama, I think it's best not to kill him, Naruto said when he saw the fox digging out the unconscious IWA nin and starting to clench his clawed fist around his body. Why shouldn't I? The fox growled menacingly. They destroyed my home and attacked me unprovoked. They tried to seal me again. Once I'm done ripping this shitbag to shreds, I'm heading straight to IWA. I'll annihilate them all. Iwagakure has one of the 2 largest armies in the world, alongside Kumogakure. Over 8,000 shinobi live inside the village at all times and another 10,000 are spread throughout the country. As powerful as you are, you stand no chance by yourself against such numbers, Conan said calmly. I don't remember asking you a damn thing. Calm down, will you? She isn't wrong. You're not at full power, and even if you were, you couldn't take on an entire hidden village by yourself. Let this guy go back to IWA and spread the word about what we've done to their Kage and the dozens of shinobi they sent, Naruto reasoned with him. Nobody will ever dare to attack you or Amigakure again after news of this incident goes out, Conan also added. The IWA Nin, who had been stunned by Kyubi, was now watching the enormous beast petrified with fear, not daring to make a sound. Kill the chickens to scare the monkey, huh? Alright. I'll do as you say this time. Bringing the terrified ninja closer to his head, Kyubi said. I'm letting you keep your worthless life for now, maggot. So you can go tell the other worms in your village about what happened here today. But if you try anything like that ever again, I'll be coming straight to IWA next. After saying those words, Kyubi drew his hand back and, standing on his hind legs, suddenly pitched Kitsuchi into the general direction of the land of Earth like a baseball. It was almost comical how the IWA shinobi screamed as he got launched into the horizon. Can you summon us back to AIM now? Conan asked. Naruto shook his head negatively. I dispelled all the clones while we were, you know. She chuckled softly at his suddenly embarrassed countenance. I guess I'll be flying you there then, she said as she came behind him and wrapped her arms around his torso. Before they could take off, Kyubi suddenly said, Thank you, Naruto. You saved me this time. The blonde grinned at him. Of course. You can always count on me. We're friends now, aren't we? HMPF, isn't it because of the contract? Still, it's commendable that you kept your end of the bargain. According to the contract that the two of them had signed, they were both required to help one another in times of need. You just can't be honest with yourself, can you? Naruto laughed at Kurama's grouchy attitude. Shut it and get moving already, the fox said, shooing him away. I don't have the whole day, I've got to find myself a new place and dig out a new home now after those worms destroyed my mountain. Even Conan found herself smiling in amusement at the Biju's awkward way of trying to put on a tough front. Alright, we're leaving now. Stay safe, Kurama. Conan wrapped her arms tighter around him and then flapped her large paper wings before taking off. But she didn't fly them straight to AIM and landed on the grassy river bank a few dozen kilometers away from the Lake of AIM. That night, for some reason, she couldn't fly the entire distance in one go. Are you alright? Naruto asked, confused about the reason they stopped there, in the middle of nowhere. I'm exhausted and a little sore. Just give me a minute and dash. Sore? Where? Why? Did something happen to you? Did my almighty push hurt you? She couldn't help a grin creeping up on her face at his agitated reaction. Your almighty push did hurt me, alright. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were trying to poke a hole inside of me. It was interesting how even in the faint light coming from the moon peeking through the clouds, she could still see how his face quickly turned a bright shade of red when it finally dawned on him what she meant. Sorry. His sputtering made her burst into laughter. He was so cute that she didn't even try to fight against the sudden urge she had to take him in her arms and squeeze him tightly. Slightly confused and burning with embarrassment, he was surprised at her sudden embrace, but he was more than happy to reciprocate. I must have been too rough with you. I didn't mean to hurt you. It was my first time, and Shoo, she said, putting a finger on his lips, shushing him. You didn't hurt me, it felt great. I'm sore now, but it's the good kind of sore. He wasn't entirely sure how to interpret the expression, the good kind of sore, but he took it as a good sign and sighed in relief. How about I give you a piggyback until you can fly again? No, it's okay. Let's just stay like this a bit longer. He wasn't one to complain. With how starved for affection he had been his entire life, it didn't even register to him that Conan was acting a bit clingy. It was completely the opposite. He wished she was so affectionate all the time. Not caring about the wet grass, Naruto sat down on the ground and put Conan in his lap, letting her rest her head on his shoulder. You were right about the bijou, he said after they spent several minutes embracing each other in silence. They came after Kurama only a few days after I let him out of the seal. I can only imagine what the rest of the villages would have done to the other bijou if I hadn't listened to you and let them all out. But Conan didn't reply. Looking down at her face, he realized that she was asleep. Her exhaustion, coupled with the silence of the night, the relaxing sound of the flowing river, and the comfort and warmth of his body had lulled her to sleep. He smiled at the peaceful and serene look on her beautiful face. The land of rain didn't have many forests, so he couldn't shinobi travel by jumping from one tree to another as he would have done in Konoha. He would have to walk the old-fashioned way. Putting his hands together in a cross seal, a shadow clone popped up next to him. Go to aim as fast as you can and summon us there. Yes, boss, the clone replied before breaking into a sprint. It would take a while before the clone arrived at aim and summoned them, but he was content with waiting as he held the sleeping Conan in his arms. 2 days after the battle against the IWA shinobi, Hidden Rain welcomed the first shipment of coal from Konoha through its docks. It was only a third of the total amount of coal that Conan had requested from the Hokage, but, as a show of good faith and for the sake of solidifying their alliance, she delivered all the war prisoners to the Konoha delegation transporting the coal. Nara Shikaku and a squad of 10 ANBU welcomed their comrades gratefully before taking their leave. Although AIM and Konoha were technically allied now, it felt more like a pact of non-aggression rather than an alliance. Considering the prisoner's personal history with Naruto, Shikaku decided it was wiser to leave Hidden Rain as soon as possible, not wanting to risk giving them a chance to create an incident that would further strain the already complicated relationship between their nations. Your former comrades looked like they wanted to talk to you, Conan said as she and Naruto watched the Konoha delegation leave the village with the same sailboat that they had used to transport the coal. Come to think of it, you've never talked to them even once while they were imprisoned. There was nothing for us to talk about, he shrugged his shoulders and said. They came here to attack me. I was sleeping in a hospital bed when they ambushed me. We aren't comrades anymore. Never mind that, I never knew they could come to aim with a boat. She didn't comment on his sudden change of subject and opted to explain to him the geography of their country instead. The 2 rivers coming from the mountains of the land of Earth through our territory flow into this lake that surrounds Amigakure from all sides. But the Lake of Aim is an open lake. Open lakes are lakes that also drain into another river. In the case of our lake, it drains into the Shinano River, which flows into the land of rivers and ultimately into the ocean. I didn't know you could get to the ocean like that, he said, mildly impressed. Did Konoha Academy not teach you geography? Geography was a very important subject that most hidden villages treated with seriousness because, many times, battles between average shinobi and kunoichi could be won or lost by making use of the terrain. I didn't pay much attention to such things. I was either asleep or ditching class most of the time, Naruto said, laughing. How did they even let you graduate? She asked in amusement. Well, you see, as he told her the story about how Mizuki tricked him into stealing the scroll of seals and how he had failed the exam several times before passing, Conan found herself giggling more than once. She had a hard time imagining that someone who had defeated Nagato had once struggled with something as trivial as making a bunshin. Hearing him talk fondly about his misdeeds at the academy, she asked, "Do you miss Konoha?" He didn't reply right away. "I don't know," he said eventually. "I wouldn't want to go back there, I'm sure of that. But I miss some of the people there. Iruka-sensei, Ichiraku, and Konohamaru, and even Tsunade, the Hokage. We used to be very close, but what would I even tell them if I were to see them now?" He couldn't imagine what kind of conversation he would be able to have with someone like Konohamaru or Iruka after the news of him deserting the village and killing Might Guy reached their ears. "I used to boast every day about how I'd become the Hokage, but look at me now. For all they know, I'm nothing more than a nukenin now, a traitor. Do you regret the way things turned out?" she asked. "Things could have been better, but I'm glad you came to save me from the Hozuki castle," he said and took her hand in his, intertwining his fingers with hers in a lover's hold. Seeing her smile made him smile as well. He would never get tired of seeing how her serious, usually inexpressive, doll-like face lit up whenever she smiled. In spite of her smile, she pressed on, "So, do you regret it or not?" Instead of replying, he gently pulled her into his arms and pressed his lips against hers. "I thought it was obvious. Is my answer clear enough now?" "I don't know, it wasn't very convincing," she flirted back, slightly breathless. But before he could lean in for another kiss, her body dispersed into a myriad of paper butterflies, getting away from his grasp. "So you want to play hardball?" "I don't know what you mean," she said and flew away laughing. If she had expected him to start chasing her on foot from one rooftop to another while she was flying, she was gravely mistaken because he raised his hand instead and said, "Bansho Tenin." Conan let out an actual squawk of surprise when her body was suddenly yanked back, and, in the next moment, she slammed into his chest. His arms wrapped around her waist tightly and securely, not letting her move an inch. "I can't believe you'd use your Rinnegan for something like this," she said in a mixture of exasperation and disbelief while he was laughing in triumph. "All is fair in love and war," he said and playfully chomped on the nape of her neck, making her let out an undignified yelp. But their playful fight soon came to an end when it suddenly started to rain. Nevertheless, his good mood didn't disappear because, after several months spent in this country, he was starting to get used to the rain. As Conan created a floating umbrella of paper above their heads, she turned around in his arms and cupped his cheeks with her hands. Raising herself on her tippy toes, she gave him a loving kiss. In spite of the heavy rain pouring from the sky and the strong winds blowing at that height, Naruto and Conan continued kissing and embracing each other passionately on the rooftop of the tower with no care in the world. For Conan, Naruto had brought color into her life. After losing Yahiko and Nagato, after so many years of scheming and battles, when she thought that there was nothing left in her life, he reawakened her passion. He was making her feel excited to wake up in the morning every day, and his devotion to her and his fascination with her beauty were making her giddy with happiness. For the first time in many years, Conan was happy. As for Naruto, Conan was more than he had ever dreamed of. His dream had been to marry Sakura one day, but his reality, the present that he was experiencing, was 10 times better than even his wildest dreams. In his infatuated state of mind, Conan was perfect. He would often draw parallels between Conan and Sakura in his mind, but, every time, the balance would be completely skewed in Conan's favor. Conan never insulted him. She never punched him. Her voice wasn't loud and he couldn't ever remember her screaming. And she was beautiful, so much more beautiful. But, topping all of that, Conan was one of the most loyal people he had ever met, and she had saved his life too. When even Konoha and his comrades had turned against him, she was the only one who stood by his side and came to rescue him. She acknowledged his skill and gave him the rank of Jonin. She made him her right hand and she even gifted him Nagato's precious Rinnegan. And now, every day, she showered him with her love and affection. His feelings for her could not be put into words that easily. He didn't just love her. He worshipped her. Later that evening, fresh out of the shower and with their desires temporarily satiated, Naruto and Conan were lying in bed together, cuddling. He was resting his back against the bed's headboard and she sat between his legs, with her back resting against his chest. "The coal shipment from Konoha should cover our needs for the next 4 months, she said as she read a report from one of her subordinates. "So you can lift the curfew now?" he asked, reading the rest of the document over her shoulder. "Yes, I'll make the announcement tomorrow." "Hey, I was still reading that," he complained when she put down the papers and grabbed another scroll. "Since you got the gist of it, you don't have to read it entirely, to the last letter. You need to learn how to read between the lines, or else you'll be stuck at the desk 24/7 just going through documents. Then I guess I should be glad I'm not in your place." She giggled softly at his grumbles. "Didn't you want to become the Hokage? Not anymore. And I won't become the leader of AIM either. Don't think you can ditch your responsibilities on me." In truth, for him, becoming the Hokage had always been more about getting other people's acknowledgement rather than the position itself. But now that he had Conan's acknowledgement, becoming the leader of the village suddenly lost its appeal entirely. He couldn't imagine being stuck behind a desk just reading and signing documents for the rest of his life. "We need to get you out of it somehow too," he said after a while, out of the blue. Momentarily putting down the scroll she had been reading, she turned her head sideways to look at him. "What do you mean?" "We ought to find someone else to lead the village instead of you." "Why would you want that?" "Why wouldn't you?" he asked in surprise. "Aren't you tired of staying with your nose buried in paper every day? You know that I am made out of paper, right?" At his awkward chuckle, she giggled too and pecked him on the cheek. "I don't hate what I'm doing. I love Hidden Rain. I want to take care of my village and of my country. I don't want any other children to grow up like I did, orphaned, struggling to find food from one day to another or running and hiding in fear of enemy shinobi. I want Hidden Rain to prosper. I want the ordinary people to live safe and comfortable lives. I can't dash, I won't let my job in the hands of another until I have achieved my goal." Her feelings for her country ran deep. She was speaking with so much passion that he became silent. It was rare to see Conan be so outspoken about her feelings. If you like it, then it's all good. And since you're the brain, I'll be your brawn, he said and kissed the crown of her head, making her smile again. Is that what I think it is? He unexpectedly asked a few moments later, pointing towards a small notebook with black covers. It's a bingo book. One of our spies in IWA had it delivered to me. You have spies in IWA? She was amused by his question. Of course we do. Most hidden villages have spies in other countries. Sometimes they send shinobi to infiltrate the enemy ranks, while other times they make use of people who can't use chakra, civilians who were trained in the art of espionage. Civilian spies are extremely hard to uncover, but the amount and quality of intel that they can get is limited as well. Still, they have their uses. One such spy sent us Iwagakure's updated edition of the bingo book. My guess is that it's because you got an entry in it too. Now filled with curiosity, Naruto stopped reading the document in Conan's hands, a report about the amount of kunai, shuriken, and training dummies needed by Amigakure's Ninja Academy students, and grabbed Iwagakure's bingo book. His curiosity must have been contagious because Konan also put her documents down and started flipping through the pages of the bingo book together with him. Oh. You have an entry too, he said when he stumbled over a page with Conan's photo on it and a few paragraphs underneath describing her abilities. Yes, I got it after Deidara found out that I was the one who defeated Sasori and made him join the Akatsuki. They were rivals, and he was more than happy to do anything that would upset Sasori any time they had an argument about art. So he leaked the result of our fight to IWA. In spite of his less than pleasant feelings about Akatsuki, especially Deidara, who had captured Gaara in the past, he found himself intrigued by her words. Art? Why would someone like them argue about art? She snickered at his incredulous voice. Those two were obsessed with art. Deidara argued that art was the beauty of that fleeting moment when something exploded, while Sasori was firmly convinced that art was supposed to last forever. He believed in eternal beauty. Sometimes, Pain had to step between the two of them himself to stop them from coming to blows. I'm honestly surprised one of them didn't kill the other on one of their missions. As Naruto kept flipping through the pages of the bingo book, he incidentally stopped at the Uchiha Sasuke's entry. Name, Uchiha Sasuke aka, the last Uchiha. Affiliation, the terrorist organization, Akatsuki. Defected from Konohagakure. Ninja ranking, Genin. Threat ranking, S-class. Notable feats. Killed Orochimaru, the Sannin. Killed Uchiha Itachi, the Kinslayer. Killed the Mad Bomber, Deidara. Defeated the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Notable jutsu. Very high mastery of the fire and lightning nature transformations. Chidori, lightning blade technique. Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu. Amaterasu, inextinguishable black flames. Susanoo, highly destructive and nigh unbreakable avatar of chakra. Bounty, 95 million Ryo. That's one hell of a resume, Naruto couldn't help admitting. Itachi and Orochimaru had been two of the strongest shinobi that he had ever met. It said something about Sasuke's prowess that the two of them lost their lives at his hands. And what's with that bounty? An average civilian would earn between 15,000 and 30,000 Ryo a month. 95 million Ryo was a colossal amount of money for killing one ninja. You said it yourself, Uchiha Sasuke has an impressive resume. One's bounty depends not only on the gravity of their crimes but on the difficulty of killing them as well. Furthermore, although it was mostly due to Akatsuki's actions over the years, his capture of Killer Bee was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. It forced the 5 great nations to organize a Kage summit. But I heard that the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki actually escaped, Naruto pointed out. The fact that Killer Bee was forced to escape probably counts as a win for the Uchiha, she tried to reason. As they flipped through another dozen pages, Naruto was beginning to think he was fortunate enough to not be listed in the bingo book. However, to his dismay, he was there too, on the very last page of the book. Name, Uzumaki Naruto aka, the Renegade. Affiliation, Amigakure no Sato. Defected from Konohagakure. Ninja ranking, Jonin. Threat ranking, Flee on sight. Notable feats. Defeated Gaara, the 5th Kazekage. Defeated Kakuzu of the Jiangu. Defeated Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Defeated Sharingan no Kakashi. Killed Might Guy, 8 Gates Taijutsu Master. Defeated Uchiha Sasuke, the last Uchiha. Killed Uchiha Madara. Killed the third Tsuchikage and a large number of Iwagakure Jonin and Chunin. Notable jutsu, Rinnegan and Raisin Shuriken, long range, wind-type Rinnegan, highly destructive. Kage Bunshin, over 1000 clones. Toad Sage Mode, immense physical strength. Jujitsu capable of controlling gravity. Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox. Bounty, 150 million Ryo. What is this? His surprise was so genuine that Conan had to take a second look at his entry, thinking that she had missed something. I don't see anything wrong with it. What do you mean, half of that stuff isn't right? Gaara wasn't the Kazekage when we fought, we were just kids. And I didn't win, it was a tie at best. Also, I didn't defeat Kakuzu. Kakashi dealt the killing blow, and there was a whole bunch of us ganging up on him at the same time. Same with Nagato, I didn't win by myself, I had an entire village behind me, intel on how his Rinnegan worked, and an army of toad summons from Mount Mayaboku. Also, killing Obito was mostly thanks to you and the Konoha shinobi. If it wasn't for you all, he would have escaped. You can't expect them to know all these details, Conan said with a shrug. Besides, even if they did know the entire truth, it's in their interest to twist the facts in order to make you look more dangerous and unhinged than you really are. This way, it washes away the shame of having their Tsuchikage and such a high number of elite shinobi lose their lives at your hands. At his unconvinced look, she continued, think about it, if word goes out that you have already defeated an S-class Nuke Nin, the current Kazekage, the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, and the legendary Uchiha Madara, all by yourself, no less, people won't think, oh, that Tsuchikage was an old cripple and the IWA shinobi are useless weaklings. Instead, they will think Uzumaki Naruto is a monster. Therefore, the narrative will be that they didn't lose because they were weak but because you are unreasonably strong. Remember, this is Iwagakure's bingo book. It was made by their new Tsuchikage, for their own shinobi. It was bound for it to be biased against you. As he remained silent, Conan smiled at him. Orochimaru used to have the highest bounty, if I recall correctly. Konoha had put a prize of 100 million Ryo on his head. But you frog leapt past him. It's your first entry yet you're already at 150 million. This is great news. Yeah, I can't wait to fight against the greedy idiots who'll come after my head. Ha ha ha. She laughed heartily at those words. Nobody in their right mind would dare attack you. IWA trying to make themselves look better and painting you in a bad light actually works in Amigakure's favor. You are the renegade now and you have a flee on sight order. No one has gotten a flee on sight threat ranking from Iwagakure before except for you and Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage. Your name alone will be enough to inspire terror. Your infamy will be the shield that protects the hidden rain.